continuity of services in local education agencies and continuing to employ existing staff of the local education agency. So those, that's encouraging that it appears that there's a pretty wide range of, anticipated uses of the funds. Ultimately, Dan French said that, that the interface will be something like the district states its strategy and objective. The objective is to the use of the funds, the purpose of it, and then the strategy in which to accomplish the objective. That is the format of our Title I application process. So he referred to that as being a similar process, which we are very familiar with. Other updates, there was an update regarding the FY21 education shortfall. Emily, I'm sure you have much more up-to-date information on that, so I won't spend much time on it. If you want to elaborate, that would be great. But essentially what I picked up from Mark is as we go through fiscal year 20 and then look down the road toward fiscal year 21, he referred to a $153 million shortfall in the Ed Fund, and he gave us an example of how that would translate if there are no solutions, which he's not implying that's our state, but he indicated that would be the equivalent of about 22 cents, 23 cents on a school property tax, which is that $230 per 100,000 of assessed value. So folks are working very hard on that gap. There's been a number of recommendations, including one from the Vermont School Business Officials, the organization that I'm part of, which is to, try to address that over a multi-year period by considering borrowing to spread the variance, between spending and available resources over multiple years. So that's a quick overview. It was interesting to hear. There's about 20 questions that were asked out of the audience. Many of them were asking for guidance on, do we anticipate the legislature to create spending freezes, salary freezes? Is there any guidance on, issuing contracts, those sorts of things? The common answer that I got from the presenters, and it was primarily being answered by Dan French and to some extent Mark Peralt, that those don't seem to be at the forefront of our legislative considerations. In that, and they, Mark in particular emphasized that the vast majority of school budgets have been passed at town meeting. They recognize that that the spending assumptions are tied up with collective bargaining agreements, and that there does not seem to be, a current discussion at the legislative level to consider overriding collective bargaining agreements, which obviously is the vast majority of school spending. So on the other hand, I think we've heard that the current discussion now is between a House version of a way to authorize FY21 budgets versus a Senate approach, which is quite different. So though Dan indicated, his role would be to help try to craft a solution as the legislators consider the path ahead. So I think those were the highlights from what I took away. Nothing definitive, unfortunately. We still have more uncertainties than certainties, but it does look like there is support around the corner. Ryan McLaren referred several times to their work at the federal level for a second support package to be coming, considered and hopefully coming our way. And that includes, I was really pleased to hear, it includes specifically work that you have already talked about tonight, which is expanding broadband access, trying to help fund that. And the other area, which we know is so important, is supporting our food service, on an extended summer program. So those were encouraging points.
I know we have some senators and representatives here, David. I don't know if you want to recognize that?
Well, I think Frank gave a really comprehensive report. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent. It's more than 20 over the last week or so watching meetings where this was a part of the agenda or not a part of the agenda, but influenced by, and hearing reports by the people that he mentioned and a couple of others about the budget and the shortfalls and the 1.25 billion and the 30 million. And I'm just astonished at how thoroughly you presented that. I'd like to hear questions for Frank from the board. Emily Murphy-Carr had her hand up, and I guess she got tired of holding it up. So, but any questions for Frank from the board? Or from the representatives or senators present? Emily, go ahead.
I know that Senator Ballant and I both need to go right around 7 o'clock. We only had an hour, so I'm sorry about that. And I know that Representative Burke is one screen away from me and also on this call. And Senator White tried valiantly to get in and had some sort of technology glitch where she got stuck in the waiting room, but wanted you all to know that she cares really deeply about all of you and this issue and wanted to be here tonight. Would you like an update on sort of the 3 categories that we've been talking about this? Would that be helpful at this point in the meeting? Following from what Frank said?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not sure what you're going to say, so go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to, before I jump in, I just want to acknowledge that what is sort of happening in our school districts right now is going to result in increased needs next year. And I think most people in the Senate and the House are aware of that. And I think their delegation is very much aware of that. And we want to make sure that everyone has the resources they need to take care of, we can call it the achievement gap, we can call it the technology gap, we can, time, whatever it is, but that we need to have the resources to handle those challenges. And from where I sit, which is very different from where Senator Ballant sits, and I absolutely don't want to speak for the Senate, that we are not talking about any austerity measures at this time. We're really talking about ways that we can fill the gap in the ed fund to make sure that people are getting their needs met. And so the 2 things it seems like have come up so far is the challenge with the FY21 budget and how to get that passed or not passed, and the shortfall in the ed fund. And wondered if you want to start with those, Senator, or if you'd like me to.
Well, we're gonna talk about the difference between the House and the Senate proposals. So if it might make sense to focus on the ed fund.
So you don't want to hear?
No, I've got a whole presentation about that. It's marginal to what we're actually going to have to do tonight. But I would love to hear about the ed fund.
Okay. There's a shortfall in the ed fund. It's substantial. If we filled it through the regular yield bill, we would have property taxes that are unsustainable and unachievable for most Vermonters. And so we are looking at a wide variety of other solutions, some of them including the CARES Act, some of them don't, and I don't have anything definitive to say about that at this time. Senator Ballant?
Like Emily, so she sits on Ways and Means in the House side, I sit on Finance, and I will just echo what she said. There is no interest in austerity measures at this point, but in terms of what we can and can't use the CARES Act money for, It's still very much up for debate. I was in contact with folks in the Joint Fiscal Office today about another issue related to the CARES Act, and we are still getting guidance from the federal government about this, and very much engaged with our federal delegations to have a lot more flexibility. But right now, we're really concentrating on this, what we're calling the skinny bill, getting through the budget for this year. Probably will not be able to settle the budget up for next year and the yield bill until the end of August.
So Becca, does that mean we won't know what our tax rate will be until August?
That's possible.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Any other questions or thoughts or concerns about the financial stability and about the current situation? Yeah, Frank. Yes.
Yeah, David, if I could ask either Emily or Becca, good to hear that same theme about no proposed spending cuts from this FY21, given most budgets are passed, and avoiding the austerity approach. Unfortunately, though, you're aware that that the Senate version of the current road ahead for this district, given we don't have an approved budget, would result in a $2 million reduction, because my understanding is that the Senate version is pointed toward fiscal year 20 education spending. And I just wanted to take a moment to reiterate how incompatible that is, given where this district has come from. I'm sure you know, having failed a merger vote and then being in the forced merger group, and we didn't have a public vote until June 26 of 2019 to become a new district 4 days later, July 1st, 2019. My point is that the fiscal year 20 education spending is the basis of that is all around separate districts, a completely different configuration than a merged district. And I know we're not alone in the state, and that's why that is such an unworkable solution. That would be a severe austerity program for this region.
Frank,
Thank you, Frank. I'd rather, Becca, I'd rather we not talk about that. We were going to talk about our annual meeting and all of the options, including those things. And I'd rather not. I kind of wish Frank hadn't gone as far to make that pitch as well. We need to focus on what we're going to do. And
well,
what
so
the
the question,
legislature is going to do is
Mr.
really
Chair,
unknown.
the question is, Mr. Chair, do you want to hear directly from the Ed Committee in the Senate to explain why we are where we are? Is that helpful?
I'm not sure. I can poll the board later on. That may come out of the conversation when we get to the question about our annual meeting. Other questions on the financial sustainability topic? Okay, committee reports. Has the Finance Committee met?
No, the Finance Committee has not met, but we did, I polled all the directors and got some questions and vetted the questions through Frank. They came back pretty comprehensively. And so I think we're ready to go ahead and pass the warrants and payroll as published.
Great. Thank you. That system seems to be working well, sending the questions ahead of time. You're not getting a lot of them except for me and you, but I'm glad it's working. Personnel Committee has a meeting coming up on Friday.
Yes.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Yes, we have a meeting scheduled on Friday.
And a very brief agenda from what I saw.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Policy and Amendment Committee has not met. We have some new members. And so when we do meet, we're going to try and draw the old members back in to do an orientation for that, but we have not met yet. the Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee. Emily, can you give us an update? We have a plan in there.
Yes, so we met last week, and the main things that we discussed, first we uploaded all our new members, and then and kind of coordinated things. And then the two main discussion topics were, one, how to move forward the after school programming presentation, which I believe is on our next agenda.
Yes.
So at the next programmatic meeting, which is next Wednesday, we'll be finalizing that. I still have to send out actually the final copy, but we'll be finalizing that, and then we'll have a nice presentation for you all, which we'll be giving. So that's one of the big updates. The other update is there was a kind of an equity in sports conversation and document that was shared with us. So we're now in the process of reviewing that. And, you know, we've kind of broken out into little teams, and we're going to propose back to the larger committee, because I think we're a committee of 6 right now, propose back to the larger committee, maybe some things we'd like to look into or recommendations that we'd like to explore a little bit further, which we then can agree upon and then bring to the full board.
Great. Any questions for Emily? And we'll have a nice slideshow and presentation at our next meeting. Climate Crisis Task Force has not met. Thomas, is there a plan to?
Yeah, we plan both for diversity and for the Climate Crisis Task Force. I'm aiming for Tuesday. I was just about to email everybody to see if they're free. That's the plan. Tuesday or early next week.
Great, thank you. Communications Council tried to reconvene and found out the only time we could meet was the same time as the supervisory union meeting, and 2 of the members of the council are on the supervisory union, so we're going to have to meet again next week. We wanted to get some information out about the John Sessions shared some of the data about the food program, and also we're going to be, depending on what we decide as far as rescheduling the annual meeting, we're going to need to do a lot of communicating around that. So that group will be busy starting next week. Diversity and Equity Committee has not met. There have been a number of webinars in district and in state and beyond about the effects of distance learning and coronavirus on equity of opportunity for students. And I'm kind of reviewing them, and I recommend that we watch some of them. And the SU board will meet on Friday. And Carrie, do you have anything to say about the agenda?
Sorry, took me a minute. The agenda for Friday, I think I'm looking at it now. Actually, it's not, it's pretty basic. I almost feel, knock on wood, that the SU, and you SU members are going to kill me if this doesn't come to pass, might be getting back to our 4 to 5 meetings a year. So I think it's a pretty regular agenda. We've got minutes to catch up on. We've got warrants and payroll to catch up on. We've got some resignations and leave request issues, and then we are working on the continuous improvement plan. So that's about it.
Right, and we'll have a report for the next meeting on that. Okay, so that brings us to the leadership councils. I know that, let's see, Putney is meeting and Guilford met. Sean, you want to tell us a little bit about the Guilford meeting? I think we're going to get to their questions later in this meeting.
Yeah, we met on the 1st last Friday, and was well attended as always. I think there were about 8 of us there, 8 or 9, and a lot of energy. So they had reports on what was going on at the Guilford School. John spoke quite a bit about the budget, and John gave a pretty comprehensive sort of overview of what's happening in the school, participation of students, and some of the challenges that the teachers faced. And it was, once again, it was an excellent meeting. And yeah, That's about it.
Great, thank you. Did any other councils convene since our last meeting? Okay, I'll just remind that we established we assigned board members to those councils, and one of the things we want to be doing is convening them and getting their participation in the processes that are to come. Some of a lot of the funding that's coming from the federal government requires a high level of participation, public participation and involvement in the planning and in the actions that come from spending that money. So we need to get these councils up and running. So that brings us to, I think, probably the meat of this meeting. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was raising my
Sorry.
hand. But, before you moved on, Dummerston did meet. We had our first meeting since the closure and just sort of got back together, looked at our goals again. We'll be meeting every other Thursday at 6. So that's our new schedule while we have to meet virtually.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry, the hands run off the bottom of my screen and I haven't scrolled in a while. So but thank you for that update. Let me just look and see if there are any more up. Any other leadership council comments? Okay, so we have to determine what we want to do about our annual meeting and our budget and how we want to proceed. And what I've done, I prepared some notes from information that we gathered this week. Lyle contacted the Secretary of State, and I think the agency as well, got a number of responses, and which clarified a bunch of questions. And then there are a bunch of details that we just have to pay attention to. So I'm going to put this memo up, and you give me just a second. I almost pushed the wrong button. So I'm going to share this information and then kind of go through it with you. You should be able to see something that says May 6 notes, annual meeting. It says it must be warned before May 16th. So right off the bat, I have to correct that. We actually have to warn it 40 days before, between 30 and 40 days before the actual vote. So that would move it 4 or 5 days further into May. So we could actually meet again before we warn the meeting, assuming we want to get it in before, assuming we want to have the meeting or schedule a vote on our budget. If we want to have it in before the 1st of July. And that's not absolutely required. We don't have to do that, but it would be wise, I think, if we're going to have a vote, to have it before then, so we would know what's going to happen. This is the only thing we really have control over, the actions of the House and the Senate, and if they are able to come to an agreement, whatever that is really out of our hands, or primarily out of our hands at this time. So the first question that we asked of the Secretary of State was, can we reschedule the annual meeting at a school board meeting? And yes, we can. We can cancel it, and then we can take steps to notify the electorate for when we're going to have a vote, if we're going to have a vote, or if we choose to reschedule it. And then there's a question about our articles, which say that the vote has to come from the floor. And the Secretary of State changed that, got permission to change those regulations. And so we can decide to move all of the articles that have to be voted, the borrowing and spending of money, the accepting of grants, and then our budget and the other articles that go on the warning can be voted from the floor. We can change it to, it's supposed to be voted from the floor, but we can change that to Australian ballot under the emergency measures that are currently in place. So then the question becomes, do we want, and please, if you have any questions, just say, I can't see the list of people, so I won't be able to see your hand. So I'm just going to read through these other two things, and then we'll go back to questions. But I checked with the Brattleboro Town Clerk, about voting. How would it happen? What would it cost? What could we do? And not surprising, because this is exactly what she said the first time I asked her about this a couple of months ago, is that finding poll workers and counters and keeping them safe is the primary concern of having in-person voting. Particularly with our board of civil authority in Brattleboro, they're like me, they're in the high risk category, and they're really not. They don't want to have to work the polls. A lot of logistics would have to be worked out in order to make it happen. She also talked to the town manager, and I'm forgetting his last name, from the Secretary of State's office, who's been very helpful through this entire process. And the municipal centers would not be available in Brattleboro. And so we would have to use, I'm not sure if the town halls are open in the other towns or not, but most of them are locked, and they have one staff person at a time. So it would be very difficult to manage an election with people coming inside. So she talked about a gym or a large space where you can come in and out the exit to make the needs for physical distancing easier. And the doors could be open so people wouldn't even have to touch the doors. But again, the governor's orders about social distancing, the number of people allowed in, we'd have to comply with those. We can rewarn it with a 30 to 40 day time frame. And if we voted it on say June 30th, which happens to be a Tuesday, and it failed, then we could revote it with a 7-day warning. So we could revote it again. We could just make some reductions or whatever we decide to do, and then revote it again in the next week. And those are all the things that we have to do under the current law. Again, if the legislature changes it, we may not have to vote, but if we do have to vote, and the decision we have to make tonight, we can now, because it's a 40-day, not 45-day. We can wait until our next meeting, which would be the 20th is too late. We have to decide tonight whether we're going to rewarn the annual meeting or schedule a vote. We have to, if we don't have a budget, and we don't, and unless the legislature tells us we can have one between now and June 1st, we won't have one. And our contract, our negotiated agreement with both employee groups says that if we're going to be reducing any positions, any reductions in force, people must be informed by June 1st if we don't have a budget, and we don't. So there are 3 options that are in front of us. Again, only one that we actually have any control over. One is to put our proposed budget to a vote, to the voters, to take it to the voters. The other is and again, we don't have any control over this. The 2 proposals are from the Senate, and you've heard a little bit about this earlier in the meeting. The Senate is supporting, the Senate Ed Committee unanimously and strongly is supporting approving our last year's spending, and Frank clearly articulated the problems with that, the way that budget was built, rather than a budget for this current structure, this current system. They will approve that. The legislature will approve that, and then if we want to have a vote and try and get our proposed budget, we can do that. The estimate is that system of approving the FY20 spending for all of the 19 districts that don't have budgets, apparently it's reported or estimated that it saves the Ed Fund $17 million. And then on the House side, the House Ed Committee just yesterday scheduled talking about a draft of a bill, and they scheduled it very late. It wasn't on the agenda in the morning, so I didn't even know it happened until today, and I was able to watch most of it. But they're proposing, as I think Frank described, approving the proposed budgets, particularly for districts like us who had our meetings scheduled but couldn't hold them, approving our proposed budget. And it's estimated that that would cost the education fund $17 million. So that's a part of the dissension, is that the amount of money that's involved. But that's not the whole. There are many more parts to the puzzle. But that's the disagreement. If they are unable to come to agreement, and I'm going to hold back on editorializing or any comments at all on what I think might happen or is happening. And I would ask other people too that may have history or war stories about dealing with the legislature to not to sort of hold those and try to address just our current decision, which is whether or not to hold a vote. But the current law was designed, it's a bridge loan kind of a law designed for budgets that were voted down and maybe voted down a second or third time. And now it's July 1st and the district needs some money. They need to borrow. And what it does is add together all of the grants, the federal grant, I'm not sure what all of them are, but federal grants, any money that's coming into the district that's not coming out of the ed fund, that's from other revenue sources. And it also requires us to put all of our reserves together and then subtract that from our whatever we have for that at this moment, subtract that from our FY20 spending total, and then we can borrow 80%, 87% of the remainder. So we take out, and I think that's around $40 or $42 million. So we would be voting on, that would be less based on the I don't know how many millions of dollars of grants, and I'm not specific about the reserves, but we would get way less than the $40,000 that we are currently, or $40 million that we are currently spending. And we also would have exhausted our reserve funds. We can vote as many times as it takes to get a budget. If we are stuck with this and we put our budget before the voters and reduce it and have a vote and it's rejected, then we would reduce a little more and have another budget, another vote, and go on until we passed something. And that would determine our spending for the next year. So that's, let me unshare that now and have a look at the, so that's kind of the where we are. And I wanted to kind of go through the facts of the situation, what we can do, and what we can't do, and what the limitations are, and what the law says, so we wouldn't have to spend a lot of time talking about that, and kind of try to get to the question of, do we want to, what do we want to do? Do we want to schedule a vote? Do we want to wait for the legislature to decide? Do we, looking at I think it was $159 million deficit for next year, do we think that the legislature is do we think we know what the legislature might do? So that's the background. That's the situation we are in as best I can present it right now. I would welcome any comments from Frank or Lyle or Andy, or anybody, any other administrators that have other insights. So I don't see, Sean, I know has his hand up, and I just wanted to see if Frank or Lyle had anything to add. So Sean, go ahead. You have a comment or question?
Well, I was just wondering, we have 3 representatives here, and I was really hoping, I mean, they came to the meeting, they offered to give information, and so far they haven't been able to speak. And I think it would be very appropriate if they had a chance to tell us some of the information that they have.
I'm not sure who is still here.
I think they've left. I think they said they had a 7
They all
o'clock
had another
meeting.
meeting, yeah. And I also think it's important, Sean, for us to not hear, I mean, I don't want to hear explanations about why the legislature thinks what they think. I think these are the proposals. They're very clear. And what we have to do is decide, what are we going to do in the face of this uncertainty? And we have to make a decision tonight. Yeah, Frank, please.
Yeah, Dave, thanks for that overview. The 3 scenarios, the proposed budget to the voters, yes or no, that's your decision tonight. The wait and react to the legislative outcome. And then the third, I just wanted to comment on the third scenario. I think you described it, the way I understand it in the statute. I just wanted to be clear that the 87% borrowing option It is just, it's purely a cash flow mechanism, and your general calculations were, were consistent with the annual report, David. We are a typical district where we receive 13% of our funding from tuition and various other forms of aid, and then we typically receive 87% of our budget through the Ed Fund. That's what the 42 million is out of our $50 million budget. I just wanted to clarify for the board, when you're considering the three options that David has described, set a date tonight, wait and react to the education committees, or delay till July 1st, knowing that we would trigger the opportunity to borrow 87% of our current budget. But with that, knowing that we would pursue a public vote process until the voters do provide us with a approved budget. My own sense is that I think that if the legislature doesn't take action before June 1st, then the board, I would encourage the board to move forward with setting a date under whatever conditions that we have to deal with in terms of public health. But I would recommend that we do wait to see if there is a baseline that the legislature sets up for us that we think is workable. If we move ahead before that, I think that we'll put a lot of resources into dealing with the public health issues around having a meeting and all of those things you described, David, around the capacity of town clerks and town offices to deal with the situation. So that's why I'm recommending that you consider letting the legislative process unfold. But if it doesn't provide us clarity by the end of the month, June 1st, then we pick this thing back up, because I really think we need to have an approved budget, and if the legislature is not going to take action, we'll put all kinds of other problems into motion if we continue with no budget into August and September. It wreaks havoc on retaining our employees and making the proper commitments that we need to operate the schools.
Thank you, Frank. I think that's an excellent recommendation and excellent perspective. My only, I'm going to hear from other people. Lyle, please.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Frank and think that thinking about June, if we can even this evening set a date in June, that way we can still have a couple of weeks to determine whether or not find out whether or not the legislature is going to do anything, and have a little bit of time for us to continue to work on if it's safe to have any type of vote, what the costs of an fully Australian ballot would be, look at every single option that we might have to have a vote.
Thank you. Any board members, questions from Liz?
The Australian ballot kind of scares me, because everybody's having a hard time now, and if people don't come to a meeting so that we can explain the budget, it just seems to me like they're going to say, oh, that's too much money. No. I don't know if anybody else is thinking that way. Or could we set the meeting up so that if that we would hold it in person if the guidelines from the state at that time could be met? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, again, we don't know. That's part of the
Right.
problem. Is we don't know what the next situation is going to bring. And the point about it being a different time in terms of trying to pass a budget. That's been a major part of the conversation in the legislature. And on one side, it's really unfair for us to have to pass a budget under different conditions that everybody else passed it under. And we're going to start this new world at a deficit. So there's an inequity there. And then the other side of it is that, well, everybody's going to be suffering, so you might as well start now. But again, I think it's not, well, I'm going to hear from more people. Other board members? Oh, Mark Spino, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I just simply wanted to state that I agree with and support Frank's recommendation that he just made. Just wanted to, for the record.
Great, thank you.
I have a question, David.
Yes.
I believe there was a communication that you had with I forget if it was the Brattleboro clerk about
Yes.
doing voting by mail as a hybrid. It would be if we could find a way to have an in-person safe meeting, we could also get votes by people from mail. Is that what the idea was with that?
It's pretty broad, and I know Lyle's looked at these documents too. So if you have anything to add, please do. There are a couple of the clearest option is to have in-person voting where people come through and vote in person. You can supplement that by having absentee ballots as well.
Mm-hmm.
You could also mail ballots with return envelopes to everybody in the district and have an Australian ballot that way.
Right.
So there's a lot of flexibility in how, or we could put tents up all over the football field and set up the public address system and have everybody in masks 10 feet apart, and
Right.
people running around with microphones on poles so nobody would touch them, and and try and have a participatory meeting in July. I mean, there's just a bunch of different things. But what Liz said about maybe having people that rather than being better, it might actually be worse in August. We really have no idea what's going to happen. There's reliable information is not yet available in terms of where this is going.
I guess part of what my question was, if we had some sort of absentee or vote by mail, what are the downsides of that aside from, I believe we would have to pay the postage and mailing fees, of course, for however many thousands of households. Is there another downside that I'm not seeing? Because that's a cost, but it has to be done, and we have to make it as safe as possible. Maybe it's just worth the money.
That would be the safest way, for sure.
I mean, is there another downside that I'm not seeing aside from the cost?
The only thing that I've heard is bringing in the people to count the ballots.
Right. Yeah.
And that's, we again would have to make that as safe as possible.
Well, I hear for the information we know that the virus only lives on paper for 24 hours, as far as we know. We could have people vote at different people counting at different locations at least 24 hours after the thing comes in.
Yeah, leave the ballots out in the sun all day and then count them the next day.
Like we do with our groceries.
Yeah.
I don't know. That sounds like the safest, even though it's not immediate and it's not perfect. But then again, how do we do any sort of in-person? The people who want to show up in person, who want to debate it that way.
Yeah, and I think there's a question about, and there are people of a certain age group. I won't say what it is, but that would be very unlikely to come.
Right.
And so anyway, other thoughts or other considerations? Based on Frank's recommendation, we don't actually we wouldn't have to do anything tonight, really. If we could wait till, or we could schedule a vote and for late in June, and then cancel it if we didn't need to have it. That might be the most prudent way to go forward, and then work out at least theoretically work out the details of that between now and the 1st of June. Frank?
I just wanted to mention as a reminder, we all remember, most of us were there, June 26th, right? We voted on the current budget. And we were able to turn that around into a pretty typical school tax rate in mid-July. It took a lot of work to get there because that's way beyond the normal calendar. The normal calendar is the state collects budgets in June 1st. It goes to the tax department. They merge it with the legislative indices around school funding, and it goes to select boards by July 1st. You know, we did a remarkable job last year of having a vote on June 26th and still getting the data to the tax department, and then they working with town officials to get tax bills out under a pretty normal cycle. So that's why I was suggesting if we don't have a direction or a base plan from the legislature by June 1st, then we take matters in our own hands and we move along. And I think that, you know, given the 40-day requirement, or as you're talking about, Thomas and David, about a mail-in option, you know, these are things that I would think we would be in a little better position to make an informed decision on a month from now. One last thing, you know, David, you've mentioned, Lyle's mentioned, June 1st is our RIF date. So, you know, if we don't hear from the legislature, or if the school board, you know, decides to wait for more developments, then, you know, the administration, of course, will have to take responsibility for the reduction in force, you know, preparedness, you know, and that's, Thomas, you know, that's probably, you're asking what are the trade-offs. You know, that's a big one, in that, you know, if the legislature doesn't give us direction by, let's say, May, you know, 30th, then that creates that uncertainty that no one likes in a public school system.
And Beekman?
Yeah, just to clarify.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Thomas.
Just to clarify, what I was talking about was not the downside of not having the budget passed in time. Just the downside of mailing voting. That's all. If there was a downside to the technical, we don't want to not have a budget passed.
Yeah,
I understand.
Great, thank you. Ann Beekman?
Thank you, Frank, for your recommendation, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. Having listened to the Senate Ed Committee today, I'm pretty clear on what their position will be, and I don't imagine that will not be influential with the rest of the Senate. Consequently, I agree with Lyle in that I think we should schedule something, whether we need to use it or not.
Great, thank you, Ann.
I just had one more idea. Sorry, if somebody else wants to talk first. I'm talking now. Tim Maceo?
Oh, I wasn't going to speak, but I agree with the notion that first we should not meet in person. I think that's untenable given the situation. But I would be for a public virtual discussion followed by an absentee ballot with ballots being mailed out to all the voters in the district and simply doing it absentee.
Thank you.
That was what I was just going to say. That's a great idea.
Great minds. Emily, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share on this?
No, I mean, what Thomas and Tim and everybody else has kind of just said, I think is reasonable. I like the idea, as Ann said too, and Lyle, of scheduling something. I don't like the idea of moving too far into close to that July 1st date and not having, you know, having had a vote. So.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Kelly, do you have any thoughts to share?
I'm just agreeing with what everyone else is saying.
Oh, great. And Michelle?
Hi. I also agree that we need to schedule a vote. I'm just curious, some of the correspondence we saw with the clerk maybe just brainstorming ideas of voting. Like there was an idea of a drive-through voting that could be, people could stay in their cars and then people can request absentee ballots. And I'm wondering how much influence do we have over how a vote would happen in our community versus leaving it up to the individual towns?
That's the question that it's just.
It's a school district, so the towns, they kind of, I mean, they can choose not to do it for us. The town clerks are not required to handle our elections. They just kind of,
they're just helping to oversee it.
Yeah, and we would certainly want to negotiate with them what makes the most sense.
Okay, so there's still room for discussion on how we would do the vote.
And Frank or Lyle, is there any more information about how we interact with the town clerks that might be helpful?
I have not. Usually Barb is the one to reach out.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
So that's what we always say. We'll just turn it over to Barb and it'll come out right. Yeah. And Sean, you've been waiting a long time, but I wanted to give everybody a chance to speak.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I reached out to our town clerk, and she was pretty reluctant for a number of reasons to have a vote, doing the all by ballot. You still have to have the BOC there, the BCA, and there are a lot of older people there. And then, because you do have to, even if you do a mail vote, you have to have the availability of people being able to drop their ballots off in person. So that I reached out to Hillary, and she said they can't happen in the municipal center as of now. So it just seemed to me that it's pretty risky, I think, for vulnerable populations to be doing such a thing in public. So I would agree with Frank and Lyle and Mark in that if we waited, then we wouldn't have to wouldn't have to start getting the ballots, which is probably a pretty significant cost. And hope that the legislature comes through and satisfies what we need to have happen, which I personally think there's a good possibility. I've talked a great deal with Sarah Coffey. I've written to Kate Webb, and I have written to Emily, and there seems to be a lot of cooperation. And so that would be one of the tenets of being on the school board, is collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Emily?
So I just wanted to clarify, Sean, I didn't really understand what you were saying. So you're in agreement with Frank. Are you in agreement with everybody, or did Frank and Lyle say something different that I didn't understand about waiting for the vote? I had thought that they had also suggested early June.
Can I speak?
Yeah, sure. Yes, go ahead.
Frank had said that initially that if we wouldn't have to do something tonight, but that we could do it at the next meeting, and then give the legislature a chance to hopefully make a resolution. So I was agreeing at that moment. Lyle agreed with what Frank had said, and then Mark Spino also agreed with what Lyle said. So I'm going back to that original statement by Frank that was agreed by Lyle and Mark.
Well, I think in a minute we'll be able to clarify all that, because I'm going to ask for a motion if there are no further comments or thoughts. I think we sort of have a consensus. So I wonder if I could have a motion to, well, maybe we should talk a little bit about when we want to tentatively schedule it, because we still would have to warn it, even if we don't have the vote, if we want to schedule it now, and then rescind the decision on June 1st, or by June 1st if we don't hear from them. We need to choose a date. I had suggested June 30th because it's a Tuesday, which is a typical election day, but it sounds like we'll be looking for more of a mail-in vote sort of a format if we go that way. But do we want to select a date, and then I'll ask for a motion to schedule a Australian ballot on our meeting warning, our articles. June 30th seems like a reasonable, it's the last day before July 1st.
What if we have the June 30th date? Would we have to have everything counted and certified by the July 1st morning? Because it might not give us enough time.
That we probably, if nothing else happens, the state is going to give us the authority to borrow as of July 1st,
Right.
Under the current statute, to borrow up to 87%.
So we'd be doing that
Yeah,
temporarily.
we'd be doing it, yeah. And then we would have it approved. We could do it a day or two sooner. It really, that might be smarter to do it a few days.
Hey.
Emily?
So is that from what I understood, there were some negatives about doing it on June 30th. Is that, given the regulations around 40 days notice, it seems like that's not the earliest date we could do. Is that correct?
Right, the earliest date would be for us to warn it tomorrow, which would be the 6th, and that leaves, or 7th. So that leaves 24 days in May, and we would need another 16 days. So the earliest we could do it would be the 16th of June. So anytime after the 16th of June.
Is that better for, because we had talked a little bit about the effect, meaning of having such a short turnaround time on getting together all the taxes and also, letting teachers know and all this kind of stuff. Is it better, in the opinion of the administration, for it to be earlier?
Well, I'll offer a thought, and then we'll query the administration. If we did it on the 16th or earlier, we wouldn't have much time after the 1st to do the arrangements to get the balloting done. That wouldn't give the town clerks much time to get for the ballots to be printed and mailed out or anything along those lines. Nancy?
Hi. As somebody who lives in a district that has regularly not passed their school budget, I will tell you that the longer we wait, the more good teachers we will lose. So your best teachers will end up going to districts that are looking to hire because they won't be willing to take the risk of waiting. And I worry about the attrition and what that does to our students as they're coming back, having been out of school this long, and how long it will be by the time we get to August and September.
Lyle?
So I believe Emily had asked something about teacher contracts. Our deadline is June 1st. So this discussion is we're not going to have a budget in place by June 1st unless we were to have the meeting as scheduled in May. What will happen is that we will have to make some decisions based on the information that we have around the last week of May, and then either send letters of intent or RIF letters, depending upon what we're thinking might happen. Our best guesses with the budget at that point.
Any other thoughts about what date to schedule the vote? Or is there a consensus that we just not schedule it and wait and see what happens? And and maybe vote in July. As Lyle said, we're not going to have a budget in time to not have to send out the notices. It's just a question of whether we'll know how many we have to send out. So what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to hear more from Nancy about the threat of teachers moving to other districts. Is that
Yeah, I think, well, I think,
Go ahead, Nancy.
yeah.
Sure. So what I know from experience is that Springfield historically has a hard time passing budgets. And in a traditional year without the impact of COVID-19, usually we've had, we're on our way into, by this time in the year, we're on our way into at least the second vote. By the time we would move to a third or a fourth vote, which we've done in the past, teachers would be actively job hunting because you will either have given them a letter of intent, which they will hopefully, which they will hopefully stay waiting for a contract, or you've given them a RIF notice. And if you've given them a RIF notice, you have in effect said there's a very good chance you will not have a job. So some of the people you're losing in that situation is your youngest and best talent. And you may be in a situation, if the budget passes, that you could rehire them, but they may have already accepted a new job. So I am just saying to you that the longer you wait to pass a budget, the more you're asking them to wait in limbo. And I'm already writing letters of recommendation for some of the young teachers that are at the Career Center. And I don't know about other administrators, but I know people are really worried about losing their jobs. And some of the people we're potentially going to lose are really great teachers. So that would be my only input.
So I'd like to not have dialogue if we could.
Okay.
Hear from other people. You can obviously speak again.
No, that's fine.
See if anybody else wants to comment on this. The only thing I would say is that we're going to try and send as few RIFs as possible. And that's the last place we're going to be looking. Although we have to obviously look at that. It's the last place we're going to be looking. Michelle, please.
Yep, I'm just thinking about the date and the date that you threw out, June 30th. And I believe I saw that if we were to do 100% absentee ballot, those have to be mailed out to voters 14 days, no less than 14 days before the vote. So I think that time crunch really is important to note if we're going from June 1st, and it would have to be mailed out really by the end of the second week of June. That's June 30th might be the best we can do.
Thank you. Kelly?
I just want to say that, I mean, I'm really conflicted on all these options, but the sooner we can do it, I would say that's better. That's whatever it appears to be.
Thanks. So we are unresolved here. Mark.
What about Tuesday, June 16th? And just to also want to say, one thing we have going for us with our teachers is that we have a history of a very stable school system and towns that really value education and have always supported us. And we're just stuck in a really unique situation, worldwide pandemic.
Yep. Well put. Tim?
Oh, no.
Okay. Well, what I'm hearing is that Michelle's comment about having to mail spend the money to purchase and then mail out the absentee ballots or the mail-in ballots. And we haven't decided that's what we're going to do, but we need to consider that. With a stamped self-addressed return envelope in them, would have to be done if we did do Tuesday the 16th or anywhere in that third week of June. We would have 2 days after June 1st to get those all printed and sent out, or we'd have to invest in them before we knew what was going to happen. And we could if it's important to have it early, the vote as early as possible, we could say we're going to decide finally on June 1st, but we'd have to find out when do we have to order those from the printer and get them to the postal service. So we might have to start, say, a week before June 1st, purchase those ballots. That would be a way to avoid that crunch. But again, I don't have a sense of whether sooner or later is a consensus. So maybe we should have a motion, and then we can vote on it and decide which way we're going to do it.
Well, I was going to say, looking at the calendar for June, if we have to make up our mind on Monday the 1st, Friday is the 5th. That would give us a full week to get, that's still a short amount of time, but that would give us a full working week to get everything together and prepared to deliver to the post office. And then we could have a date of June 19th, a Friday, for the actual election. That gives us 2 weeks, but it gives us 1 week of preparing in June, right in the middle of the month. And then if we need a revote, we have to warn a week ahead of time for a revote, correct?
7 days ahead, yeah.
So that would still give us enough time for another one before July 1st.
Right.
So that's about right in the middle of our options. That sounds reasonable to me. I don't know if it does to other people.
Yep. Michelle?
Yeah, not a big difference, but I just wanted to correct myself because I double checked, and the ballot shall be mailed no less than 15 days before the election.
Okay. So then
Can I have a question?
Just a second.
Okay.
So we don't know if it's possible to get several thousand ballots and envelopes printed up in a week. So we're operating without some pretty crucial information.
And that will be on the town clerks, because they know who's a registered voter. Usually when we're putting out information like that, we're sending it to everyone, but this will just go to registered voters. So we're going to need to work with town clerks on this one.
Right. And we don't know how much that will cost. Do you recall, Lyle or Frank, off the top of your head, what the mailing about the annual meeting, which is just a postcard, cost with no return? That went to every voter.
Yeah, I think it was about 7,000. And, just using really round numbers, just at the office without a special discounted rate, we get a 50-cent meter for postage. So in, round numbers, I think we have, is it 14,000 voter checklist folks? I don't know if that's exact or not, but there's a budgetary number for us just for postage. $7,000 for the one way. If you want to have a return, that's 14,000, and then there's the printing cost of the the ballots and so on. So the range is maybe between. I don't know if there's some kind of a discount there that Barb handles that, but maybe it's as low as 12,000, but it could be as high as 15,000. And Sean has noted that he's seen references in the CARE Act that that funding cannot be used to reimburse election costs. So that's definitely a cost of added to the budget, but likely necessary if the legislature does not take action.
Thank you. Tim.
I just have a question. Besides the uncertainty for teachers not having contracts by June 1st, what is the downside of buying us time for a month by borrowing the money for the first month?
You know, a major interruption is for the town offices. If normally, you know, they send out the municipal tax bills in July, and on normal circumstances, obviously, that's coordinated with the school tax bills. So if they don't have you know, if there's no approved school budget, then they have to issue an interim tax bill, and then they have to reconcile that with whatever the ultimate resolution is for electoral or a legislative vote, and then so their cost of managing the tax, you know, not only distributing the bills but reconciling it, it's very significant. So that's a major downside.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to then, I think, given that this is something we don't want to invest in unless we absolutely have to, I'm going to ask for a motion to schedule an Australian ballot for June 30th. And what else do we have to ballot to seek approval of our annual meeting warnings. I don't know how much more specific it needs to be than that. Does anyone like to make that motion?
David?
Yes.
I think you've said it succinctly as Wendy. You know, I took some notes as you were saying that, David. I wrote out a motion to set the annual meeting on June 30th, utilizing the Australian ballot form of voting as authorized by the Secretary of State under the governor's emergency provisions.
That's terrific, and it gives us the option to use any variety of the Australian ballot. We could use the, we could actually do the in-person if things look better, or we could do the in-person and absentee ballots anyway. Yeah, that gives us a lot of options.
David?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Wendy. Sean is waiting.
I just want to be recognized to ask Frank if he could send me a chat or an email with the wording of what he got for the motion, please. Thank you.
That would be very helpful. Yes, Sean.
Okay, I just looked in my annual report. There are 14,459 registered voters in the 4 towns, and I agree with Thomas in that if we delay the vote or use your recommendation on the 30th, I think that's good, because if the legislature does do something, then we don't have to waste that money, you know, to have the vote. So I'd be in favor of a later date.
Would you be interested in presenting Frank's motion or to move Frank's motion as presented?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I would like to reiterate and move the motion that Frank just expressed.
And
a second.
Thank you, Tim. Michelle?
I was going to second it.
Oh, you're going to second? Okay.
I'm all about
You gotta be quick. Whoever's, I'm going to mute you, Tim.
Sorry.
It's okay. We have a motion to warn the annual meeting and Australian ballot for June 30th, based on the current emergency regulations from the Secretary of State. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, Sean. You'll need to unmute.
I'm sorry. I just have one more question. If that does come to fruition, there is a vote on June 30th. Would we have to borrow at that moment or not? Because the borrowing, if we borrowed $4.2 million in the first month, that incurs probably an $80,000 or $60,000 debt service. So that was one last question. I don't mean to muddy the waters with that question, but it is something to consider.
Yeah, I'm typically, we don't have a lot of typical for the Wyndham Southeast School District because it will be only the second annual year of operations. But we did not have to borrow last year for July. I would probably bring a resolution to the board to give us the option to borrow, but with our accounts payable and accrued wages, we have a significant amount of accrued wages as of June 30th that, that means they earn their total contract, but they elect to be paid in the summer. And that cash flow would probably alleviate the need to borrow. Certainly, I don't expect we'd need to borrow 4 million, but so it should not be a material amount for the month of July.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion? Seeing and hearing none. Oh, yes, Thomas.
Just if we set the meeting, set the vote for, you said the 30th.
Yes.
When do we have to decide and warn where and how it will be? Where and when? So sorry, when do we have to say it will be here, it will be in this manner?
That's a good question.
So the warning requirement, as you said, David, would be between 30 and 40 days. So no sooner than 40 days and no later than 30 days prior to the June 30. So that the answer would be, that last week in May is when the board needs to approve a warning.
So probably next meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can have Barb count it out
Yeah,
for us so we can have a.
Yeah, and contact the town clerks and get some, great. Any other comments on the motion? Hearing none, would all unmute, please? And all in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Hearing none, I would say the motion has passed, and we will continue the process of uncovering the mysteries of Vermont politics and dealing with this new world that we are in. I believe that's all we need for, where's my agenda? That's, we have rescheduled the annual meeting as said. So now I would like to approach the consent agenda, which includes the approval of minutes for April 15th, 2020, and the warrants and payroll approvals as presented on the agenda. Could I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Anne. And could I have a second, please?
Second, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Moved by Anne, seconded by Emily to approve the consent agenda. Again, please unmute and if you signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda for warrants and April 15th minutes is approved. We have a lot of visitors and members of the public. Is there any comments or any recognition or announcements from our visitors? This is the public participation, which used to come at the beginning of the meeting. I'm not seeing any blue hands. So and the next item is communications. We did receive an inquiry from the group that was promoting the placement of a POW MAA flag on the high school flagpole. They're asking what was the current situation, and Lyle and Steve and I all replied independently, and I think Kelly was very happy with the scope of responses she got. So, and the response was that we're not in business right now. The student council has not had a chance to talk about it, and we haven't either. We haven't contacted the lawyer or followed up on it because the committee has not met. And the Amendment and Policy Committee does still have the work in front of it that it had when they came with the proposal, and they seemed to be fine with that. They were just looking for an update. Were there other communications? No. Okay. Then I think we are down to executive session, and while I know about the contractual issue, are there any other issues that we need to take up? Okay, then I would like to move that we enter into executive session under VSA 313 to discuss contracts where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at a substantial disadvantage. Invited to the executive session are the superintendent, the business manager. I also have invited the Vernon School Board to join us, and Christina Naylor as our former chairperson to also join us for this executive session. There will be no decisions made, and we will arrange to reconnect with BCTV when we come out of executive session. So could I have a motion?
David, were you
Yes.
going to invite Andy Skarzinski?
Oh, yes, I did, but I forgot to mention, yes, and Andy Skarzinski. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to move into executive session and ask anyone that's not invited or a board member to please leave the meeting at this time. Thank you. And I made the motion. Would someone second it? And then we'll have a vote.
Second, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. All those in favor of entering executive session at 7:56, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? We'll be in a moment in executive session as soon as I check.
David,
Yes.
you don't need me after this, right?
No.
Okay.
No,
All right, thank you.
You can check with Rick about the timing if you need to, or one of us can contact. How does it? Oh, Thomas.
Probably
I'll
Thomas.
send it.
Yeah, Thomas.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So David, will you have any decisions to make?
We will not. Motion to adjourn at 8:38 is approved. We are adjourned.
call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock, 6:01. Are you all set, Rich, from BCTV? Okay, and then I don't see, now I lost him. Oh, Peter, you all good?
I'm good.
Okay, so, hey, Dwight, how are you?
Hello.
So, just so everybody knows, I swore at Kate last week on Friday, so she's now official. So, Kate, welcome to the board. Thank you very much for signing that paper. I figured you weren't going to do that and you were going to take off on us, but we appreciate having you here. So, does anybody have any additions or deletions to the agenda? Mark, do you have any? Mark, is there any public around?
No.
Okay. We have the minutes of the April 20th, 2020 meeting. So if we can get a motion to approve them.
Before that, Barry Pearson was not a board member in attendance at that meeting.
Yeah, I've got a couple other ones. Does anybody else have anything to add besides the Barry Pearson? Okay, I also had, and I thought I sent you an email, Peter, but I may have missed it. We came out of executive session probably around 7:35, and Richard and Rick were going to keep the board informed of where we stood. And then I don't remember.
7:35.
And then I think Rick motioned that we adjourn, and everybody agreed. And I don't think we had a roll call vote because I think everybody got off TV really quick.
So
And the other,
between when you emerged from the meeting, from the executive session, somebody was going to do what?
Rick and Rich were going to keep the board informed.
Good, thank you.
And then Rick moved to adjourn.
Got that.
Like 2 minutes later.
Noted.
I move that we approve the minutes of April 20th, 2020 as amended.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dwight seconds it.
Yes.
Roll call vote. Rick Thorpe.
Aye.
Dwight.
Here. Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
And Kate.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. We all voted. And then next thing is correspondence, which I have none. Matt or Tammy or Bill, is there any correspondence I'm missing?
I have nothing.
That has nothing. Tammy's shaking her head, and Bill ran away. He'll be back. Okay, so all business. We have equity, and that was a placeholder for future discussions. And Laura's not here, so. Hey, Bill, did you have any correspondence for us? Bill, did you have any correspondence for us? Okay. Website design. Mark, I believe you were going to talk. You had some stuff you were working on.
Yeah, I went through the RFP from last April, I think. My recommendation is that we update the dates and take out the financial information and send it out as is. I know that's not the typical way educational RFPs get sent out, but in the business world, that's how we would send out an RFP for a website and let companies come back with a price. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, did we send that out? Was that part of the minute?
Nope,
Meeting
never
packet?
sent out. Was never, the board never, board put it on hold at the time.
No, I meant, was it sent out for this meeting?
Uh,
No,
nope.
Bill
I
said
can send,
send
I can
out.
send it out quickly.
Okay, well, why don't you send it out and then, but let's talk, we'll put that top on the agenda next meeting, because that way people get a chance to look at it. I know we've had it before, but it would be brand new to Kate.
All right.
Is that okay with everybody?
Works for me.
Okay, cool. So Bill did submit us a calendar for the work plan. It looks like multicolored pieces of paper. Did anybody have any comments on the work plan?
No, I think you just updated those two things, right, Bill?
I updated those two things, and then just to update you on May 18th, we have on the calendar IB update, so Matt is preparing that for May 18th.
I was going to bring that up. I wasn't sure if we were going to do that again or do that still.
Yeah, I think
I'll let Matt talk about it.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to remind you that we talked about doing that the second meeting in May. And so I just wanted to let you know I'm ready. We'll be ready to do that. I should have something to send out to you by this coming Monday in preparation for that. So you have time to look over those survey results and read the administrative recommendation.
So Bill, on the agenda, on the next agenda under old business, we're gonna have website design. And then we're gonna have the IB review. And Matt, you're running away. You go the dog, You're gonna let the parents know that had written letters about this, right? So that that they can participate via whatever system they want to participate by.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put something out through the Power School alert system that lets them know that not only those parents in particular, but lets all the parents know that this will be a topic for that board meeting.
Yeah, I think we definitely, to those specific parents, we definitely need to let them know because they had concerns.
Yeah, I'll send them a specific email.
And then Mark, will they be like on this, will they be one of the squares? Will we look more like Hollywood squares or?
Unless they call in on a telephone.
Okay, but somebody will be able to monitor if they have questions or comments, correct?
Yep. That's part of that procedure that I sent out to you guys before our first meeting. I'll send it out to everyone again.
Okay,
And,
is everybody, go ahead, Mark, I'm sorry.
I was just going to suggest that it gets sent out to all the Wardsboro parents as well. I didn't know if you have separate lists or how that works.
Yeah, we certainly can do that. Tammy?
What is the ask, Mark? Can you just clarify that for me?
Just whatever message that Matt's going to send out to the Dover parents in regards to the May 18th IB review meeting that gets sent out to the Wardsboro parents as well.
Okay.
So everybody's good with that? Okay, cool. Anything else on the work plan for anybody? Dwight?
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at it. Is this something, I mean, under normal circumstances, would we kind of be having a get together where we'd be designing what we want to be work on for the coming year, or we should be filling some of it, or is this something kind of a homework project, or is this a work in progress, or what's the plan going to be for the plan?
Yeah, if you see something that we're missing that you want to get in there, that this would be the time to bring that up.
Okay. Just saying, 'cause maybe we don't have any meetings in October. Or wait.
It's not that we have a meeting, but just when we're doing certain things.
No, I understand. Okay. No, I'll be happy to come up with some ideas. I'm just wondering if it's more of a collaboration, if there are other things we need to be discussing or.
Yeah, I think Bill and Matt and Tammy, we, one of the things too is like, I know in November you got to identify budget priorities. But we also talk about making sure, looking for efficiencies. Even though we have an approved budget, with Lori and stuff, and I don't have that in there. So maybe that's something you guys can talk with Lori, and maybe we can add that somewhere here in the future. Okay, Dwight, is there anything else you're thinking of specifically, or was that?
No, I didn't. I just was kind of wondering about the process. Like this will add to this as the year goes on, or that's what I was looking for. I didn't have anything to add specifically.
Yeah, it's definitely not like locked in, set in stone, and we can't change it. We can add and we can delete and we can move things. It was just kind of a framework so that people think of if there's something they have some interest in. And then also part of the thing is, remember last year while we were doing some of the budget reviews, people wanted to know when it would have been a good time to come and talk about that. And I think that November, identified budget priorities in the format.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rich. I think part of during the budget process last time around, there were questions about when certain things will be discussed. So, so parents could come to the meetings they thought would be most effective for the issues they were looking to talk about.
Yeah. So everybody else good, or anybody else got any comments on that? Okay, then moving along, our next item is auditor appointment, discussion, and possible action. So I have talked to the 3 people that had expressed interest. Last year, Robert McIntyre was one of our auditors from Eastover, Randy Capitani from Eastover, and Matt had talked to a Danielle Salway, who's a parent, and she has a bookkeeping business, part-time keeping business, and lives up in Dover Hills. Unfortunately, they're all 3 from Dover, but they all volunteered. And the one thing they asked me was, what do we have to do? And I said, pretty much nothing. We just have to appoint, and they're willing to be appointed, and they're all willing if, we need to have something done, or we can call on them. So, I know last time we advertised and we had a gentleman from Wardsboro who was willing to do it if we couldn't find anybody else. And that was almost as hard a position to find as it was for a school board member. So if you guys want to appoint somebody, make a motion to appoint those 3, we could do that. And then just next year we need to, oh, my screen went away. We need to make sure we discuss it at the school district meeting.
So I'll move that we appoint those 3.
Peter, Robert McIntyre.
Yes, sir. Noted.
Randy Capitani.
And Danielle Galloway.
Danielle Salway, Salway.
Yes.
Matt, is it Danielle or Daniela?
Danielle, no A at the end.
Okay, so
I remember
Mark,
she was at a meeting before.
Okay, so Mark made the motion. Rick, you want to second it?
Sure, I'll second that.
Cool. We have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? If not, we'll go through roll call. We'll start with you, Rick.
Aye.
Dwight.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
Okay, so again, everybody's in favor, so the motion carries. Does anybody have any old business? Anything we missed from the minutes? Seeing none. New business, we had a written principles report. I know everything had something in it, but financial efficiencies. It's hard to have financial efficiencies during a COVID epidemic. Any questions, comments, Rick?
None here.
Dwight?
No, looks good.
That,
Can I get a hold of a copy to append to the minutes?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Peter,
Hang on.
I'll send you a link to all the documents. The financial efficiencies, I'm just showing a bullet point with nothing else there. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, that's what my comment was. There are no financial efficiencies, so that's why there's nothing there. Kate, you have any questions? You got a copy of it, right, Kate?
Yes, no questions.
Okay. Anything other, Matt and Tammy, that showed up on the principals report that you want to bring up? Okay, you don't see anything, so moving right along. Superintendent's report. We had a 4.5-page superintendent's cabinet report. Did anybody have any questions on the written cabinet report?
What color are you painting in the inside of Dover? Same color?
We're going to stick with that nice mauve pink color. What do you think?
Oh, Bill doesn't like it.
No, we're doing it's a kind of a slate blue on the bottom and then a institutional off-white on the top. It looks really good. It looks nice.
The mauve came from the addition people and nobody liked it.
Yeah, it's going.
Bill, no questions on the superintendent's report. Do you have anything additional for the superintendent?
I do. It'll be brief, but I just wanted to update the board on the conversation that we had today. There were VSBA and VSA with the director of the Joint Fiscal Office, Mark Peralt, the Secretary of Education, Dan French, and the legislative aide from Peter Welch's office. And kind of the three big takeaways to keep you all informed is that Ways and Means is spending all day Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week trying to creatively come up with a solution, hopefully by the end of the week, to find 153 million, which is the projected shortfall in the ed fund for next year. In the superintendent's report, I gave you guys a copy of the latest from April 29th that was presented to the Ways and Means Committee about how to try to creatively use some of that money underneath the regulations that are tied to that money. They have some other ideas that they're trying to figure out, because the belief in the Ways and Means Committee is that absorbing 153 million on the backs of the property tax is just too high of a bar to try to accomplish. So I just wanted to make you guys aware that this week there should be a lot of movement on that. The Secretary of Education, without being explicit, intimated that the return to fall will not look like pre-COVID times. He was not explicit on what that meant, but he wanted to kind of start dropping the crumbs down that the fall is going to look something different than what we all have normally experienced in the fall. His operating principle is that we should be spending our time this summer planning for the fall and not trying to catch up what happened right now. I kind of think we're going to try to do both because I don't want to miss the opportunity of, if there's an opportunity for us to do some robust summer work with students in small groups, I really want to take advantage of that, and so do the principals. So I think we're going to do two parallel paths where we're going to use the summer to plan for the fall, and we're going to use the summer to try to catch up at the minimum our most vulnerable students. But the fall could look very much like it looks right now. It could look a hybrid where we have kids coming in on certain days. It could look like back when I was going to kindergarten and you had a group come in the morning and a different group came in the afternoon. I don't know. But over the next 6 weeks, that's the kind of plans that we're going to be working on based on the guidance from the state. So I just wanted the board to kind of understand those contexts, or that context. Mark, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to watch the meeting from this afternoon, the VSBA will be sending it out to all board members, a link to it tomorrow. And Katie, I'll make sure that I send it to you so that you have it.
Thank you, Mark.
The biggest thing I took away from that meeting today was that they're very concerned about students were missing, students that were not being able to access, and I think there's going to be a lot of time and effort put into that. And I noticed that there was a new memo from the Department of Ed today about Medicaid and billing for students, for phone stuff. So it seems like almost every day there's a new memo from the Department of Ed that's creating a lot of work for everybody, making it like people jump through hoops. I wish, if they think that they're not going to have school in the fall, as it was pre-COVID-19, that they tell us now so we can start preparing, because that's going to be really tough on parents, especially in our area where, if ski areas open and the businesses get going again, sometimes the school is more than just education. It also does act as daycare for people. And if they don't have that, that's going to be a huge, I think they're going to go somewhere. If they don't want school, they're going to go into some kind of daycare situation or something. So I know, and you guys can push at the Superintendent's Association and Matt and Tammy, the principals, that if that is what they're thinking, they need to really push hard on that to let us know as early as they can, because that's, I think everybody's assuming that we're going to go back to school, at the end of August, beginning of September.
Yeah.
The VSBA has an emergency meeting this Friday. I can push it then as well.
Yeah, I really think if they're really considering that, then they really should start letting us know now. I don't know. Does anybody else have any thoughts?
I don't think it's just the schools that are in this boat. I think the daycares are also in the boat, because I have a child in each age bracket. And right now, my current daycare is closed. I have no idea when they're going to reopen or what it will look like when they do reopen and how many spots they will have. Right now, my employer is having us all work remotely. So I'm working from home with people coming and going, as you guys see. And this is the COVID normal at this point in the game. So I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see where we go.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dwight.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, Bill, can you give us any idea of some of the things that are being bounced around to either, one, make up the shortfall, or what school may look like in the fall? I mean, some of the things that they're talking about, or do they even know themselves?
No, I mean, I think they're being really creative with the shortfall. I think actually this board has been very prescient to kind of wait and see what these discussions were going to bear fruit instead of diving into the worry right away. Because once they learn the rules of the 1.25 billion, then they came up with some interesting ideas. So kind of modeling the $1,200 check to citizens of the United States. They're considering grants to all property taxpayers, because that technically is not backfilling a loss of revenue. It's giving something to the citizens. So it's kind of in that gray area, but I really like the idea. And then they would just do it to match that 26 cents that is estimated to be lost. So everybody would get a grant on their tax bill that actually would gobble up that loss, but it would look like everybody paid, that the tax rate would rise, but then you'd get a grant to bring it back down to normal. That's one idea they're looking at, which I think has real promise. At least the Welch people felt that way.
This is a federal grant you're talking about now.
Well, no, the state has the money, and then the state gets to distribute that 1.25 billion however they decide. They just have to follow the rules that are provided.
Gotcha. Okay.
Secondly, when you talk about what it's going to look like in the fall, everything's kind of on the table. It could look exactly like it looks right now to start. It could look like it looks right now and bringing in small groups of kids. You know, Kate's first grade daughter might come in on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, but she's home on Thursdays and Fridays. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but we meet with the secretary on Thursday, so we'll be asking these questions that you guys are talking about. I think that Friday, May 8th is a big deal because they're going to talk about graduation ceremonies. And so I think that's going to be starting to show us kind of what their thinking is. And then back to a point that Rich talked about the most vulnerable kids and being in touch. I would let you guys know as a board, you should be really proud of your team because you have really high percentage of kids engaging. Just as an example, in Wardsboro, after 9 days off for vacation, 100% of all of their students engaged right after vacation. I mean, that is huge. That is a real connection to the school that is just gigantic. So you guys have really set a nice connective tissue that people want to be a part of. So we're going to have less kind of making up because we have a very engaged family and community.
I would say, yeah, and for the summer, you know, I've never been a big fan of summer school, but I think the engagement is really important for the kids. And if they don't have other things going on in the summertime, just the ability to reach out to their friends in the community and, you know, have a little bit of a learning experience, I think probably be a good idea. So I'd be interested to see what they come up with or what we come up with the summer months.
Yeah, we're operating on starting that planning after we hear from the secretary on Friday.
Okay. Thanks, Bill.
Is everybody all good with Bill's superintendent report? Okay, so part of that, under that, Bill's got a half day for professional development in school focus. You want to have a discussion on that. And we also got a email from Tammy and Matt, or a part of one of the packages was Steve and IB program development proposal. So I think these are kind of like go together hand in hand. I believe Matt and Tammy, are you okay with that? So Bill, why don't you start, and then Matt and Tammy, you can come in and tell us what's going on.
So basically, Matt, Tammy, and I have been discussing since August how to make sure that we are really developing the programs, really developing STEAM, really developing IB, really reflecting on not only implementing a program, but developing a program. And we have a model in West River that is going into its third year next year of developing. We needed to have some unification of all the schools that were working together in West River. And so we came up with a plan to do 6 half days throughout the year so that we could have all the elementary schools start working together and have the middle school kind of develop its middle school world while the high school was developing a reaction to their test scores, really. And it's been highly successful in getting the deep kind of development that we want in West River. And so I've been discussing this with Tammy and Matt for about 6 months. And I asked them to kind of collaborate on kind of a one-pager to share with you guys where our best thinking is right now. But we really would like to encourage the board to support 6 half-days next year for the development of the STEAM program and the development of the IB program above and beyond the winter sports days. We're finding that time is super critical, and we can really make some high-level, long-term, durable investments, but we just need to have that time. So that's kind of the broad strokes, and Matt and Tammy, if you can kind of flesh that out, that would be awesome.
Go ahead, Tam. Do you have anything to add?
I think you nailed it, Bill, really. I mean, basically, we're looking for some more time. I know, especially, STEAM is really in the infancy stages here at Wardsboro. And in order for us to really, develop a high quality program and get to the place where we want teachers to be integrating this within their classrooms, we need a little bit more time as a team, as a school-based team, in order for us to work on that.
Yeah, I think it's the same. What we're finding with IB is the same thing. The winter sports time is great, but we're looking for something that's a little more spread out throughout the year. Every 4 to 6 weeks, a new IB unit starts, and there's quite a lot of turnover that needs to happen in that time. And a lot of it is based on reflection, where teachers are reviewing the work that they've done and the effectiveness of that work. And it's really important after the job is done to have a look at it and try to determine whether or not it was successful and what you would change to try to improve it. So by the time January, February rolls around, the iron has cooled down, for lack of a better word or a better analogy, with those 2 or 3 units or 4 units that have been taught in the fall. So we're just looking for those times to try to grow the program, try to build the program, rather than just maintain the program in the case of the IB, to try to keep the status quo. We really want it to grow. We don't want it to just stay the way it is. And we're finding we're struggling with the time.
Any board members have any questions? Do any board members have any questions? Mark, do you have a question? Bill or Matt?
Katie had her hand up first.
Oh, I was saying, sorry, I thought Tammy was talking and adding something after Matt talked, and I didn't hear what she said.
Yeah, I was muted and I thought I was not. Sorry. Thank you, Kate. No, in addition to that, I'm just wondering and hoping that the additional time could also lend itself to some collaboration between the teachers and the schools, given more time.
Okay. Mark?
So 2 questions. One, are half days better than full days? And you're basically talking about 3 full educational days. I could be wrong, but I would think that from a parent perspective, a whole day that they could plan for would be better than 3 whole days and having essentially 6 half days, which for a working parent would be a whole day. So just a question.
Yeah, no, the design is so that the school day counts. We don't have in our contract enough professional development days to take those as full days.
Okay. And that answers my second question. So thank you.
All right.
Anybody, Dwight, you have a question?
No, I think that was kind of similar. My question was, how many days do they currently use for professional development and how many are contracted? So is this addition to what they are contracted for, or is this the same?
No, we
Yeah.
would have. Oh,
Go ahead, Rich.
well, so I was just looking, we contract for 186.5 days. And I was trying to figure out, because I can't find it really quickly, but there's X number of days that are student contact days, and certain dates can be used for professional development. So maybe Bill, run through us out of those 186.5, because we did make some changes for the SU also to give you some additional days at the SU, and then we wanted to give Matt and Tammy some time to for in school besides. So can you run through that for us?
Yeah, so you run 186.5 days, and you run 176 student days. So that gives you 10.5 professional development days. Half of those, 5 days, you work in collaboration with the SU, and then half of those, 5.5 days, are specific to River Valleys. And those are spread throughout the year, but those are primarily about building up, preparing to teach the Common Core, the whole broad range of education, rather than the specificity of STEAM or IB. And thus, that's why we use the winter sports days to focus primarily on STEAM and IB, but the additional 6 half days would allow for the development of the programs, and as Tammy mentioned, also the opportunity for some merging, because you can imagine how it would make a whole lot of sense that some IB units are heavily influenced by STEAM, and we can get some cross-pollination that could be really helpful and beneficial to our students.
So then
I have a,
what? Oops, okay.
I have a question too. So, this ask is definitely like, it's reasonable, but is it adequate given the part that, the landscape of, the schedule may change pretty drastically next year? Do you think that this allows for that scenario as well? Or do you think that would bring, some other planning challenges to the table to work, IB and STEAM lessons in a distance learning or in a, 3 days a week in the school setting learning? Like, is that going to be adequate time, or how does that look?
So the honest answer is I don't know. But I think that it's a good place to start as we navigate whatever the world looks like. One benefit is that people are getting much more comfortable in this environment. So you can imagine where if we wanted a collaboration in October on a Wednesday, you might use part of the time in your own building working with the teachers in Wardsboro, and then you might spend part of that time collaborating over a distance learning with the teachers in Dover. So you could do both, and you could, adapt to the environment that's happening. So that's one of the benefits, that we're learning how to do this and be functional in this environment. But to be quite honest, until we know the rules of the game, no, I don't know if it's enough or not, but I think it's a good place to start.
Are you good, Kate?
Thank you, Bill.
Any other questions for Bill or Matt or Tammy?
So I'm understanding, Bill. So we would have a total of 16 and a half PD days now?
No, you'd still only have 10 and a half. It would, so you could look at it both ways. You could have, there's still student days, so it's still part of that 176, but the students would only be there for 4 of the 7 hours of the day. So you could cobble those half days together and make that count. I think you're right, 16 and a half. But they would both be student days and professional development days in the eyes of the AOE.
Okay, so the students are missing out on a half a school day, right, though? That
is correct.
Okay.
But it
But
counts
I
as a
would say, actually, now in this environment, they could go home and do distance learning, because now that we know how to do it, it would make quite a lot of sense. That's
But
what
who
it
would teach
looks
it?
like. There's a lot of independence that's going on with distance learning. You don't have to have, you know, synchronous action.
Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to make it clear.
But so where does, I think Rick is right though, because we also have those half days, the 6 half days from the winter sports too.
No, Rick is right. I'm taking half of those 6 days, these other 6 days, you combine those together, that's 6 days. And that adds on to that 10.5 that I referenced earlier. So Rick did the math faster than I did. That's 16.5.
And I thought our contract had 181 student days.
You changed that 3 years ago.
Wow. Okay. Is everybody good? I guess I don't know if I think if everybody's kind of in agreement, you know, I think we can say that yeah, we're good with this for the time being. But I think until we know what the calendar is going to look like, I think maybe we just say that yeah, this is something we'll go forward with. But until we know what the state's planning, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, I think. Then the other part, are you going to be able to put that many faculty together? Because you're not allowed more than 10 people now in a meeting or in a building or in a work environment. So I don't know how that plays into it and when that's going to loosen up and, you know, if that changes. But so if everybody's good, I think we can give it a conceptual approval. We won't take a vote on it, but then Bill and Matt and Tammy, when we get closer, you know, to the new year and the new budget time, you know, we can bring this back up and just see where it stands. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Dwight, you're good with that?
Yeah, it's
Kate,
good.
you're good. Mark?
For me.
Mark's good. Okay, so so guys, Matt and Tammy and Bill, we're good with it. We'll just, you know, let's pay attention to what's going on and where we move forward and what the new lay of the land's gonna look like. Okay, so then the next thing I have is the COVID-19 update. Bill, is that something you put in or is that?
I just wanted to make sure I had it in there in case anybody had any questions. I think it kind of got taken care of by talking about it during the superintendent. I don't have any additions.
Does anybody have any questions about it? You guys are making this too easy. Last thing we got is contractual and personnel. I do know we will probably hopefully make a couple decisions tonight. So I don't know, how do we deal with this, Mark and Bill and Rich?
We'll kick everybody out, and then I'll lock the room. And Rich, you can come back into the waiting room, and I'll unlock it when we come out of executive session.
Yeah, that works.
Peter, are you okay with that?
Yes. Would you like me to come back afterwards?
Yes, because I believe we're going to have a couple decisions tonight.
How will we know?
Come right back in. Gonna kick you out. Come right back in. You'll be in the waiting room, and I'll open up the waiting room when we get out of executive session.
Will that make a little bell sound or anything? Or shall I stare at my computer?
I honestly don't know whether it will or not.
Okay. I'll leave the sound on. You can all yell at me.
There you go.
Rich?
Yes, Bill?
Could I ask that to start the executive session, that is just the board and myself for a real brief moment, and then let Matt and Tammy go into the waiting room and then bring them in?
Well, we got Yeah, we can do that.
Right, I have one thing to talk about and then, right, okay.
Okay,
So,
so
so if
are-
I was just gonna say, Rich and Peter, if you could wait 5 minutes before you come back in, because I can't let
Okay.
individual people in. I can only open up the whole waiting room.
Right. Yeah, that works. Just please don't make the decision before we come back in.
I think it'll be more than 5 minutes,
Okay.
but that will let Matt and Tammy back in.
Yep, that works.
Got it. So we'll abandon you for 5 minutes and then come back in and we'll get in the waiting room.
Yep.
hang on a sec before you move, before we kick anybody out. I need a motion to move into executive session for contractual issues and personnel issues.
So moved.
So Rick moved. Do I have a second?
I second.
Kate seconds it. Roll call vote. Any discussion? Hearing none. Rick? Aye, Rick?
Aye, oh, absolutely.
Dwight?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Okay, so we're all in favor, so we're moving into executive session, so kick them out. Make sure there's nothing good in that way.
Oh, they're in.
Okay, Peter, are you all set to get some motions?
Am I speaking? Yes, I'm all set.
Okay, so by unanimous consent, we came out of executive session. The first contractual issue, the superintendent's gonna bring us more information to our next meeting about the first contractual issue.
Yes.
The second contractual issue, I need somebody to make a motion.
I'll move that we approve the Wyndham Central and NEA, or Wyndham Central NEA contract with River Valleys, and give the chair permission to sign the agreements.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so Dwight seconds it. Peter, do you have that?
Yes. I
Okay.
do.
Roll call vote, Rick,
Aye.
Dwight,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
Okay, so it's all in favor, so the motion carries. And then the third contractual issue, do we have a motion on that?
All right. I move that we give administration, I don't know what the right word is, permission or instruction to hire, move to approve the recommended candidate for teacher position at Dover.
Move to approve hiring the candidate.
For the administration
Yeah,
to offer
for teacher position at Dover.
That
Bill,
all
you were
got broken
muted.
up.
It's a River Valleys contract. We want to maintain the flexibility where we place people. So on the contract, it'll be with River Valleys. So we don't want to make the motion Dover.
Oh, I apologize.
So
I
how's
amend
it
the
worded?
motion.
Hiring a candidate. Approve hiring a candidate.
Approve the administration to offer a contract to the candidate.
Offer a contract. Great. Okay.
Okay, so Mark, you're good with that motion?
I am.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay, so Kate seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. We have to do roll call for everything, Bill. Thumbs up, yeah? Okay, Rick,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Dwight,
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Move forward, Matt, Tammy, and Bill. So our next meeting is May 18th at 6 p.m. And if you have anything you can think of that we've missed to put on the agenda, please let us know ahead of time. And if there's nothing else, Rick, you ready to make a motion to adjourn?
Just a clarification. Mr. Schaber moved to approve the administration offering a contract to a candidate. Is there a position involved here?
As a teacher's.
Teaching contract. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn at 20 p.m. and reconvene on the 18th at 6 p.m.
Cool.
May the fourth be with you.
That work?
Force be with you.
Yeah, do I have a second?
I second.
Second. Mark seconds it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. Thank you, folks. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Thanks, everyone.
Same channel.
Night.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Oh, yes.
So I'll call us to order at 6:01. And the first thing on the agenda, recognition of groups. So we do have Mary and Lyle with us. We have our soon-to-be new superintendent, Andy Skarzinski, with us. Andy, wave and say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here.
We've got Scott Norrens with us. We've got Brian from BCTV, just keeping an eye out that I don't screw this up royally.
And Frank is supposed to be joining us soon as well.
Okay, good, good. All right, so clerk's report. We have the minutes of April 13th. Would someone like to move the minutes?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. I read the minutes and they look good to me. I'd like to move, we accept the minutes.
Okay, do we have a second?
This is Hannah, I'll second.
Okay, any questions, concerns, critiques? They looked good to me. All right.
Yeah.
All those in favor of passing the minutes of April 13th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, minutes are passed. Communications. I don't believe I have had any. Has anyone else had any communications or anything we need to know about Mary or Lyle? Nope. Okay. Moving on to finance. Would someone like to move the warrants? Yes, everyone got the warrants. I confirmed with, there was an email glitch, but I did follow up. So I think everyone got them. So would someone like to move the warrants?
Hey, Carrie's Chad. I'll move the warrants.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second. I don't have to do that often. I'll second. Any questions, any concerns, any things we need clarification on? Okay. All those in passing the warrants as moved, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, hearing none, that's done. Finance, I'm sure we're gonna, when Frank gets on, we'll let him talk to us about where we're at. So I don't think the SU has had a meeting. I think we're good on SUSD negotiations, Lyle. That's on our agenda. I feel like that's done. Okay.
That should be all done.
Okay, I will get that off for the next one. So I think we're moving right into administrative report. So Lyle, you want to go?
Actually, am I unmuted? Yes. Mary and I are doing a joint report because I took so long last time. Mary is going to start this time and I'll just fill in at the end.
Thanks, Lyle.
You do share well.
We try to share.
We do. So good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well on this rainy and nasty day. Maybe the snow will turn things into flowers. I'm gonna do a screen share if that would be okay.
Sure.
Because I kind of wrote up a few things and it might be easier to read and listen. So bear with me just one second.
Okay.
Okay. So first thing I think I'm gonna kind of go in reverse order. So kind of starting right here. Classroom teachers right now meeting with students via Zoom, meeting with students in full groups and small groups. Some teachers are recording videos for students to watch at a time that's convenient for the families. Meeting with parents, touching base with parents. And in addition to what the classroom teachers are doing, we have private band lessons going. We have an all-school sing happening. Individuals working with guidance counselor, behavior interventionist, PE, art lessons, library resources have been provided for teachers. For example, Audible is doing a free thing right now for students. And Epic is another thing that's doing providing some free resources for students right now. Special education teachers are working with distance learning plans that have been created while we're doing remote learning, tied to IEP goals. They're doing, I participated in an IEP meeting today, and our special education teachers are becoming really facile with making those, I think, as comfortable as possible and as similar to the real thing as possible, which I appreciate their work. Our nurse and our member of our custodial staff are helping out over at Oak Grove School because they're doing childcare right now. We found out today from John Sessions, the assistant principal over at Academy School, who's working very hard with a team over there, which includes Vernon staff, to distribute meals that over 3,000 meals, including dinner, are being distributed per day, which is incredible. Lots of work from our custodial staff, hardworking 4-member staff. They are doing vigorous cleaning, but also kind of starting on some sort of summer projects, moving bleachers, painting way up high in the gym, being very safe. And then going up to the top, wanted to talk to you about attendance a little bit. I think our partner board had asked for some information about, families that we're reaching. So I'm right up here. Right now, out of 357, there are 0 families that we have not heard from or been in touch with at all. No radio silence, so to speak. Last week, there were about 6 students that we've been in touch with, the kids and the families, trying to support families to get children to complete their work. And sort of, there's a story behind each one. But basically, I want you to know as a board that classroom teachers, in some cases, special educators, Jamie Card, our guidance counselor, various other staff members, including myself, are in touch with families saying, what do you need? What support would be helpful? One of the resources that's been nice is Paul Smith and Gary Parzik and Adrian Lapierre, thank you. I've never met Adrian. They put together a helpline, kind of a tech-based hotline for families if the technology is wonky. And I've had some good feedback from, I think, 3 different families that helpline has been really useful for them and met their needs. And so 150 out of 157 are engaging with work regularly, in constant communication and contact with their teachers. So I will be sending out, I've been trying to do kind of a weekly robocall to not overwhelm folks. And one of the things I'm going to send out on the robocall is sort of a new protocol for attendance, that, we want to hear from you. If it's been 3 days or so and no one at the school has heard from you and we've kind of reached out, folks are going to contact Jamie Card, our guidance counselor, and say, hey, can you give a call? And if she still doesn't hear, I will try to reach out to one or both of us. Basically, at some point, probably after about 4 days, we may reach out to the Wyndham Sheriff's Office to do a well child, just to, be checking in on families like we can't do when the kids are, we can't do visually like when they come to school. So the intent there is to make sure we're, knowing that kids are safe, not to be intrusive. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Office is very supportive and kind of knows those calls might be coming. But like I said, we've been in touch with all the families. I don't anticipate that being something that we will go to, but I just want to give families a heads up about that. We'll talk a little bit about budget, I know, when Frank comes, but basically, to kind of name the elephant in the room, our budget has passed. The other schools' budgets haven't passed. And we know that there are going to be folks who are really challenged with paying tax bills with everything going on, and we're aware of that. So I am putting the part-time Spanish position and the permanent sub position on hold for now. And I'm going to kind of communicate to the staff that, we'll probably be looking for ways to trim the 2021 budget, even though it has been approved, so that potentially we can apply that money to the fund balance and use that in the 21-22 in case passing a budget is challenging, in case tax revenues are down. But I hear from staff pretty regularly, have you heard anything about being furloughed or laid off? And I'm letting folks know that, sort of when I know, you'll know, but that I don't anticipate reductions in force at Vernon for next year at this point is kind of what I want to communicate to the faculty on Wednesday when we do our weekly staff meeting. Andrew, nice to meet you. I haven't met you yet, so this is kind of a funny way to meet, but at some point down the road, if you would like to meet with me or hear a little bit about Vernon or attend one of our faculty meetings at some point this year, we'd be happy to have you. So.
I would love to do Summer. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Great, thanks. That's me. I'll kick it over to you, Lyle.
All right, thanks. So just thinking a little.
Do you want me to keep sharing? Sorry.
It's okay. I know what I had in there. But to follow up with the budget and contracts, though Vernon has passed a budget, we have not sent out contracts to Vernon teachers because they're part of the WSESU negotiated agreement. So no contracts are going to be sent out for probably mid-May earliest until we have a better handle on what we may end up with for a budget. So just so that you know, in case you start to get questions about contracts and where contracts are. The other piece of my report is just around Diversity Day. Normally, Diversity Day would have been this coming Friday. This year, we're doing diversity activities throughout the month of May. The WSESU Diversity Equity Committee meets pretty regularly, and right now they have quite a nice diverse option of activities for students, parents, families. One of those is going to be a panel with hopefully, and Mike Sostak setting this up, hopefully run by students that will include a physician's assistant. They're trying to get a custodian, a teacher, students, and how the virus is affecting them and what their life is like now under the virus. They have, actually they being Michaela Sims, has organized a session. Vanessa, I'm going to remember her last name, it's in the notes, who is a climate activist. And she's going to be doing a session that students can jump on to. And she actually has her last session, I guess, was with Jane Fonda. So her next session is with us. So we're feeling pretty important. Though, of course, you know, Jane Fonda has some connection to our area. Her daughter lives in Putney, I believe. So the diversity committee is putting together books that will be sent out to students across the SU. Ellen Tumoviscus, the art teacher in Putney, has put together a coloring page for younger students. So that with some crayons will be sent likely through the lunch delivery system. But we're still working out some of the details around that. So instead of a diversity day, it'll be diversity month. So look for opportunities throughout the month. And I think that's it for me.
Any questions for Lyle or Mary?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. Question for Mary. I mean, this is obviously an incredible inconvenience isn't the word, just where we're sitting. But what can we, is there anything as a board that we can do to help out the situation? Is there opportunities you've seen present themselves? You're just thinking of something that we could do?
You know, I think I've been kind of thinking with Teacher Appreciation Week coming up in the month of May next month, you know, maybe something in the way of even just like a note or an email, some kind of message from the board that just says, you know, I've been telling teachers that truly everything I'm hearing from families is really positive feedback. And sometimes they say, oh, really? You know, because they're sort of critical of themselves and wanting to do their very best work. And I'm saying, yes, everything I'm hearing is so overwhelmingly positive. So maybe just some more positive feedback, you know, like if you're a parent right now of a Vernon elementary student, how, you know, how their kid is feeling, how your kid is feeling, you know what I mean, because of their teacher, or, you know, just kind of a little keep up the good work kind of thing, I think would probably be well received.
Okay, can do. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Jen.
have to say what's strange about this whole thing is the one place I used to connect with people on school board stuff, and it used to drive me crazy, is the grocery store.
Yeah.
And now you don't have that anymore. Because you can't tell who anybody is because you're all wearing a mask and you're in and out so fast. But I actually miss being
You miss it, yeah.
I miss being accosted in the grocery store. This is so sad. But that's where I would see people and feel like you had that connection, and we don't have it. So I like that idea. If we could all just email or call a teacher we know and just say thank you.
I'm sure it would be well received. And I did hear, I heard from one teacher today. I'll never forget, we had kind of our quick staff meeting after we found out about the governor's order and that it was going to be the entire school year. And I mean, it was just, everybody's in tears and it was awful. And so I kind of have that point from now to this point, coming back the day after a break. And a teacher said to me today, I'm really starting to feel like I've got my feet under me and I'm starting to settle in. I'm starting to feel a little bit comfortable with this. I don't want it, I hate it, but a little comfortable. And so I think that feeling is starting to happen for some. And so, yeah, I think just keep up the good work. You've got this. The sun will start shining sometime would be helpful. Yeah.
Now, it's probably too soon to talk about this, but it's going to hit us fast, probably. Oh, Carrie's waiting to get in. Let me get Carrie in.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to interrupt. She just texted me and said, I'm waiting.
Sorry, Carrie. Welcome. Sorry, I'm late. I gotta learn to look at the thing. I'm learning. We're getting there. So, Carrie, we're talking with Lyle and Mary just about what we can do as a board, being more out of touch than normal to support the teacher. So the recommendation was really just to reach out to any teacher you are in contact with and say, thank you. We got your back here. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to think ahead. What do we do for the end of the year? What do we do for graduation? What do we do for retiring teachers? It's going to be so different and weird and
yeah.
So at this time, the Dan French, from the Agency of Ed, has said that on by May 8th, he will be announcing end of year sort of guidelines for graduations, end of year celebrations, that type of thing. So we've still got a couple more weeks, but the Agency of Ed is supposed to be putting out those guidelines for us. I worry about seniors. I know, sixth graders are moving up to BAMS or to wherever they've decided to go. But I worry about seniors who are leaving and leaving the area, many of them possibly, and for them not to have closure, that's very sad. So that's hopefully on May 8th, we'll have some more definitive information. I still have not heard that we would not be doing 175 school days. So our school year will likely end pretty close to whatever it was going to, somewhere in the middle of June.
Okay. And then the only other issue I've heard is some parents who have been very happy with us, with Mary, with Lyle, with teachers and all of that, but just a concern for the future. And it's almost more of a concern for what's going to happen to my kid next year when they move up. Are they going to be behind? And, parents who are trying to do the best they can, but some parents are still working and trying to juggle I'm lucky. I got middle schoolers and a senior, so my kids can go off and do their own thing, and I'm pretty sure they're getting it done. But I don't know how Hannah and Carrie, you guys are handling, Chad, you guys are handling elementary school kids and keeping them on task. And so I think there's that guilt of the parent of, is my kid going to be behind next year?
Yeah, parents should not feel guilty. Parents aren't educators. And when we come back in the fall, and Andy, this is going to be more on you than on me. We are going to be, we're already making plans, and Andy's joining a central office meeting tomorrow, and that's one of our topics. So when are we going to start planning and looking ahead to how we're assessing kids when they come back, so we know what it is that they're going to need, how we're really meeting their social emotional needs, because we know for people that have kids that have been out of school for 5.5 months, not with their friends, they're going to need to come back into a really strong community. And one of the things that we need to be careful about when we're making any sort of reductions due to budgets is the fact that our students are going to come in on such a different range of abilities and what they've been able to accomplish in the last 5.5 months. So we have to make sure that we're still providing strong teachers with academic coaches, good curriculum. So that's all of those things we'll be talking about over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Hannah, you've got a question?
No, that my hand was raised a long time ago to let Carrie in.
You gotta learn how to unlock your hand.
He's here.
I'm gonna lower your hand for you. So, other questions before we maybe see if Frank wants to talk budget? And this is gonna be scary.
Well, before Frank's scary, I just want to add one more, just reiterate what Frank isn't scary. I just wanted to reiterate one more thing similar to what Lyle said. You know, I probably said it at least 50 times to different parents that like the analogy I use is nobody's going to crack the first page of the 3rd grade textbook and say go. Like our teachers are highly skilled at working together on teams, even if they're a grade level where there's only one of them, and, you know, differentiating work and tapping all the resources that we're lucky to have to meet the needs of kids, because 15 different learners, you know, exist in a classroom. So I think, you know, teachers will be ready for it. And I just encourage parents to not sweat it, like love them up and we'll get them in the fall, you know?
Okay. It's a hard conversation to have because they're so well-meaning, and I think they really are taking it on themselves, and it is trying to convince them your kid's going to be okay. Just hang in there.
And reach out if there's something the school can do for you as the grown-ups.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Frank, you want to tell us what you might know and what we might not want to know?
You're muted, Frank.
I can unmute, I think. I never know. It's like, I'm always worried if I do it, is he about, oh, there he goes. He's good.
We get it. Okay. Yeah. I was in a few different applications. I couldn't find the Zoom group, but hello, everybody.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah. So I'm the messenger on this one. I'm not the spokesperson for the great state of Vermont. So keep that in mind. And also there, everything is developing every day. So what I thought I would share with you is you may have seen it in various web sources. I'm going to click on the Mark Peralt's issue brief that he presented to the legislature. It's probably been 2 weeks now, but if I could kind of quickly go over the highlights of that briefly, and then we could talk about any questions you might have. But has anyone seen a sort of synopsis of the joint fiscal office update to the legislature? Okay.
Did I send that to you guys? I can't remember if I emailed the video link for what it was. It's worth a watch. It's scary, but it's worth a watch.
Okay, so I won't go into the detail. I'll just look at the first page here with you. I assume you can see the document.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In summary, obviously with the loss of the major sources of revenue that goes into the ed fund, there's a big deficit. They're estimating for the current fiscal year, you see right there at the first paragraph, 89,000. I'm sorry, 89 million. I did hear from Brad James at a business manager meeting a week ago that actually that's been reduced a little bit, actually quite a bit, because there were more revenues in March than originally thought. So it looks like they're looking at more like 69 million, but it's still obviously a very unfavorable development. That's for the revenue shortfall. Fortunately, the state of Vermont has had some reserves in its education fund, much like Vernon School District has in your own education fund. So that's going to carry most of the burden for fiscal year 20. They're still projecting some sort of a education fund shortfall. It's unclear how the Federal CARES Act is going to be, filtered through, Vermont's education funding system. That's 30 million. On the surface, what we're being told is that because Vermont is sort of one of a kind in the nation as it relates to school funding, the supervisory union is the LEA, and that's the entity that the funding will go through. So as we learn more about what that means, we can share that with you. At a very summary level, joint fiscal, in this article here, you can see this brief refers to it, but Brad James again has indicated that that may look like something similar to our Title I allocations. So, for the supervisory union, it could be nearly $1 million of aid through the Federal CARES Act. So those are some little bit of relief points in a very difficult looking environment. As both Mary and Lyle have noted, the big concern, and as you go, if you look at this document, you'll see that in pretty much every place, no one really has a good estimate for fiscal year 21. Meaning, to what extent will the rooms and meals tax and the sales tax and the other sort of sources of funds that pay for so much of the ed fund, to what extent will we start to see that activity, economic activity, resume? We just don't know. We don't even have a clear date from the governor as to when when we think it's safe to fully engage. So again, to Mary and Lyle's point about the current fiscal year and then preparing for next fiscal year, you may recall we did schedule 270,000 of our surplus in the FY21 budget as as an offset to taxes, and to whatever extent we can mitigate that, not spend it, as Mary's already started to consider, with the new program, the sub position, that's going to be prudent of the school board, of the administration, to be careful about how we utilize resources. We always are, but in this environment, it's going to be until we have a clearer picture of when economic activity starts up again in Vermont, and to what extent will the ed fund come back to a more normal level. We should do everything we can to manage our reserves so that we can sort of smooth out the programs and avoid having our 5th and 6th graders take the worst of maybe a 3-year cycle. We want to try to even out programs as best we can. So here's Mark Peralt's summary. Maybe a couple other things that I didn't mention. Most of the taxes have been paid in the state of Vermont, the school property taxes. Vernon does have a payment due, as residents coming up in just a couple weeks, or maybe it's next week. The concern there, you may have heard a bunch of speculation about, well, how our town's going to be able to pay when residents are, being laid off and facing these really severe circumstances. The legislature has wrestled with a number of school funding issues, but one of the things that they are not doing that I am aware of is changing the town's obligation to pay the school within the 20 days of school property taxes due. So what that has always meant for probably 100 years is that if a resident of Vernon has not paid their school property taxes by the due date, it's the town's obligation to borrow those funds, pay the school, and address, delinquent property tax issues again through existing statutes. Hopefully, we see some other mechanisms that provide, both the town and the resident some relief from, the really difficult circumstances we're in. But from a cash flow point of view and from a business operations point of view, the Vernon School District should be in a stable financial condition through the end of this fiscal year. And because we do have a very solid fund balance, starting the new fiscal year, we'll be in reasonable shape. But again, we need to wait for the update before we make those commitments, like Lyle was saying, particularly 100% of your employment contracts. That's obviously where most of the money is in terms of spending. So we want to be careful about that. Maybe one last thing I'll mention is typically it's now that the the legislature has set the income yield. So that's this last point that you see on the document I'm sharing here. And at this point, they're saying we just don't know what to do in the event of no clarity around revenue. So unfortunately, that might mean that we do see a delay in the property tax bills being issued. It's only a probability. I can't tell you if that's actually going to happen or not. But Mark Peralt from the Joint Fiscal Office is raising that as a likely scenario. And obviously that has more consequences for the town's cash flow, right? If they don't issue property taxes, the folks that can pay aren't going to pay. But again, the school district should be, insulated from that initially, anyways. Another, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a bright spot, but it's something that I've heard that the legislature is considering, and that is, I think I'll stop the share on the document. But as far as when we look at fiscal year 21 and then fiscal year 22, we know 21 is totally unknown. 22 is, it just seems no chance that it's not going to be particularly, it's not going to be normal. It's going to be difficult. And one thing that's being considered, I don't think it's a bill yet, but you may have heard of it. I would hope that it gets more support. The idea of the state borrowing over a 3 or maybe a 5-year period so that fiscal year 21 and 22 are not just totally hammered in terms of cutting educational programs statewide, but that there's a mechanism, much like when we build buildings and we engage in a bond borrowing. We spread the cost over multiple years. That's being considered. I hope it gets more traction because I think that is a way to sort of stabilize the way we invest in programs, the way we engage our kids and our families and our employ our teachers. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. It's been very, very encouraging to see the level of advocacy that school board members, I know Lyle, myself, many administrators have been engaging in with our legislators, both locally and at the House Education Committee, the Senate Education Committee. So a lot of folks are really helping the legislators understand the challenges, the concerns, the fears, policy implications of the various things that are being discussed. So there's a lot being done on behalf of public ed, and I compliment the school board members that have been engaged in that, and certainly Lyle. Lyle's been sort of just unrelenting in trying to help steer us through this. So we're doing the best we can.
So board members, any questions? I mean, I think if I want to summarize, tell me if I got this right. It sounds like we and Vernon are in the lucky position of at least having a budget. But Mary is going to work to spend every dime prudently so that maybe we don't have to spend all that we did budget, because going into next year, it's going to start getting really tough. And if we don't have to spend that reserve money, if we can walk out of this year with more reserve money, we're in a better position for the upcoming years. But it sounds like it's also too early to tell based on what the state is saying yet as to where we're going to be.
It's a good summary. Maybe to put it into numbers, if you were looking at your annual report, I know you're not now, but you would see in our summary page that we had about 500,000 in projected ending fund balance as we start fiscal year 21. And then we were going to use 270,000 of that. That's the number I had mentioned, which would leave us about 250,000 to go into fiscal year 22. So that's the number that we're all talking about. The more we can retain of the 250,000 as opposed to maybe 300,000 or 400,000, the better will be for sustaining programs.
Questions for Frank? Chad, you got a question?
No, I don't have a question. I was going to actually ask the information he just provided. So I want to say, hey, well done, Frank. I was curious
Okay.
what our fund balance was going to be walking into 21, but you answered it.
Okay. Oh, and I was talking about the general fund, by the way. The capital fund, in addition to that, the capital fund has $660,000. Again, we know we have a number of capital improvements under these kind of extreme circumstances. It might be the one where we consider asking, it would be through an article on a public vote, but we consider asking the town to repurpose what has previously been restricted. That is the only way that you can repurpose a reserve, is by an article on a warning for the electorate. But hopefully we don't come to that. But it is, again, a good financial position to start the year with.
And I was going to ask that question also, Frank. So basically, if we wanted to, if we said, hey, you don't really need that capital fund money to offset for the taxpayers, we could potentially have an article at the town meeting the next March. And
that's right.
About doing that. Yep. Okay.
All right, I didn't realize that, so I'm glad there's another lever we might be able to pull if we need to. I do feel like it's still so early to tell. And I haven't sensed anything with the town yet, so I'm hoping it stays that way. I am worried about that first payment, or I'm probably less worried about the payment in May. I'm more worried about the first payment next year. What's going to come into the town coffers and what might they have to borrow, and that could be tough.
Yeah, that's where there's just the growing uncertainty that we are all facing. Yeah, we're very concerned about that.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Frank? All right. So I don't think we've got any unfinished business, but there's something I just want to bring to everyone's attention. So normally we do the Steenbruggen scholarship. So I was hoping to advertise it this year and get it out there that it's open, but then I stupidly opened my own 401k at the end of March and saw that like 15% just went away with the wind. And I realized the Steenbruggen is based on, I think, earnings for the previous year. So I'm not sure there are going to be any. So I talked to, is it Laura at the central office? Who am I dealing with? Laura, and she's working with Sally to see if there actually will be any money to give away. At this point, we think there might just be a little bit. So we might still be able to do that scholarship, but it's probably not going to be what it was last year. But so at that point, I said, let's not advertise because it seems crazy to advertise and then say, oops, sorry, there is no money to give. But we will see where that comes back. So then we've got the code of ethics. I think, and I meant to look this up, I think we're required as a board to sign a code of ethics. Is that in statute? All right, Lyle's shaking her head, so I think it is. I think we have to do this. So I'm going to email you guys a code of ethics, and then we can put it on our next agenda. And how in the world we're going to sign it, I have no clue. I can mail it to you or something if we all just say we signed it. But I will email that to you guys so we at least can stay somewhat compliant.
Does it have to be physical signatures, Carrie? Or...
I don't know. I'll ask. I don't know if that's
it has been in the past. I think if you put it on the agenda after you've all had a chance to read it, discuss it, and then if you can all agree to it verbally, it'll be in the minutes that you've all agreed to it. And then when you finally get a chance to sign it, people can sign it and we'll be good.
Yeah.
There's a very easy option on Adobe Sign that, sorry, my dog has me next to me. There's a very easy way to do it through Adobe where you just email it around and everybody just clicks and signs and it puts a date and it tracks when everybody did it. So that's an option and I'd be happy to help with that if you needed.
Oh, you might be our go-to person on that. So.
I do it all the time for work. So.
All right. Anything else? I think I've gone through all my scribbles. I guess next meetings. So May 11th would technically be our next meeting, as would May 25th. But I believe May 25th is Memorial Day. Do people care? I know one day runs into the next now. We could do May 11th and then we could do either May 25th or we could push it off to June 1st and figure out what we're doing in June. I guess the real question is, Lyle, Mary, Frank, what do you guys see on the horizon that we need to be around for, be aware of?
Well, maybe by May 11, we'll have some more information on end of year celebrations. So you can think about that.
Okay.
I can bring that to you on May 11th, and we could wait on and decide on another May date if we need one after a meeting on the 11th.
Okay.
Because you have a budget passed, I don't see that as needing a lot more discussion. Mary, do you feel like there are things coming up that?
Yeah, I don't have anything that's real urgent on my mind thinking between now and the end of the year. I have a lot of things that are urgently on my mind. I don't think that, I don't think that scheduling to is I think May 11th and then we go from there is fine with me.
If we need another,
I defer to other folks who have busier schedules.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with May 11th and we can decide then what we want to do for the next one.
Okay. Who knows what we'll be doing on Memorial Day? Maybe we'll have everything lifted and we'll all be out running around doing something fun.
Anyone have anything else? Andy, thank you for joining us. This must be a strange introduction to things, but.
Well, no, thank you for having me. I'm thrilled. Either way, it is a bit of a bizarre introduction to the district, but
well, I like to
we're all in the same place.
We're the fun board. We're the easy board.
Carrie?
Yes.
I don't think it's a specific action. I just want to throw out, we don't normally have to borrow in anticipation of taxes, but it is a very common practice. It's, a tax anticipation note. So I just want to mention it. It's something that, given the uncertainty about the road ahead, I just want you to be aware that it may be something that we have to consider. Seems unlikely in Vernon, particularly given the reserves we just talked about. But if the town, changes their collection dates, or if there's something unusual about the way the legislature issues tax, the tax rates to the select board, it's something that I just wanted you to be aware. I may be bringing up. It seems to me if it was an issue, it wouldn't be until the June meeting that we would need board action.
Okay. Now, we had to do this, if my memory serves, 2 years ago, or it was when Vernon changed their tax collection system because they were spaced differently. All of a sudden, we weren't getting the ed payment we were used to, and therefore we had to borrow. And you talked us all through it, and it was, we're having to borrow, but we're about to get a huge check. It'll be okay. So it sounds like that's what you're talking about.
That's what it's that kind of thing. It's purely a cash flow issue. It's nothing to do with a deficit or
okay.
It's really a statutory kind of thing. Yeah.
And now you got me thinking of one more thing, and I don't know if this is you, Mary, or Lyle, but how are we doing right now on the current fiscal year, given that I am sure, I don't know, do we have a lot of extra expenses from we're sending packets out to everybody? How's the food service working? Is that going to hit us, or are we okay for that?
I think everything's so different right now. It's hard to get a really clear read forecasting between now and the end of the fiscal year, but because some things are more expensive, but sub costs are way down, building use costs are way down. So I think we'll be okay. And I think we're being fiscally prudent, except for buying some things that we know we'll need for next year, math workbooks, that kind of thing, for example. So I think that I don't anticipate a huge change one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree, knowing that the governor, requested all contracted employees, through the school systems to be paid their normal contracted rates. That really locked down the majority of the budgets through the end of the year. So as Mary said, where there are discretionary changes, they're a much smaller portion of the budget, but so we should be on track, certainly with the elementary school, and maybe a little bit favorable.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
And maybe this isn't the time or place to ask this. So this might be a down the road question, but I am curious about the implication of the rec and their rental fee for our facility and how that all plays out with their decrease in revenue from their preschoolers, since that's all paid per month. I'm just sort of, and I don't know if that's a question I should be asking Frank now, or if we just want to talk about it later, but I know there's a trickle down thing that's a little unique to our school that they don't have other places.
Yeah, it's something that we want to understand. It really has to do, with a budget implication and the way it affects the tax rate. I did talk with Seth sort of informally about the analysis, in terms of whether we should collect the 200 and something thousand at all, from the Vernon taxpayers' point of view. So
Right.
yeah, I don't think we have what we need this evening to really analyze that, but it's a very good topic for conversation. I would think, if we have an August meeting, that would be a good time to understand that, and or if there are any kind of contract implications with private providers. Those usually come up in July, actually, so it wouldn't be too early to start talking about that in June.
Well, and I would guess too at that juncture that they would have a better sense about whether or not they were going to be opening the pool, and they were going to have any other outside funding streams that they typically rely on as well. So yeah. I see all those layers, and I can't even wrap my head around it.
Yeah,
so
there are a lot. Yeah, with the Act 166, there's a lot of components to that.
Okay. Other questions? That's a complicated one because I still have not wrapped my head around how it actually works. So to pull the rug out from under makes it even more complicated.
Maybe just a quick, summary on the concept. And Andrew, I don't know to what extent you've read or are familiar at the elementary level with the Act 166, but on a very macro level for Vernon or any district, we know that we start from a place where for every child that accesses the certified program, the school district is obligated to pay, about $3,500 per child, and then you go from there, And when I say go from there, I mean, does the school district employ their own early educator? Does the school district do what Vernon does, which is host a program that's a third party, or does the school district pay a private provider, 1, 2, or maybe 6 or 7 private providers? But it all starts from Act 166 saying that for any child that wants to access the certified preschool 10-hour-a-week program, the school district is obligated, to budget and to pay that approximately $3,500 per child per year.
This will get
Thanks
fun next year.
Yes, thanks for that overview, Frank.
Sure.
All right. Anything else? Wow, we're doing these in record time. We might have to Zoom more often.
We're way more fun in person.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Especially when Hannah and Chad get together. That's always.
It's always good when Hannah bakes as well, I have to say.
Oh, that's true. I am missing that a lot.
Before you leave.
Huh?
I said before she leaves, I will give her a package on her.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if someone would like to move that we adjourn.
This Chad, I'd like to move that.
All right. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 6:56. Thank you guys. So we'll meet again on the 11th of May, and I will send you the code of ethics. That's on my list.
Okay, committee, welcome, Senate Finance. We are going to continue our walkthrough today, trying to find a solution to our deficit in the Ed Fund, but you know, we've been told to just declare bankruptcy and go home. So maybe that would be a solution, and just walk away from all those pensions and all that stuff. And I don't know, when Harrisburg and I think it was Detroit declared bankruptcy, I was at NCOIL and the insurance and bond market went berserk. So I can imagine what would go on if states decided to do that. I have never heard it suggested. So we're going to assume we aren't going bankrupt, and we are going to figure out how to use that, fill that deficit, even though despite being told we would be able to use some of the CARES money to fill revenue slots, the directions that I saw at least 4 times today said we could not. So we are here with our deficit, at least for now. So we're going to start out with Graham
Madam Chair,
and
may I
Mark.
just ask a quick clarification on that? So does that mean that we're talking about largely, of course, things that are where we're responding to COVID-19, but also new projects, new initiatives, or are
No,
they?
It can't be used to fill revenue losses
Right.
for already budgeted
Items.
programs, is my interpretation. And I think I've seen several that agree with that. So school is budgeted.
Yeah.
And we are looking at significant revenue losses. And I think we've all agreed that school should probably open in September, health, standards allowing.
Right.
But education of some form will have to be delivered in September, end of August. So we are here. And Mark and Graham, I just keep hoping one of you is good. Well, I think Graham's might be going to give us some good news, but we're going to start with what's the revenue forecast. Senator Ballot?
Just a clarification, Ann, since when we saw some of the language that seemed to be in this latest package, it seemed like they were giving some flexibility to the states. And you're saying the guidance that you're seeing is not saying that. So where's the?
I will stand. I just read the document and it said couldn't be used for revenue shortfalls so where there's going to be some gray area in there, but I am not going to assume that we're going to get to use $100 million. And I'm starting to get a little nervous about going through the 1 billion if you start to look at proposals that are out there. So I'm working on the assumption that the bulk of this at this time we're going to have to deal with this year's and next year's. If a windfall comes our way, then I'll happily jump on it. But I didn't see anything that said we could make up for revenue shortfall. Maybe some flexibility, but I didn't see a lot. I will, if somebody else has read it differently, I'll stand by that. Graham, are you gonna be first?
I think so, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'm Graham Campbell from the Joint Fiscal Office, and I'm here to essentially give an update to the committee about where revenues stand. I think just before I start that, I think the discussion that you just had about regarding the CRF funds is the correct one. The guidance was issued by the Treasury last night and specifically multiple times made in comments that this revenue could not be used for revenue shortfalls or operating expenditures that would have occurred anyway. There was some chatter in the most recently passed. I'm not sure if the House has passed it yet, but what they're calling CARES, 1.5, which refilled the PPP loan pot of money. That either there was going to be some more money for state and local governments to use for revenue shortfalls, or the existing CRF money in CARES 1 would be, the language around that would be loosened up to be used for revenue shortfalls. Neither of those things appears to have happened. So we're kind of where we were before in terms of with that money, except for the fact that we have actual guidance from the Treasury on this money at the moment. And so there has been some talk of President Trump, I think, tweeted that they would look at the state and local aid in the future bills, but at this point, it's rather uncertain. So I think that's all I know at the moment for the CRF money.
That's right. Senator McDonald had a question.
Does the state have a budget yet?
Not a past one, no.
And have we established what the state plans to do for state aid education yet?
Good question.
Yes, I think it's the sales tax. Of the way the law is written, there's no general fund transfer. Okay. Senator Pearson. Senator Pearson has a question.
Yeah, well, I think I understand what Senator McDonald is driving at, and
Yeah.
Graham, can you? We've talked about this. It's usually been a several part test, right? Not budgeted and in reaction to the pandemic. Is that still where we believe
that's where we stand? Yeah, and not budgeted, and then also necessary. I can send Faith the document that the Treasury released, but there's some examples in there about what might be an eligible expense, and most of those examples are expenses incurred for COVID relief, like healthcare expenses, things like that. There is a section which talks about potentially if the state were to offer some economic assistance in the form of for payroll for businesses, that might be an eligible expense. And so there is some gray area still left over in the guidance that was issued by Treasury. Although it specifically says multiple times, not for operating and must be necessary. So not much has changed from our original interpretation of the money as it was passed in the actual bill itself.
So if schools had extra expenses, if they bought iPads, if they bought routers so that students could learn remotely, there's a chance that might be covered. A chance.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of what might or might not be an eligible expense, but that's the kind of, I think, thrust of something that would be used. I'm just pulling up the actual document here so I can.
Graham, broadband, for example. This could be, we've recognized that we have, a massive, we've known this, but this is highlighting a massive infrastructure deficit on our part. Good broadband, fiber, that kind of thing. Seems to me that the case might, and I know you can't be judge and jury on this, but it seems to me that kind of thing where we're learning that we have deficits in preparation, as the pro tem said this morning, which I thought was a really good point. How do we prepare for, how do we sort of do an analysis of what we did well, what we didn't do well? How do we prepare in the future for these kinds of things? And I guess the one question I could ask you, Graham, is what are the penalties if a state were to make a mistake, a legitimate mistake? We invest a lot of money in broadband right now, and somebody says, oh, tisk, you guys, that really doesn't fit the bill. What happens?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, so there's nothing.
No, we
you
don't
haven't
have that.
seen anything along those lines. Okay.
We aren't that far. I'm still getting concerned that we're going to go through this money very quickly. There's just so many proposals out there. But
Well, we're going to go through the money unwisely and in an uncoordinated fashion.
That's
right.
Yes.
With respect to broadband, because if we go through and we spend all the money on things that people say they want and need right now, but we have no plan or no integrated strategy around it, it's going to be a disaster. We're going to spend a lot of money that's not necessary. It's going to be uncoordinated. It's not going to fit together. And logically, it may not make a whole lot of sense by the time we get done. And this is particularly true if we fragment how we do it in terms of who's responsible for it. So those, I think, are significant risks that we need to manage.
I think part of the reason that joint fiscal has asked to have everything but the immediate health and safety expenditures, once we get to go through the appropriations process, and as I understand it, as requests come in, I think it's on Joint Fiscal's website, there will be a listing of how, of the requests and then of how the money's being spent. But we need to watch that. There's already a group talking about reopening, but at some point we're going to have to make a coordinated effort. I think we know where we made some mistakes last time, and we'll make some this time, but hopefully they'll be very small ones.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just,
Donald.
I don't expect that we would have the answers to the questions that we might be asking today.
Right.
But every year, the relationship, the ratio between the state's share of education and the property tax or income taxpayers changes. And every year we ratify that change and we debate it and argue it. We raise or lower the tax rates a penny here and there. We haven't done that yet. And I would ask someone in the days to come if we decided to restore the share of the ed fund paid for by the state, could we not do that? The state pays shares less of the revenues than they used to before the big recession, and the homeowners and property taxpayers have never caught up. That's a policy decision. So someone needs to tell us what constitutes where we've crossed the line and where we haven't before we concede the choices we might have.
A year ago, we began the work of the Tax Structure Commission. Take a look at all of our taxes and how they work, what reforms were necessary on a gross basis. And they're due to report back to us at the end of this year. It might be useful for us to hear from them at this point to say, well, what have they done and what have they found? And is there any direction that they're moving towards to resolve the issues that, because these issues existed long before COVID-19. And again, I'd like to see us do this in a logical rather than a reactive manner, because one of the problems for the tax system that we're in right now is we keep adding Band-Aids and making it worse.
Or we keep cutting taxes too.
So were we going to get numbers update from?
Committee, I want to let you know Senator Cummings just got booted from the meeting. I don't know why. So she's not here. That doesn't mean you can't go forward with Grant.
Where's Al Haig?
But I wanted to let you know.
I mean, I'll leave it to the committee. Do you want me to continue with the numbers and then?
It seems to me like we should give a few minutes, right?
Yeah.
So while we're waiting, maybe I can jump in. Senator McDonald, the problem with doing what you're suggesting right now is we don't have a forecast yet for 21, and we should have it by next Wednesday. And at that point, we can do the kind of analysis that you're looking for.
Right, and the numbers that I'm going to give right now are only fiscal 20 numbers. So
we had a very detailed analysis from the Deputy Tax Commissioner, was Tax Commissioner yesterday, who updated us on the various funds and sales taxes and rooms and meals. And that's for this year.
Mhm.
So. Come on, Madam Chair.
Just texted her. I haven't heard from her yet.
So Mark, maybe you'll tell us what you plan to tell us.
I don't have a lot to tell you. Graham was going to give you a revenue upgrade, and I was going to show you what that does to the education fund outlook for 2020. It's pretty straightforward. It just, the revenue downgrade is not as bad as we anticipated. Went from 89 to about 69. So the deficit in the education fund for FY20 is better than we thought initially, but it's still bad.
And we've sort of been operating on the principle that before we start making decisions about next year, we have this year nailed down. So we're not trying to, so we know what we've already done.
Yeah, but I think it's really likely. It's really likely that we're going to be carrying a significant deficit forward from FY20 into FY21, and we'll have an empty stabilization reserve. So it's a big problem.
Mark, I have a Bible here. Do you think you should be sworn in, or are you prepared?
No, I'm waiting for Al.
Here she is. You're muted, Senator Cummings.
We don't know.
Welcome back.
Okay.
I think we'll go to Graham right now.
Okay. So I'm going to attempt to screen share here. Hopefully this doesn't. Oh, Faith won't let me.
Does Faith have it?
I'll let you, Graham. Hang on.
Okay. This is posted on our website, so.
Graham, try it now.
Okay. Can everyone see that document?
Yep, we can see it.
Okie dokie. So I'm going to give you an update of what Tom Cavetta shared with us as of April 17th for fiscal year 20 revenue impacts. And as Mark said while we were waiting, the only real change here, as opposed to what the committee is seeing last, is in the education fund, really. So the...
Graham, can you make that a touch bigger?
That good? Better?
Yeah. Well, can't see all of the last column. At least I can't. I don't know about but that's because I've got people going down the side.
Yeah, I had the same
Going, Graham. I'm sure I've seen it.
So at the moment, we're looking at about accounting for both the shifts in revenue from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21 and the actual revenue downgrades from economic impacts from COVID. We're talking about $381 million across all funds. And that's broken out by the three funds on this sheet. And so the line that's highlighted in red here, that's what I'm calling the economic impact. So this is the amount that's just pure loss. And then the bottom line here is the revenue deferrals line. And so there's some talk that if some of these revenue deferrals came in before, some of these deferred revenues came in before July 30th, then it's possible that we could book them in fiscal 20. So we're sort of not quite counting them as revenue losses yet in fiscal 20, but I'm just highlighting them here just so the committee's aware. So in terms of total losses, so the sum of the three red numbers here is about $170 million. $61 million of it's in the general fund, 42 is in the transportation fund, and 69 million of it is in the education fund. The clear change here is the education fund. That number used to be negative $89 million. So it's been an upgrade, and that was largely due to not necessarily improvements in the economic outlook, but Tom Cavett and Jeff Carr made some technical corrections to their modeling, and so it had a roughly $20 million impact. And so that's by and large the main difference in the estimates that today versus what the committee has seen. I think it was last week that I presented these. So I guess at that point, I think I saw a hand from someone.
But I can't see the last column in red. Is that 50 that we think will come in July?
So
I've got participants going down the side, so
okay. So on the last column is the education fund, and so what the situation there is there's about $69 million worth of economic loss, so just lost revenues from businesses being closed, the sales tax and the meal and room tax, but also the lottery. And then there's an additional $41 million in potentially deferred meals and rooms and sales and use tax. You recall the administration waived interest and penalties for the March 25th and the April 25th payments of those two taxes. And so the way that the economists are treating that deferral is that they think that revenue will continue to be potentially to be deferred. And so, but I'm putting that down in the bottom category here, because so long as that money comes in before July 30th, there's it's possible that we can book that as a fiscal year 20 revenue. So it's not really loss.
But when we started out, the number we've been using is 19 million deficit for this year. Are we still in that ballpark?
19 million for the education fund?
Yes.
So I think Mark can maybe better, but the last thing I think he presented to you, the starting point was a negative $89 million loss in the ed fund. And then once you added in the stabilization reserves and things like that, it was, I think, what, 39.5, Mark?
Yes, that's right.
So,
and then there was the 20 million calculation change, which is, I guess, where I got to 19. So.
Yeah, I think Mark might give you an update on that. I'm not
Mark,
quite
you
sure
want to tell us, and then we'll get to questions.
Sure. So, Faith, do you have the document that I sent to you?
Before we leave this document.
Okay, Senator Pearson. There you are.
Hi.
Hi.
So, Mark or Graham, I was hoping you could explain the interplay between 69 and 41 in the ed fund. So you're saying we're projected to be down 69 million, but we may get 41 late is what I'm seeing. And I'm trying to understand, does that mean we're down 110 million, or does that mean we're down, what's the opposite, 18 million, 28 million?
Yeah, sorry about that confusion. What it means is the $69 million is just right now, that's just gone. That's sort of the best case scenario under these estimates. So 69 million is the loss in revenue from places just being closed, consumers not buying as much, not going to hotels, not buying lottery tickets, stuff like that.
Right.
The $41 million is an additional chunk of money that has been deferred, or I should say the penalties interest on that money have been waived. And so those are payments for March 25th and April 25th on the meals and rooms and the sales tax. So long as the people who owed the money in March and April make those payments in May, June, or before July 30th of this year, that 41 will come in. If they don't make that money, that's additional loss. So worst case scenario here is that none of those people have the money to make that payment. And you add another $41 million on top of the 69. So
All right. Thank you.
110 million.
Okay, Senator Sorokin has a question. Michael, you're muted. Michael? No.
I got it.
Okay.
Sorry. Not sure this is related specifically to the ed fund, but are there comparable charts on the spending side? How much reduced spending we're seeing in, or increased spending we're seeing in the balance of FY20? And also, what about, federal receipts, if there's more food stamps or less food stamps going in and out? I mean, are there no, if we're looking to balance a budget for FY20, we're talking a lot about the revenue losses, but another part of it is adjustments we need to make on the spending side.
So in FY20, we can't make any changes on the spending side at this point. It's all local spending. So
that's on the ed fund.
Yeah, on the ed fund. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what we're trying to get a handle on right now. And that's the rest of this afternoon, is trying to get a handle on where school spending is. And is it over? Is it under? We're still trying to get a handle on that.
I guess my question was more general to the other funds as well, and maybe Graham could briefly answer that.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a satisfactory answer. I think the administration's keeping track of the amount of money that they're spending related to the crisis. We have a grasp of the federal monies coming in, and I think it's probably somewhat accurate to say that a lot of the expenditures that are happening right now are probably those that are eligible for some of this federal money. So the CRF, I mean, most of the expenditures happening are related to the COVID-19 crisis directly, so public health spending, things like that. And so those would be more likely eligible for CRF money than additional other monies that were in the CARES Act. But these ones here are more just straight up losses of revenue. And so these are the ones that, notwithstanding any sort of additional federal aid, that the state is going to have to make up for, in other words.
I've lost you again.
Uh-oh. Can hear you.
I can hear you. I'm trying to shut it off because there's a phone ringing here. No, cancel. No.
We can see you, Ann.
I'm back. Okay. All right. I was trying to shut off the microphone, but it was covered by another pop-up. Okay. So I think the Approps Committee is doing as much tracking on, budgeted spending for this year. And we can ask them for an update, but I haven't heard anything on money chairs. All right. So we ready to go to Mark? Mark, you have a document?
I do, Faith. Do you have that document? If you don't, I can put it, share a screen, but is Faith still on here? Let's see her.
Please share the screen.
If I can share screen. Oh, I'm disabled for screen sharing, so.
Graham, you're a host, so you can make Mark a co-host.
I do not have a screen share up here right now.
All right, Faith's the host now. All right, I'll let Faith take over.
So
sorry, this is Faith. Were you looking for something from me? I just got booted out.
Faith, I sent you an updated education fund outlook.
I'm ready to share that, Mark. Hang on.
That'd be great. Okay.
That's what we're looking for. Okay, there it is.
Kind of little. So, all right, as long as we're at the top, the numbers that Graham has been talking about show up on here on lines 3, 4, 5, and 6. They're non-property tax monies that support the education fund.
Yeah.
That's the revenue downgrade that was changed. So we're better by about $20 million. So Faith, can you scroll down to the bottom? So we don't have to spend a lot of time on this part of it. But if you look down at the bottom, where it was $39.5 million on line 26 as a deficit, the deficit's now dropped to 19.9. But so there's not a whole lot to tell you other than that. That money, you know, it's good news. We're not quite as bad off as we were expecting to be in 2020. But going forward to 21, while I have you here, the problem next year is we have to make up that $19.9 million deficit on line 26. On line 28, that reserve is going to be gone. So the stabilization reserve would need to be made up. Both school boards have already voted to expend about another $74 million next year. And even if I assume that we collect as much as 80% of the non-property tax revenues that were forecasted in January for the education fund, we'd lose about 114 million there. So we've got a really, really big hole right now in FY21, given that a lot of the spending has been locked in, almost all of the spending has been locked in, but the revenues are really uncertain at this point.
Okay, Senator Pearson.
Mark, I've heard you say a few times that our reserve targets, with an assumption that we would top them up after using them this year. What if we were arguing that the crisis is bad enough that we are not in a position to replenish the reserve funds? Is that a notwithstanding our statute? Is that a risk with the rating agencies? Can you just help me understand that? Because surely that is a reasonable argument. Given
So the first part of it is an easy answer. In January, when the tax commissioner makes recommendations for 21, the statute requires that he assumes that the education fund stabilization reserve has been restored. So you'd see a big tax bump in there for 22 when you come through. But I think that the education fund can run a deficit. The question there, and I'm not the best person to answer this, is what the impact on that would depend on how rating agencies viewed that going forward. They like to see a 5% reserve in the fund. If they don't see anything there, I don't know how that affects the state's borrowing costs or that kind of thing going forward. So.
Just got a thing from Moody's Analytic that said that Vermont was one of 12 states that was in a position where it might survive this financial crisis with only a 5% reduction, and it was because of our reserves.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done a good job there, but I'm pretty sure I can remember not fully funding the reserves, probably during the last economic downturn. And but all of these numbers are also based, Mark, on, we're working on the assumption that property taxes are going to be paid.
Two things. First of all, it assumes that the yields that were set back in December, the property tax parameters that were set in December, are the property tax parameters that you would use next year.
Yeah.
So in those, there's a built-in 5-cent increase on average for homestead taxpayers and a 6-cent increase for non-homestead property taxpayers. That's one. And then two, yes, you're right. It assumes that all of the property tax, education property tax money that's due in both FY20 and in FY21 is collected. So what I'm talking about, in some sense, is a best case scenario. So, you know, I hate to throw it out there, but just it's a small group here, so just I'll throw it out. We're looking at a problem next year that ranges from 150 to $250 million. I mean, it could be $250 million to get schools fully funded next year, based on what we're looking at right now. And if we can't use the CARES money, the 1.25 billion, options are pretty limited. I don't know what else you would do other than go to borrowing.
So right now, though, because we haven't removed the 8% penalty,
Mhm.
the law says that those monies will be paid to the ed fund. It is the town's responsibility to collect them.
Yes.
And for some towns, especially poorer towns, that amount of borrowing might be difficult.
But no, but you're right. The way the law stands right now, if a municipality is unable to collect the full amount of education property tax that's due to the state, they have to come up with that money however they can, probably by going out and short-term borrowing.
So if we do away with that requirement, which we've been asked to,
Right.
It would probably trend more towards 250 million is.
No, yes, I guess it would be on the higher end of that, but we haven't, we haven't factored that part of it.
Okay. Well, we don't know because we don't know.
Right.
How many people are still working remotely? How many people? We know how many people aren't working because we've got on insurance claims, but I don't think know who's working and how much they're making and how much property, who in that group is paying the property taxes. So it's a lot of unknowns out there.
Right. And like I said, by next Wednesday, we'll have a revenue forecast. It won't be an official forecast, but I don't know what else we would use because we're not going to have an official forecast, I don't think, until, end of the summer. And tax rates for the education fund have to be set before then. They have to be set before you adjourn, or ideally before June 30th. So there's going to be continuing uncertainty going all the way forward. On the general fund side, you can pass a 1-quarter budget and come back and deal with it when we have a better sense of how everything is sugared off. But with the education fund, because we need to establish rates, we've got to make those decisions based on incomplete or not as great information as we would like to have to make that decision.
Mark, do you know, is any of the money the CARE money that's going to schools come in?
Brad's on.
Brad will do that. Okay.
He's better to know that than I do. I know that they're waiting for guidance at the agency. You're muted, Brad.
All right, there's Brad. You're muted. Muted. Can't hear.
Right hand corner.
No, can't hear him. There.
Got
Okay.
me? Okay.
You're unmuted.
At the moment, no money has come in. As far as I know, we have not received the application yet from the feds. That's being worked on. It's supposed to come out anytime now. We were told last week it'll be out the end of this week. That's where we are. But no money has come in yet from the CARES Act.
Okay. And have we gotten the list of what it could be used for? Is it just a flat grant or?
The only thing I'm aware of still is just what is in the CARES Act itself. They list 12 different uses for it. I would say 10 of them are fairly narrow. 2 of them are fairly broad, but it's not wide open money. But we're expecting that they will be giving us guidance on how to use that in further details, what it can and cannot be used for.
Okay. All right. I'm watching we're okay. So committee, any other questions for Mark? All right, then we're a little behind, so I'm going to move on. And this is the second section of our agenda, which is updates on school budgets and plans. Brad, you're on first. Do you have things to tell us?
I have what the business manager told me.
Okay, that's
and since
good.
I haven't done this in a while, just for the record, Brad James, Agency of Education. Faith, would you pull up the one that says FY20 expenditure update, please?
It'll take me a minute. Hang on.
That's okay. I don't know how to do it at all, so. what this is I asked the business managers yesterday afternoon what their increased costs are and what their potentially reduced costs are due to the school closures and such.
Yes.
And what's going on with them. And this is a kind of a compilation of what they had. And I heard back from just about 25% of them. Well, there it is. Thank you, Faith.
Okay.
So I heard back from about 25% of them. And the ones who specifically talked about their additional costs, 8 of the 12 of them responded directly to that question. 8 of them said that they thought their costs were going to be marginal, incremental. At best, they weren't going to be very large. 4 of them reported that they were going to have rough estimates, who gave me actual numbers of between $62,000 to $170,000. I don't know if that, by other people, I don't know if that's considered incremental or marginal. I'm not sure what their scale of magnitude is in terms of what they're saying to me.
Probably depend on the size of the school budget.
I think partly, but most of these districts most of these SUs were roughly the same size I was hearing from. That there's obviously some flexibility in there, but most were not terribly different. But they're all doing things a little bit differently. They are all saying that one of the things they're doing is they're using their money differently than they anticipated using it, because schools are closed. So they're shifting money from one pocket to the other. Most of them are still working very hard at keeping all their staff fully funded at 100% of their salaries. So that's going on, kind of following the governor's directives. So anyway, so the cost is there. It's not insurmountable. If I was to take what those 12 districts, well, really those 4 districts report an actual number, and well, I did that wrong now I think about it, because that should have been times more. Give me a second here to turn on the calculator. If I was to take their numbers, their total increase in spending for those 4 that report to them is about $480,000. And if I was to multiply that by 13, just assuming that's kind of an average, because there are 52, so 452 is 13. We would come out with additional costs of about $6.3 million for the districts as a whole. Again, these are very rough numbers. Nobody's really going to stand by these numbers. I told them that I wasn't planning on standing by these numbers either. So.
Right. I think we're just trying to get an idea of trends right now. Are they spending a whole lot or a whole lot more or less?
It's a good question, and I think it's a relative question. I don't think anybody's spending as much as I anticipated some spending. But I think if you look at that as that rough number, maybe call it $6 million for the state, that's significant money. Is it huge money for what's going on? I don't know the answer to that. By the same token, they're offsetting that a little bit by reduced costs. And again, I had only a few respond to about reduced costs, an actual estimated number. But 3 of them said they were not, that their costs that they would be able to reduce were not very large, but in a lot of those cases, they were offsetting their increased costs. So they're kind of at a net zero. So a lot of them are kind of at a net zero at the moment. There's still a large number of districts out there who are not sure what their costs are going to be in terms of what the either expenditure or reduced costs. It's still unclear because it's very early in the game for them. The 2 who reported costs to me were 31,000, or reduced costs, pardon me, were 31,000, 150,000. So you can see there's a discrepancy there. One SU did say that they were potentially going to have a very large fund balance at the end of the year because of their schools are closed and they're not spending a lot of money on busing or anything like that. That was a significant amount of money for them. So I think the takeaway is, I don't have good answers, obviously, but I think the takeaway is kind of all over the place. But I would say that probably if I was to take that number, if I was to kind of take a net number, multiply that by, say, 13. Let me just putz around here for a sec. I think probably we could be talking about a net number when I take into account what they've told me about reductions, cost reductions of maybe $4 million total cost, total increase
Okay.
when you net it out. So that kind of gives you an idea of, I think, of roughly a lot of parameters on that.
Mm-hmm.
Real big error bars, but a rough idea of the an increased cost of $4 million this year.
Okay.
They roll forward
So
deficit next year.
roughly, we aren't seeing a trend towards huge savings or huge overruns. The numbers we're talking about, $4 to $6 million, is not that big.
No, I think the general trend is toward more cost as opposed to reductions.
Reductions, yep. Okay, Senator Pearson.
Thank you. Brad, are food costs wrapped in here? Because I know sometimes cafeterias are off budget and there's a whole variety of how we handle that. And I'm just curious if your understanding is that's
my understanding in general is that food costs are rolled into this. A lot of you're right. A lot of districts run their food service as an enterprise fund, which is supposedly self-filling, self-funding.
Yeah.
But most of the time there ends up to be a transfer from the school general fund to help that enterprise fund out. But my understanding from what I've heard from most people over the course this past month is when they're talking to me about numbers and costs, food is a big part of it. A lot of them are seeing increased food costs. They're not getting the revenue in from the meals. They're sending food out to people. They're still paying their food staff at 100%, even though they're not necessarily working full time in some cases. So their costs are not going down. Food costs seem to be going up in general. There is money coming in. I don't know much about it, but there is money coming in from the federal government in terms of offsetting some of those food costs. But again, as I know you've talked about in Senate Agriculture, the offsets from the federal government do not recover the cost of a meal.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Brad at this point? Brad, do you have anything else to tell us?
Yes, there are a couple of things there. And Faith, if you keep scrolling down a little bit, there you go. That's about the end. On the number 5 that you're looking at there, I guess I mentioned that they're most of them are continuing to pay their personnel at 100%. For FY21, that's really where the big concern is for people, as it is for you too. Business managers are very concerned with what revenues are going to be available to them in FY20. They're worried about the increased costs, specifically for compensatory education, special education, and potentially increased mental health services. One of the things that they're worried about right now is also for FY20 are a reduction in revenues. There is some concern about transportation revenues not being paid out, and there's some concern about special education reimbursements not being paid out based on how people are working. In terms of transportation, what is happening now will not impact reimbursement for transportation this year. And that's because the transportation reimbursement from the state is based on the actual cost for transportation from 2 years prior. Calvin just gave me a message, excuse me. The special education is a little bit more detailed, and we're working on that right now. A lot of the special education personnel are not working full 7-hour school day, 8-hour school day, whatever it happens to be, although people are still paying them for their full time. So the question is becoming how will that be reimbursable? And we're looking into that. We're looking into how they do time studies twice a year for most personnel, and each time study lasts a period of a week for state reimbursement purposes. So we're trying to use that and roll that forward. There are some cases where some personnel, such as paraprofessionals, if their job duties change and they have to do a third time study, And so there's some people who are in that pot now that we're trying to figure out what to do about that. But it looks like we'll probably be able to say that most of those costs will be reimbursable. That's not a definitive answer quite yet, but that's where we're looking at. We should have a decision for that in a few days. I need to talk to Secretary French about that once I gather some more information. So I think the FY20 revenue should be okay. It's really FY21 that people are very concerned about. One other thing in terms of coming forward in FY21, that's that last paragraph I threw on that sheet, is the use of reserve funds and end of year surplus. They're both treated slightly differently. A reserve fund is set up for a specific purpose and can only be used for that purpose unless the voters choose to do otherwise at a special meeting or a special vote to change what that's for. There's been some question as to whether that could be what's the term I want? That could be changed for a year or two while we work through this crisis, this financial crisis, with the understanding that it's strictly to offset some of the increased taxes that are probably coming down the road. The second one is end of year surplus. Generally speaking, what the law says for that is that gets rolled forward into the next available budget to offset costs unless the voters choose to reserve it. But when you read the language in statute, what it's really talking about is an audited surplus. So if you come up with an end of year surplus this year, FY20, it would be audited in FY21 so they knew what size that surplus was, and it would then be available for use in FY22, so 2 years out. So there's some question as to whether that language could be changed a little bit for a while too. So that's just some things to think about as to what could possibly be done. People are looking for, business managers are looking for ways to use their reserves that they have and any potential surplus they may have at the end of the year. They're looking for a little bit of flexibility if possible.
Okay. So, committee, any questions? I'm back to seeing everyone. Okay. Anybody have any questions? No. All right. Thank you, Brad. I'm sure we're going to see more of you as we work our way through this.
Along with others.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Campion.
I guess the only thing that I'm wondering is if all these concerns that we're having with regard to how these dollars are being spent, or that where we can't spend them, are we communicating this to our federal delegation? I suspect the pro tem would be that point person. I'm just wondering if we've done that, or if that's something we need to be communicating.
I will look to Senator Ballant, but my assumption is that the administration, who, as we know, has been very focused on property tax rates, and probably almost every other state administration is in some form reaching out to the delegations in DC. I think, we got our answer from the leader of the Senate last night, which was considered bankruptcy. And, you've got other people that would like to give us billions of dollars. So we don't know yet, but I have no doubt that as we work our way through this and as administrations have the time to actually focus on something beyond the immediate crisis, and we are probably reaching that point in this state where we might be able to take a breath, that we're going to find stuff out. Senator Ballant, do you know?
So only thing I would add for Senator Campion is we do have a joint rules committee meeting tomorrow afternoon, and I will bring it up with both the speaker and the pro tem, because I think a combined statement from all the members of leadership on both sides of the aisle from both chambers could be useful to the delegation if we haven't already made those overtures through the speaker and the pro tem.
Great, thank you.
Right. Okay. So next on the agenda is Jay Nichols from the Principals Association. So Jay, you're okay. You're unmuted and welcome.
Thank you. Step one.
And the floor is yours. What does it look like from your point of view?
I'll share a few things with you. 3-4 minutes of testimony, then take any questions. Thanks for having me. Jay Nichols, Executive Director of the Vermont Principals Association, for the record. Thanks for the opportunity for me to share a few general thoughts around the education fund and budgetary issues. First, I want to share some concerns with consideration of major cuts to staffing, as I said previously. So we must be careful not to cut away human resources that our children will need now more than ever. Virtually all of our students will have adverse academic impact from this loss of real high quality instruction, despite all of the best intentions to do remote learning well. And our most vulnerable students will have major academic loss and regression in many cases. And maybe more importantly, the social emotional impact and challenges these students are facing and will face will fall directly on school employees' shoulders to carry that burden. As I've said before, human resources will be more critical than ever. That said, 80% of our school budgets, roughly 4/5, are in personnel. So if we're going to look at cutting budgets down the road, we're looking at cutting people. This will also potentially mean more people leaving Vermont and more people on our unemployment rolls. So we need to consider all of that. The second thing that hasn't been touched on much until Senator Campion's question a minute ago, he mentioned what the CARES Act can be used for. I think the bigger advocacy in terms of education funding needs to be around the next stimulus package that's being considered. I think it's critical that our legislation and administration advocate strongly with our federal delegation in the U.S. Congress that the big stimulus package being contemplated passes. This is scheduled hopefully to pass sometime in May. It needs to have funds to stabilize state governments and to make sure that it can backfill for school positions. And I'm really thinking about 2021. The original CARES Act is historical, much needed. You're working your way through that right now. However, that's really more of an immediate, urgent cost stabilization plan as opposed to more of a stimulus education plan. It's more about stopping the spread of the coronavirus. It's a short-term package. This short-term package is the biggest economic crisis that's hit our country in the world probably since World War II. My understanding from talking to an economist yesterday is that our deficit in relationship to GDP is approaching World War II levels, which is the highest it's been in the history of our country. I've always been critical of federal debt. I tend to be a conservative, fiscally at least, but this is a time when I think the federal government needs to step in. I can share with all of you a letter that I have signed on with other school leaders across the country, if you'd like. Our National Principals Associations, there are 2 of them, our National School Boards Association, and the American Association of School Administrators, which is the Superintendent's National Association, have all supported this. And together we're advocating for a $173 billion package across the country to help backfill revenue for district states for education revenue costs lost caused by the COVID-19 economic problems. This is roughly 2/3 more, Brad can correct me if I'm wrong, than we receive from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Acts. The need is that big. States across the nation, without extra funding from the feds, are looking at budget cuts for education between 8 and 20%, according to some researchers at the Education Commission of the States and at our own Regional and Northeast Educational Research Lab. That's scary. I've talked to principals across the state. We're hosting 3 calls a week, one with elementary, one with high school, one with secondary. Most of our calls to date have been around crisis management. How do we get these kids broadband? What are we going to do about assessment and grading? What are we going to do about graduation and ceremonies? But the last week or so, a lot's been shifting to worries about the financial future, especially about next year. Lots of worries about potentially losing staff when they expect great academic loss, and more importantly, tremendous worries about students' social and emotional well-being and ability to access education, quite frankly. Principals are stressed out with their day-to-day responsibilities during this crisis, as are teachers and other school staff, and they're really worried about the future for their students who they know will be more vulnerable than ever before. So assuming we are left essentially without any extra support from the federal government, and we have to do this all by ourselves as a state after this initial CARES Act, without the necessary federal support to avoid potential drastic measures as a state, I think there are things that we could do. There are all things that would be unpleasant and painful in one way or another. However, I don't think there are things that we should discuss in a legislative committee necessary. I think the better approach here is a short-term budget approach until we have a better sense of what revenue will look like, what the federal government will look like, and get us through this fiscal year. and then see what the economy might look like when it reopens. Finally, from my perspective, my colleague Jeff Francis at the Superintendents Association said, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago in this committee, that he thinks the next logical step is for the administration and key legislative leaders, along with our associations that are represented here, meet to brainstorm potential solutions to this financial crisis. We at the VPA support that concept as the best strategy moving forward. And we welcome the opportunity to be part of those discussions. Working together, we are more likely to come up with solutions that don't devastate our education system and our response to children's needs, while also addressing the real financial situation we are in as a state. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to share these thoughts.
Thank you. I think my hope has been that the schools, all of your associations, the towns, the legislature, that we all can have this discussion together. We may get more federal money, we may not. Maybe getting close to an election will do it. I think the thing we're struggling with is, I know this, the plan is we will do a budget adjustment for this year for the state budget. And we will do, and they will do probably a 3-month budget for the first quarter next year. But we've got to set a yield so that the towns can get out their tax bills. I think all of that may get a little delayed, but come August 28th or September 1st, whatever day it is, you've got to know you've got money to open school, because even if we find out in October and November we get shut down again because there's a flare up, but it sounds like might be a little smoother going to remote learning this time because we've done it once, but it doesn't sound like it's saving huge amounts of money. So you're going to need that money in place. And I think that's where we're probably seeing or feeling more pressure than all the general fund folks. So,
yeah, I can see that. And I think waiting a while on the yield is certainly the right approach as we see what happens with the economy, whether we can reopen and so forth. And I do want to mention on the remote learning aspect, you know, it may well go more smoothly the next time, but we still have major infrastructure problems as a state that make our most vulnerable students almost unable to access quality education.
And we know that. We've been looking at federal money. If you could help us figure out where's the biggest concentration, you know, because if we get federal money and we have to go, you know, one road in this district and one road in that, we're probably not going to get that much money. But if we have districts that really have whole sections that we could do, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we can get that. We can collect a lot of that information. Unfortunately, in many places, 80% of the people live close enough or have the means to have the internet, and 20% don't, right within the same location. I was talking to people in Alberg today, and for years they were all set with high speed. They had great cell phone access, and then something happened with one of the Verizon towers. It's going to cost too much money to fix it. It hasn't been replaced, and now people in Alberg don't have internet anymore, or very little.
Oh, well, maybe they should call the Department of Public Service.
Yeah, maybe.
And because there's been trouble with E911 up there too. So
all connected.
Senator Brock, I think, is taking notes.
Many notes.
Many notes.
He knows I love him, so it's fine.
Okay, so that yeah. And I believe Jeff Francis had trouble talking to us, and he's about a mile from the State House. So you know, that's his fault for living in an area that has ledges, but you know, it is not smooth. I mean, you don't have to go much more than a mile from the State House to not have cell service. And so we will our internet. So we're working on it. But anything you can do to help us figure out where, and because at some point we're going to have to make some decisions. Okay, any question for Jay? Committee. All right. Okay, so we'll move on to Sue. Okay, Seglowski?
Zaglowski, yes.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Sue Zaglowski, Executive Director of the Vermont School Boards Association, for the record. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide you with an update on school budgets. I'll talk just briefly first about the 19 districts that don't have an approved budget yet, and then I'll give you some information about our overall approach to keeping school boards informed about the status of the education fund. There are 105 school district budgets that have been voted on in 2020. 96 were approved, 9 were defeated, and 10 districts have not held a budget vote yet. What does the future hold for budget votes for those 19 districts without an approved budget? There are temporary elections provisions that are in effect for 2020 only, which grant the Secretary of State authority with the governor's agreement to order appropriate procedures in light of the COVID-19 virus. And I won't go through all of the possibilities, but one of them is requiring mail balloting by requiring town clerks to send ballots by mail to all registered voters. The Secretary of State has not implemented any of these alternative procedures yet. The Secretary of State has issued guidance stating that elections scheduled for April and May should be canceled if at all possible. And under these circumstances, the 19 school districts without approved budgets are facing great uncertainty about when and how their budget votes will occur, and also uncertainty about the ability to see a budget approved in the current economic crisis. The SBA has called for an approach that would provide the 19 districts with legislatively granted spending authority for FY 2021, equivalent to their FY 2020 approved ed spending plus an inflator based on the statewide increase in ed spending from FY 20 to 21. And that would be approximately 4%. The worsening economy and potential legislative response to the resulting shortfall in the education fund is likely to lead to severe pressure on all districts. So to not stabilize these 19 districts with reasonable spending authority would definitely disadvantage them as they work to navigate the crisis. I want to be clear that we're not seeking any unnecessary dispensation or special advantage for the 19 districts. Our goal is really to see that they're placed on comparatively equal footing with those districts that saw budgets approved before the onslaught of operational challenges and fiscal deterioration resulting from the COVID-19 crisis. These districts have been the subject to the same challenges of every other district in Vermont in the early days of navigating this crisis, and they will be striving to serve children and communities in the same diminished economy under the same state and federal policies that are established to contend with this tragic event. Several local education officials.
I have one question.
Sure.
I know the towns that have voted 4%, but were all the budget proposals that didn't get voted on for a 4% increase or more?
No, they differ. There is a chart that was developed, I believe, by Brad James and the Joint Fiscal Office that I could send to you, or they could send to you.
Okay, Brad's got his hand up, so.
Okay.
Brad, you want to chime in?
Yes, that was a good lead into that is actually on, I sent that to Faith and that is actually posted there. It shows something that I did for Senate Education, I think last week, that I have updated because House Education asked for it for tomorrow. And what it shows is the 9 districts that had failed budgets, kind of where they are, if there's any update. And it also shows where the what the potential increases were for the 10 districts who have yet to vote. I can look at it very quickly and give you a rough idea of what that average would be because I have it up here somewhere. I have too many things open. Here we go.
Faith is loading. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. In term the percentage
Make a little
increase.
there we go.
Did you get it, Faith? Let me go back there then.
Yeah, we got
Right,
it.
so
So even I can read it. All right.
Oh, good. Okay. If you would scroll down a little bit, Faith, to where it's the not yet voted section, because I think that's what Ann was asking about. So that's that column that says proposed percent education spending that starts with a 5.6% for Caledonia Cooperative.
Yeah.
That's the number that you really care about for the education fund, not necessarily the change in budget. So if you look at those, you can see where they are, and I'd say probably it's probably averaging probably around the 4% range, maybe a
Yeah,
bit higher.
that's my not very mathematical sense. We got a few significantly over and a few under.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the comparative size of the districts. Granville Hancock's tiny, Oxbow's reasonable sized.
Yeah.
West River's not that big. Wyndham Northeast and Wyndham Southeast are not. They're probably the bigger ones. Bigger ones. And Essex Westward, obviously, but they're down. They're lower. So Essex Westward is by far and away the largest one in terms of population. So they would weight the average. Now I'm becoming a geek, so I'll be quiet.
Okay, so we aren't overpaying everybody. All right, and if they don't pass their budgets, thought I saw a headline that said Montpelier was looking, or somebody's looking at drive-through voting. I guess maybe you could get your ballot by mail or get it in your car, fill it out, and
Barrytown.
Okay, and fill it into the machine.
Well, it's Thunder Road.
At Thunder Road. Okay, get a little race in while you're at it. But that is actually for places that use a voting machine. An interesting concept to be able to drive through, put your ballot into the machine, and it will get counted. Somebody would have to count you off as you went through or mark you off, but you could hold your name up in the car. So interesting. All right. So Sue, we got sidetracked in the middle of yours. Anyone have a question for Brad at this point? Okay, we're back to you, Sue.
Okay, thank you. So just wanted to update you and let you know that there are several local education officials from the 19 affected districts who are going to be testifying in the House Education Committee tomorrow afternoon on this topic.
Okay.
And then on our overall approach of keeping school boards informed, 2 weeks ago, the Vermont Superintendents Association hosted a webinar with Mark Perral as the presenter, which was wonderful. The local school officials were able to receive the same economic information that is being provided to legislators. And
I'm sure they were as uplifted as we are.
Yes. School board chairs and superintendents participated in the webinar, which was very well presented, of course, and there were many questions asked afterward. And when it was all finished, VSBA sent the link to the recorded webinar to all school board members in Vermont. Soon after that, we followed up by sending an alert to school board members regarding the unprecedented fiscal challenges Vermont's public education system is facing due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the latest projections on the education fund deficit. And VSA is in the planning stages of another webinar with Mark Perral as presenter. VSBA has worked with VSA to increase our webinar capacity for the number of people that can be on at the same time in order to make it possible this time for all school board members to participate in the webinar.
Wow.
And are going to continue to keep school boards apprised of developments related to the fiscal challenges facing public education in Vermont. In conclusion, I wanted to let you know that the Vermont School Boards Association stands ready to collaborate and problem solve with the General Assembly and all of the parties that have been mentioned in previous testimony today to address the challenges of this once-in-a-lifetime crisis. We hope it's a once-in-a-lifetime crisis. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Okay. Any questions? I feel like, do I have a quorum? All right, there's Senator Sirotkin. There's Senator Campion. Okay, I guess I do now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. I started to have an all but black screen here. All right. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. And we're going on to Jeff Francis, who I believe is on the phone. Am I reading that correctly? Jeff, are you there?
Sure. Yes,
Yep.
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. You gave up on video from home?
Well, I can see, I do both. So I use my phone to make sure that we're not interrupted, but I can see you when I'm not looking at documents. So
Okay.
Jeffrey Francis from the Vermont Superintendents Association. One benefit of going after Jay and Sue is that a lot of the points that they covered, I don't need to cover, so I can save you time. I'm briefly going to just hit a couple topics that we're thinking about at the Superintendents Association, in addition to the points that Jay and Sue made, which I largely agree with. So one of the fascinating aspects of the COVID crisis navigation is there's a ton of work to do every day, but we now have to look ahead. And like the General Assembly, school administrators are contending with the immediacy of the need and also preparing for the future. So in recent days, the emphasis has shifted from contending with the immediacy, because people have things in order despite the unusual nature of what we're working on right now, to what it looks like coming out of the crisis or post-crisis factors, conditions, economy, and so on. So as Jay indicated, there's a lot of interest in not only closing this school year, but also what we'll need to do in the upcoming school year. A major area of interest, like superintendents and business managers and other school administrators, like it is for you, is the fiscal situation. And I was quoted recently in a VPR story as saying that it nearly defies description. And I think that that's true. We have, we talk in terms of $250 million potential ed fund shortfall, and understanding, trying to understand what that may mean. And then we are confronted with the most recent example of what we are going to be faced with the state college situation that you spent a fair amount of time on over the last week and will continue to. And it leaves me with really three summary thoughts. The first one Jay spoke about. There's nothing normal about this situation. So my belief and the belief of the association is that we're going to do better navigating the situation ahead if we do in fact collaborate. And I know that the administration is thinking about how to contend with this. I know the General Assembly is thinking about how to contend with this. I can tell you that local school officials are thinking about how to contend with it. I think that we need to take advantage of all that thought process, and as Jay said, put people around the table and say, okay, what are your ideas? Because if the ideas come out in a manner that is not collaborative or collective, there's more potential for people to dismiss the idea, criticize the idea, say the idea is not possible, because it's coming out from a singular entity rather than a collective. And I think the conversation is going to be safer, if you will, if it happens as a collaboration. So that's one point I wanted to make. The second thing that I think we're going to have to contend with inescapably is what we know about the characteristics of the public education system as it exists today. So for the last 10 years or so, there's been a lot of concern, justifiably, about the increasing cost of education, which is largely attributable to the number of personnel and the number of buildings that we operate. When I say personnel, I mean across the board.
Right.
And when I say buildings, I mean across the board. And the fact that those costs have not reflected the decline in enrollment. And that's got a lot to do with the characteristics of our system. Act 46 was an effort to create an organizational structure that would enable more nimble response to the decline and to create management and governance structures that were going to be better able to deploy resources collectively in response to the challenges that we face, including the decline in enrollment. Well, Act 46, recently passed legislation, barely has a foothold. But one of the things that we've witnessed is that the cultural phenomenon in Vermont, despite the changes in the organizational structure, made it very, very difficult to make changes to things like personnel and the number of buildings you operate. So one benefit of working collectively and collaboratively to address the challenges ahead is because we can speak together in one voice and say, here's the recognition of the problem, here's what we need to do to address the cost side of the equation. And I think the cost side of the equation is an imperative aspect of this, regardless of what we see in terms of federal assistance or other measures that are taken to compensate for the devastation of the crisis. Because as so many people have said, you want to emerge from this navigation with a system that's going to be responsive in the future. So what does that mean? It means that despite the fact there are aspects and elements of the current system that many people hold near and dear, if change is imminent because of the nature of the crisis and its implications, then we need to be prepared for that. And the way we better prepare for that is to come together, put our heads together and say, these are necessary adjustments. They're adjustments that we ought to consider together, and how are we going to move forward. And that, I think, goes to the characteristics of the education delivery system. I think it was reflected in what you saw with the state colleges. I do think it reaches down into or reaches up from the K-12 system. You know, one example is, despite the fact that we have such high cost per pupil, the General Assembly, if we hadn't experienced the crisis, was going to be contending with, how do you contend with the fact that you've got an infrastructure that in many places is depleted because of age and in some instances deferred maintenance. So, you know, that was a big policy issue 2 months ago. It's a less policy issue today because we're dealing with the COVID-19 crisis. But when things settle to the extent they do, that will be with us. Similarly, and I won't drone on here, but you know, you were also going to have to contend, and still will, with the implications of the weighting study, which had some communities in the state, I think, justifiably asserting that the system might not have been equitable in terms of things like rurality and poverty and English language learners. So it's a fairly long-winded way of saying, if there's going to be an adjustment that will be driven by the COVID-19 response, it's an adjustment that needs to take into consideration all the characteristics that I'm speaking of. It's an adjustment that is going to be with us, I think, you know, here to stay. and it's an adjustment that we're going to better navigate if people say, okay, we have the same understanding of the challenge. These are the opportunities to change. Not going to be political. You know, it's not going to be, let's drive this agenda or that agenda. It's how do we dig down deep and come up with the best solutions that give us an equitable education system that is affordable for the taxpayer, that does the job we need to do for the kids of the state of Vermont. So, you know, my appeal is that we get to work on that and include all the parties of interest, including both administrators and teachers, as well as you and the body you represent and the administration. I don't think that work. I think that work is happening from place to place right now. I do not think that the collective work can start soon enough, quite frankly.
No, thank you. I think that's what I've been trying to say, not so well, is that you're right. I mean, $150 million, but it wouldn't take us long to vote in that much, you know, over the next few years, increase to the cost in education. Unless our economy takes a swift bound forward, we are still have all those issues. What was it, 2 months ago? We were hearing about schools with open sewage draining into their basements and all kinds of issues, mostly in poorer schools, and they're all still there. But because of the very unanticipated and drastic loss in revenue, forcing us, I think, to accelerate the discussion about before we end up where the state colleges are, is how do we create an education system that meets the needs of today's students at a cost we can all afford, and you know, how do we move ourselves there? And maybe this working together will allow us to make some progress on that, because I don't think any of us want to just go out in the traditional raise taxes mode on this one. So any questions for Jeff at this point? I'm not seeing any. Okay, no. Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and next we have Jeff Fannin.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. So for the record, Jeff Fannin from Vermont NEA. Thank you for allowing me time to speak with you today about Vermont's educators and our publicly funded school system. The last 6 weeks obviously have been incredible, not just in the unprecedented disruption to all aspects of life, but in the amazing way that first responders, healthcare workers, grocery store clerks, farmers, and other dedicated frontline essential workers are doing an extraordinary job for all of us. I've also watched school employees work tirelessly to keep connections with their students. It's truly a bright light in the dark time that we are just beginning to comprehend the effects of this coronavirus on our school system. Vermont's health and our state's economic health, it's all mixed in here. My comments here are based upon my ongoing observations and understandings of certain aspects of the pandemic, the demands on the school systems now, and those we anticipate, and I think that's important for us to all look at, and the economic issues we all face because of this public health emergency. The public school systems are meeting the challenges presented by the state of emergency. Educators, paraeducators, teachers, bus drivers, food service workers, school nurses, school boards, and administrators are doing their parts to ensure that students and families are safe, fed, and they get an education, albeit in the remote environment. It has its challenges, to be sure. Just to name a few, internet connectivity is a major issue across the state, and personal protective equipment, PPE, remains scarce for school employees who, by virtue of their jobs, interact with students and families in person during this pandemic. The internet connectivity issue is significant, and they're found across the state, including Chittenden County. As you know, the students that had before the pandemic continue to have, and those students that did not have before the pandemic continue not to have. And we need to address this inequity. Connectivity does not simply mean access to high-speed internet, but it also means having a device and the proper bandwidth in your house, because you've now got parents and multiple kids, as I do in my family, who are all working off the same. It might work. I'm at the office literally because I don't have the bandwidth at home. I left and there were 3 people on the internet and I couldn't get on. So I come to the office. This type of access is now a basic requirement of education. And it was before the pandemic. We just limped along and did the best we could, but the state needs to seriously address the connectivity issue. It has to be done. The last 3 governors made internet connectivity a priority, but the pandemic and school closures have made painfully obvious to every educator and student that we have a long ways to go to achieve this 21st century basic necessity. And during the electrification of the country in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, we need to do the same with internet connectivity to the last mile. We need to do it. It's an issue of fairness and equity for all students, and the pandemic has extended and laid bare the digital divide that has become even more deep. Schools have been sourcing devices for students that lack a device, and schools have been working with telecom companies to provide internet access to families that lacked it. The state should the state should redouble its efforts to get more Vermonters connected, especially now that when the lack of reliable high-speed internet will throw even more students and families under the economic bus. We've got to do it. We are seeing and hearing about students who are not doing well, and we anticipate we will see increased needs when schools reopen. The social, and Jay Nichols mentioned this, and I'm going to go into a little bit more perhaps. The social emotional needs of students are going unmet during this pandemic, and in some cases, students are now in the most unsafe environment. The consequences of these realities will be significant. To better meet these increased needs, we are working with the Northeast Family Institute, NFI, to develop and provide professional development for educators so they are prepared to welcome back students who have suffered some form of harm and or trauma and who will need support in relearning their self-regulation skills and strategies. The signs are real that students are suffering, and schools will be called upon to do more, not less, than they were doing before the pandemic. Indeed, Secretary of Education Dan French and earlier Jay Nichols both have echoed this now obvious fact that kids will need more services next school year. We need to prepare for that eventuality now. The growth in need is already upon us. Just yesterday, I received word that the Windsor County Special Investigations Unit is now reaching out to teachers to do more in terms of checking in with students and their well-being. In many cases, teachers are the only adults able to assess family conditions and determine whether a child needs protection. And while reports about child abuse are down significantly since the pandemic started, sadly, the belief is that the abuse and neglect continue, but the signs and symptoms are not physically visible with students no longer coming to school. The expansion of human services being provided in schools has been a slow, steady creep over many years, and we need to acknowledge it and expand on it, not use it as an excuse to financially penalize schools who are providing such services. The extent of social needs among children has grown steadily, largely without notice outside the schools. And since neither the capacity of our social service agencies nor the state funds have kept pace, it has fallen to Vermont school systems to support necessary and social services that help make sure children in school are ready to learn and succeed in life. And the need will increase after this pandemic. Again, we should not pay for these services through the property tax, but rather the state must fund these services out of the general fund, not the education fund. Our public schools are the cornerstones of our communities and will be vital community institutions while we work to rebuild our society as we emerge from this pandemic. There is a bill in the House, H804, that we support that would use existing resources to begin to shift schools into community schools to provide social services to students and families. The bill would allow school districts to have a dedicated staff person coordinating social services for students and their families by building and deepening partnerships with the community organizations to help meet the needs of not only students, but all community members. This is the right thing to do, but is an expense that appropriately could be categorized as a general fund obligation. As for the state's education fund fiscal concerns, we believe Congress is working right now to provide greater flexibility for states to use CARE money to replace lost revenues. The hope is that the next coronavirus federal legislation will pass and will include flexibility you need to address the state's education fund fiscal issues. As Senator Campion noted, we are in contact, or you asked, I'm sorry, we're in contact with our national organization, the largest union in the country, NEA, as they advocate in DC for greater flexibility. And given the increased demands we see coming at schools and the significant resources coming to the state from the federal government in the form of $1.2 billion, we think there is enough money to address the FY20 and FY21 education fund challenges to ensure schools are ready to meet the needs of Vermont students. And finally, I think I mentioned this last time I testified, we firmly believe that Vermonters who are struggling to pay for rent or food because of the pandemic should indeed be afforded extra time to meet their tax obligations. However, a blanket waiver is short-sighted. Those who can still afford to pay their taxes should continue to do so. So giving a blanket deferral will exacerbate the already intolerable gap between wealthy Vermonters and working Vermonters. So we think you should eliminate the general waiver of the tax deadline date, if you will, and people who are able to pay should pay, and those who can't should be given some extra time. So that's the sum of my testimony, and I'm happy certainly to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, Jeff, first
Yes.
basic question. Is the NEA willing to work with all the school boards associations to come up with a plan to deal with the present deficit? And then I think we all know there'll be increased needs next year.
Yeah, certainly we'll work with anybody and have worked. We're regularly meeting with the Secretary of Education now and the what I call the two prospect folks, the superintendents, school boards and principals and special ed directors. So we're working with them, meeting with them weekly now, which is a good thing, and certainly we'll continue to do so. We push for that, to be very honest with you, and I think it's a good thing to do. And if there are other conversations about the fiscal challenges we face, we want to be at the table as well and welcome that. And certainly we'll participate in that.
Okay.
But we are working at I just want to be clear, we are working at communication last night from NEA, the lobbyists down there, they're working to get greater flexibility so the states have it. And somebody mentioned it earlier, we're one of 49 other states who are dealing with the same loss of revenue. There's a lot of money coming into the state. We think it just needs to be structured in a little bit different way to give you the tools you need to solve the education fund challenges you have. There's money there. We just need to figure out how to use it and use it well.
Okay, and that gets me to the next a question I meant to ask Jeff Francis. Jeff, are you still here? I see a phone, but it's muted, so he may not be with us. Yeah. You are here. Yeah. Just wondering, have any discussions started on the uses of the federal money that's coming into the schools?
Yeah, I mean, Bratt is actually better able to answer that than I am. So why don't I'm assuming he's still on. I'll pause rather than.
Well, no, he said it hadn't come in, and I understand it's going as a direct grant to the schools.
Yeah, so Mark Peralt has talked about that. Bratt has talked about that, and they're better authorities on it, quite frankly, than I am.
Okay, I was just wondering if the superintendents or fiscal officers had started thinking about how that money might be used, but
yeah, and what I can say to that, and if Brad's on, he'll respond.
He's on.
Part of the context for the work that he did with them around added expenditures and areas of savings was trying to estimate what portion of the, I think, $30 million was going to go in which way, but I'll stop and let him respond.
Okay, Brad, can you?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say because I haven't been in great discussions with people, but we have told them that, you know, we've given them rough estimates, very rough estimates of what they can expect, and it's roughly 80% of their Title I allocations that they're getting currently this year. That's roughly the amount of money they'll be getting. I've pointed out to them, I've sent them the language as to what is in the CARES Act, as to what the monies can be used for. As I said, two of them are fairly broad, but we are still waiting on guidance from the federal folks themselves.
Okay.
I have not, I know that there is the leadership group within AOE itself is coming up with some general guidelines as to what the monies can and can't be used for. They're working on how to look at what we're going to put out as grants. You know, because this is going to have to be a grant program of some sort, where they're going to have to, we're going to make it as simple as possible, where they're going to have to apply for the money. Obviously, we're going to say yes, but it's going to have their work pieces in it, and, you know, make sure that we need to review those and make sure they're allowable. Because what we don't want to do is come back and say that these things were allowable, find out they were not from the federal folks, and then have to take the money back and pay it back.
Right. Okay.
To answer your question directly, I don't have good information as to what people, the business managers, superintendents, and folks in the field are thinking in terms of how they specifically.
Senator Sorokin, you have a question?
I do. Thank you. Jeff Fannin brought the topic up that we've been dealing with off and on for the last week about blanket delays and being able to pay property taxes or remissions to the Department of Education by towns, waiving penalties. And it sounds like the NEA has some trepidation going down that road for some of the reasons that I think Senator McDonald mentioned this morning in terms of waiving things, certainly for commercial and second homeowners. And I'm wondering if other groups who will talk to us today have an opinion on that issue, which we seem to be headed down the road to at least discussing, because it sounds like the league is going to be asking us to do that.
They have asked.
They have asked.
Okay. Anybody else have a thought about delaying? I think the bill that's come out of GovOps gives each town the ability to waive interest penalties, to change their due dates, which should just impact inside the town, but they have also asked us to do away with the 8% penalty if they don't pay all the due property tax. And I think some of us have some concerns about, at least I do, about the potential for not collecting taxes that we could and should collect because those folks haven't lost their jobs. So, Brad, I think I saw you first, then Senator McDonald, and if I saw anybody else. Okay, Brad.
Just very briefly, Mark and Chloe sent that draft to me yesterday, asked me to look at it and kind of weigh in on it. And the waiving of the penalty is money lost to the state. But if towns do push back their tax due dates, not necessarily this year, but next year, then what will happen is that could conceivably cause a bit of a cash flow problem for the school districts. They won't be getting the education property taxes on the normal schedule they expect, which means they'll probably have to do short-term borrowing, which they normally do at the beginning of the year anyway, but it would be for an extended period of time, thereby increasing costs to the district via interest rates. You can look at that two ways. It's the same taxpayer. We're talking about a municipal tax rate if the town has to borrow, an education tax rate if the school district has to borrow. Kind of which pocket do you want to pay out of, your left-hand one or your right-hand one? But it's either way, it's going to have a cost. I don't know if one is more beneficial than the other.
Okay. And it has been suggested rather than waive the penalty, we might discuss contributing to the interest or the borrowing cost. So, though that's what I know of that's on the table. Senator McDonald.
We talked yesterday, I believe, or a couple days ago, about how to get some legal advice on how we might help Mrs. Murphy or Mr. and Mrs. Murphy in paying their school taxes if they've been laid off or they're out of work, and how we can legally distinguish between forgiving those people who resident homeowners and not waive Snowflake or J Peak or National Life or any other business interest who is wise enough and thoughtful enough to say, why should I pay my taxes any sooner than I'm obliged to? Whether it's a condo association or a property in Stowe that's being, or some other place being used to launder oligarch money, why would we be extending to those properties and those folks with such resources, such an 8% waiver, just so we can help Mrs. Murphy, who will sell her Volkswagen to Beetle in order to pay her property taxes on time and not be embarrassed.
Okay. Senator McDonald, I will recognize you again, provided you reserve your comments about wealthy places to the mansions I have personally seen in the hills of Orange County.
Absolutely. And those folks don't pay based on income.
You hope. Okay. I think, and I believe we did ask Abby to do some looking into that. I mean, I don't think we can discriminate between Vermonters and non-Vermonters, but I think we also know that there are businesses, small businesses, that have been closed that don't have resources. And there seem to be some federal monies out there, but it's, again, going to be putting a package together. Senator Saratkin, since that's your field.
I just would like to ask if the school boards and the Principals Association, Superintendents Association could answer the question. I think we've gotten an opinion from Jeff Fannin, but we haven't heard from the other party.
Yeah, so this is Jeff Francis. I haven't thought much about that question yet, but today on a call with the superintendents and Secretary French, a superintendent mentioned the implications of that. So my immediate reaction is that to the extent taxes can be collected and people are available and able to pay the taxes, they should. So like I said, I haven't really thought it through, but the implications of a blanket delay or a determination that communities on a case-by-case basis could make that determination, I think is a challenging notion. And it's precisely the type of question, or among the questions, that I think ought to be put in the middle of a table with representatives of the administration, municipal officials, local school officials, and the General Assembly. Because it's easy to sort of parse that out and make a decision or take a position like I'm taking right now based on my best available thinking. It's something entirely different to have all the thought process laid out in front of you and collectively come to the best decision. And I think that it's one example of scores of decisions that are going to need to be considered and addressed.
Madam Chair, I asked for we get a proper legal opinion on where such discrimination may be lawfully exercised and where it may not be. The Constitution prohibits.
We did ask Abby Shepherd, who is our counsel, to look into that for us, and we will invite her back to give us her conclusions.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else at this point? Jay Nichols. Hi.
Yeah, I'll just comment on that as well. I think, you know, full disclosure, last night I was sitting here making a list of all the things I thought we could do, and a lot of them made me sick to my stomach. But one of the things that did come up was maybe there's some kind of threshold as to who's allowed longer time to pay their property taxes and who isn't. I agree with Jeff Fannon's premise that those that are able to pay, we should want them to pay now to put more money in our revenue coffers. And those who can't, we should, you know, that really can't, we should afford them the opportunity to delay until they can.
And I think the way it's being explained to us by the Government Operations Committee is that towns can do this now with a vote of the community. But a vote of the community is all but impossible under the present stay-at-home order. And so this would allow the select board. But I would hope that the schools would be amongst those consulted before your select board makes a decision. And I think it also would, depending on how these decisions go, influence how we might vote on allowing the towns not to be responsible for paying in all the property tax that is owed. Education fund tax, before I get corrected. Senator Sirotkin, did I see your hand up? No, he's muted now.
No, I was just agreeing with you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Other question? All right, Mark.
Yeah, I just want to jump in and point out that apart from whether taxpayers can pay or not, simply allowing municipalities to move the dates at which they collect and remit the tax doesn't solve anything. It just moves the problem from the municipality to the school district. So rather than having the municipality have to borrow short term, the school district has to borrow short term. So this is a complicated cash flow, and Brad can jump in here if I'm wrong, but simply delaying the payments that come from the municipalities, I don't think accomplishes anything.
Were the schools consulted by the Government Operations Committee as part of this discussion? Were any of you involved? No. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Good to know. Any other questions, comments? Senator Brock.
Just one observation regarding taxpayers, particularly corporate taxpayers who take advantage of a delay on the payment due date. One of the most powerful things that we have that encourages tax payment is the publication of the name of an individual who does not pay property taxes on time in a town report. Would it be conceivable to at least think about the notion of keeping the date the same as it is, except allow a delay without penalty, and perhaps just apply it to non-resident property holders, that those who payment is made on the due date originally listed, be listed in the tax report. Just a thought.
That's something else we can ask Abbott. Well, that one will probably get kicked to more of a constitutional, but can we
certainly publish it now when people don't pay?
But can we exclude Vermonters and just put second homeowners in there?
Well,
maybe
you're doing
based on the home, not residents.
Property tax. In other words, you're doing that for Vermont. They own a property. You're treating people alike, regardless of their location. We're just not doing it on. We're doing it on one class of property.
One class of property. Okay. Brad, did I see your hand? No. Okay. Mark, I saw your hand.
Yeah, municipalities do have the authority to waive those interest and penalties, I think, on their own. It's just that they can't then not remit the full amount of education property tax that's due to the state. So two slightly different issues.
Yes. And we've been told that the latter is ours. The former is GovOps. Okay. So they've been the good guys and given the towns all the permission they want. And we're going to get probably to say no. Senator Sirotkin.
Well, just following up on Senator Brock with a solution here. is, as I understand the problem from the finance committee's perspective, or soon to be the finance committee's perspective, is the towns may want to give relief to a lot of people who are hurting right now. And if they, one choice is to give a blanket exemption from penalties and interest. But part of the reason they're doing that is they have a process already called the abatement process, but I'm on the Board of Abatement and we'll just get buried with requests. I'm wondering if it might not be something we can think about where we could set a standard whereby an abatement would be granted, such as a form affidavit that somebody submits, and it's just a paper thing, and then they get their abatement. And they just basically have to say, I lost my job or I lost my income, and therefore we distinguish between those who need it and those who don't. And we get rid of the heavy administrative burden of having all these thousands of Board of Abatement hearings.
You're not getting a whole lot of sympathy from me since my first year in the Board of Abatement. We did the first CAP-TAP program and found all the bugs. And I forget how many thousands of tax appeals. I saw more moldy basements that year than I have as a realtor.
Well, that's just off the top of my head.
It can be done, but yeah, but I don't think we want taxes abated. I think we're hoping that this is temporary and that those people will be back to work.
Maybe just the penalty be abated then.
Maybe they can do that now. I think it's blanket abatements that would do everybody. It's blanket moving the dates that will at least delay and complicate what is already going to be a delay. Well, they're going to have to move the dates anyway, because we aren't going to have the homestead declarations until July 15th. So I don't think any, if not very few towns are going to be able to get those out and get their tax bills out in a reasonable time for people to pay on August 15th. That's Montpelier's. I think that's as early as anyone goes. So we're probably going to have at least that first date in those towns that pay then move back, maybe only by a couple weeks, but that also hits when schools are trying to gear up. So a lot of fine details here. All right, any other questions at this point? If not, William Talbot is back with us. Welcome back, Bill.
Oh, thank you.
I think you know everybody. I think everybody knows you. Okay.
So, all right. So thank you. Bill Talbot. I've been contracted with the Joint Fiscal Office. Oh, Mark's got a note. And it's, of course,
yeah, but Mark hasn't figured out his notes come out in mirror vision.
I thought it was just a typical Mark note.
Well, maybe that's it too. And I was giving him the benefit of the doubt.
So I was just trying to follow the abatement. Towns can't abate the education tax. Only a tax commissioner can do that. They have to collect it or lay the heavy. But
they can do the town tax then.
Yeah, they can't abate the education tax. That's the tax.
Okay, good. One problem solved.
5409 of Title 32. But I mean, so I really have nothing to add. This Jeff said it earlier. Francis said it earlier. You go late. Everybody says it all. Now even more's been said. I mean, I love working with the Joint Fiscal Office. Those people are very good. They're talented. You guys are lucky you have them. I always appreciate working with Mark, and maybe I'll even get to work with Brad again a little bit. But so I could just, what occurs to me though is that the options are really pretty clear. So I got involved I was in the House starting in 1987, and we've had our ups and downs in the last 33 years, but they've all been within a manageable, difficult maybe, but manageable band. And this is far outside that, or at least it appears to be far outside that. So you all know that. I'm stating the obvious, but you balance the if fund with the yield, the two yields, the income and the property yield, and the non-residential property tax rates. And so you can do that mathematically with this problem. Better handle on how big it is. And it, it's like a roller coaster. One day it doesn't seem so bad, the next day it's the end of everything. But you can do that on paper, and it all works. The numbers will add up. And as you've all said, the question is, but can the people pay the bill? And so, what do you have to do? You can look at
You're breaking up, Bill.
I'm sorry, I'm probably talking too fast. I always do. So they got four options. You can look at spending and try to reduce that. You can try to find an economic tax base that we haven't touched yet, if there is such a thing.
Well, I was trying to tax hemp cigarettes, but that one hasn't come up.
Turn everything, all the stones. And then you hopefully got a little federal money you might be able to use. And then if those things leave you short, you can borrow. And I mean, really, what other choices do you have? Maybe somebody will come up with something, but it sounds like you got four choices here. And excuse me, the reality of this situation is that it's just really going to be unlikely that any of those really work that well. But you got to give it a shot. So
some combination, I would think.
Probably. I mean, an early idea I had right off, which was last week, was that you'd add a line to the Ed Fund Outlook under sources that was debt, and so you'd figure out what your shortfall was, and then you'd fill the gap with debt, and then later on, a couple of years, you'd add a new line to the
back.
Pay off the debt.
You add another line where you start paying the debt back, and you finance it over as many years as you can spread it. Just like flattening the curve doesn't really just spreads everything out over more time. It buys you time.
Right.
This is kind
Keeps
of
you from being overwhelmed.
Well, yes. So hopefully you can find ways to finance this through borrowing if it's that bad that you can spread out over time. I'm glad I'm getting an opportunity to scratch my head with people and see if there's anything else, but it seems like it's pretty cut and dried.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I had assumed we would. Yeah, we've got the 19 million. That's the kind of thing we deal with. That we can manage. 150 to 250 million dollars, and there's the next year we haven't even gotten to. We know this coming year, folks that lost their jobs aren't going to get tax rebates unless we can figure out a way to make the system work for them. So this will be a miserable year. The next year, they probably will get a rebate because it'll be based on this year's income, or some of them will. But hopefully by then they'll be back working. So this is like our 3-year average on things. Unless we can find a way to make it easier for people to get a rebate this coming year, I think we have the potential of doing a lot more rebates the year after. And this may not be a 2-year problem.
And another,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question we're all hoping to get some more information on, but I don't think anybody knows at this point. I mean, look at the country, the states are all over the map, or maybe we got some unintentional experiments going on there that might point out some mistakes or some things that work for us. But otherwise, we're just kind of grasping in the dark. Another management thing we might look at, it gets involved with the difficulty that towns might have in collecting taxes, and it presents some perhaps cash flow issues. Is the way it works is towns collect the education tax on behalf of the state, and they pay all of that to the school district up to the amount of the school district's budget. And anything that might be left over, they forward to the state in December 1st and June 1st. And if they're late with that, that's where the 8% penalty comes in. That's not all the just towns. That's just some of them. That's only the ones that have collected enough or more than what their school budget obligation is. But you could change how that works a little bit if it made any sense or if it helped, so that you would say that the towns don't have to give everything that they collect to the school district. They only give a portion of that, and anything over that they would give to the state. And that puts the problem on the state. But then you just have one borrower, the state. That you would accumulate the shortfall then at the state level, and then the state would borrow the rest.
Because that was my concern, is that the towns could delay or rebate and then they would pay their school, but there wouldn't be anything left to send to the state because they didn't collect it, not because they didn't owe it.
Passed on to
And
the
if we did away with any kind of penalty on that, we could see some of those poorer receiving towns really be in dire straits. So,
yeah, yes. So I mean, there's some things you can do to play around with it. To you know, we've talked for a long time about why doesn't the state collect its own education tax, which presents its own problems. This would be kind of a phase in toward that direction, but it just consolidates the issues the towns will have at the state level, and maybe the state can manage
I think
that.
the towns figured out there was some benefit to them. I remember that discussion, and the town clerks changed their opinion on that.
They make a little money on it, and the local banks, you know, get the deposits, and they like that. They don't want to lose that.
They do short-term loaning and borrowing.
Sure.
Okay, Mark, you have something to?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out on the 8% penalty seems to me to be kind of a red herring, because there's no reason for a district to have to run into the 8% penalty. They can go out and borrow. It would be municipal finance malpractice to run into that 8% penalty. It's there so that they make the payments, and they can borrow to make those payments otherwise. So what they're telling you is not that they don't want to pay an 8% penalty. It's they're telling you we don't want to make the payment.
Right. They want us to have to borrow, which essentially means whatever they don't collect gets added to the deficit. And something tells me they aren't going to like the increased tax rate to pay off the deficit. So, okay. Another uplifting day in finance. All right. Oh, I hope that we can start getting a group together. And I don't know, it might work best to let the school folks, that's a cat, Senator McDonald. Have the group start having the hard discussions, because unless there is a major federal bailout, there's going to have to be some hard, not like there isn't hard decisions every year, but this year may be more painful than most. And it makes me a little nervous that the administration hasn't chimed in, except they'd like to, as we redo the state colleges, redo the entire education system. And that, just the enormity of that task makes me very nervous, especially given the ease with which we can communicate as the Brady Bunch here. This isn't the easiest way to discuss. So we'll work on it. Okay. Anybody else? Anything else? Okay, we are finished early. So thank you, everyone. Committee next week. Faith and I are going to try and find an hour or half hour tomorrow to do agendas. Anybody have anything you want? I mean, we keep, at this point, I will say I am not very encouraged by the response we've gotten from the department on the broadband money and what we're doing to go after it. It feels very lackadaisical. I will say I am unimpressed with the value of hotspots, except maybe to teenagers who want to go stand on a street corner with their phones. But it's not going to do a lot for telemedicine or teleeducation or remote work. And it'd be good so you can contact your mother and tell her you're still alive. But And I'm starting to wonder, can we put a little more teeth in? I mean, I just found out we're all going to get a rebate on our auto insurance. I've been asked, or maybe we can have that discussion next week. I've got a couple issues. One came up with farm workers. Apparently, a large number of the farmers carry them on their books as employees, and they deduct taxes and unemployment and all kinds of other stuff that we all get taken out. But they have an individual tax number. But because they don't have a social security number, they can't get a tax return. And they can't get social security even though it's been being paid in. So I thought that, you know, at least we can't do anything at the federal level, but maybe at the state level, somehow I end up always owing the state more than the feds. And it may just be how the money's taken out, but if we could look at that. And the other one was the Chamber of Commerce, and I can't imagine mine is alone, is concerned about credit card costs, since they're now doing all their work remotely and payment is all remotely. And I know for some very small sales, the credit card charges are more than the sales, so, or the profit on the sale. So
Are they proposing something?
no, I just said
Okay.
those are two issues that have been brought up to me.
Yeah.
If we want to look at them. I'm more interested in broadband, and I looked to Senator Brock, who is our resident expert.
Well, I share, Madam Chair, your comments. I think were right on the money. I'm very unimpressed with what we've been hearing, and I'm very concerned that we have obviously a much greater need even now for broadband. We have a significant amount of money presumably coming in to help address that need, and the absence of a plan or a strategy, I think, is a major issue that this committee needs to look at.
And even if we're not going to get our 10-year plan, I think we know that, not in time to apply for federal money this year. Senator McDonald, you're going apoplectic. You've got to unmute yourself, Senator. Can I have this power in committee where I can just mute him? No, you shut off your video.
We're back to the problem of back in the Great Recession, where there was money available for shovel-ready projects to jumpstart the economy. We have a place to jumpstart the economy with broadband, but the federal government requires a plan, and we don't have one. And once again, we're caught flat-footed on that one. And the only person that had a plan a few years ago was Michel Vitae.
I think he's the only one that's got one now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's involving hotspots and 5G.
So that's where the money goes, not to.
I'm sure that we can, in fact.
It goes to the person that has a plan that's ready to go. And
so how do we get a plan?
Well, that's the real issue. Now, we know that the department has at least begun doing their piece of the 10-year telecommunications plan. We know based on past experience that it is likely to be incomplete and not as far along as we have. The question becomes one of whether or not we can, perhaps using federal money, perhaps using money that we've set aside, like the $900,000 that we have as capital for the hotspots, to be able to get the funds to actually get some planning done using outside people who are competent and capable of doing it. It may not be the full 10-year telecommunications plan, but we need a strategy for deploying broadband to address this issue. We need to start working on it now. We can't work now. We do have to at least understand better, which I hope we will be able to do based on what we're told within the next week or so, what the parameters are around that federal money in terms of what we can and what we can't do. But at least I think we do need to think about how we get the plan, the jumpstart of the planning done. And I think we need to begin talking about that now.
I think we do too. So let's have the department and maybe the board. I mean, it's nice to ask folks to put up hotspots, but I was thinking more of you'll run a couple more lines of fiber up the mountain, and keep track of your cost. And, you know, if we get federal money, we'll pay you back. So far, the cable companies are giving you a couple of free weeks, which, you know, if you're hooked up, it really isn't costing them anything to have it run into your house. I mean, it's you know, they aren't sending any personnel out there, but I haven't seen that they have stepped up that much. And maybe we need to initiate the, so what are you going to do?
With the department?
I'm thinking with the providers.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only clarification question I have is, I know there are some plans that we have asked for in the past in legislation. Is that accurate? I mean, they are working
They're supposed to do a 10-year plan.
Right, but aren't they working from other sort of draft plans? Could we get, I don't know, it feels like what is it, Groundhog Day, this constant conversation.
Yes. And
but I am afraid, and I think we all are afraid that, you know, we are going to lose out on some real funding and some really powerful implementation of broadband unless we act pretty quickly.
And we got an independent person outside the state during the recovery got some large grants. As I understand, the kind of transmitter stuff that got put in really wasn't up
right
to the levels that it needed to be.
That's right.
And I was told we then couldn't get other rural development grants because we had gotten all of this money. So if we leave a vacuum, I'm pretty sure it will get filled in the same way, because that's just one person that's got to put together their plan and do this. We need to, even if it's not a 10-year plan, have an emergency response telecom plan. Given that this virus is likely to come back in the winter when we can't get home health nurses out, when we can't get, you know, so we need to be able to get telecom so that you can do telemedicine. We have no idea if those kids are going back to school or not in September or for how long. So we need to have those, you know,
right.
those
I
areas
agree.
mapped. And that's why I've been asking the schools, where are the clusters where, you know, 80% of your kids don't have access?
Well, Madam Chair, I wonder if this is really a conversation to start to have with some of the communication union districts. I mean, these were structured. Some of them actually probably have this kind of information. I mean, in a way, they kind of bypass, correct me if I'm wrong, the department. Here you have chairs and vice chairs in just in a number of different counties that have done research. They're meeting. They might
ask them in. I'm not sure they're any more shovel ready than we are.
Okay.
Because they have financing issues.
Yeah, most of them are just getting started.
Yeah.
Clear. But overall, we need a strategy.
Yeah.
You know, we can have all these individual pieces in, and we get a little bit of a slice of a much broader problem, but the total of all these slices do not total 100%. We need a top-level strategy of how we're going to approach broadband in Vermont. We don't have that. That was part of the concept of a 10-year telecommunications plan, but we've never had it. or at least the plans that have been presented to us have been grossly inadequate. They've been aspirational. They haven't been practical. To get what we want, I think that we've got to go hire some expertise who have the capability of doing it. They may not do everything for the 10-year telecommunications plan. This is one piece of it, but it's a critically important piece.
Let's see if we couldn't use some COVID money to do that, to fill the holes we found in those two things that they like, the medicine and the education, and get that in there. And then go, develop on that. I think what's happened, at least recently, is that the plan has been written to reflect it's being driven by the money, meaning we're not raising any more. And so rather than do a plan as to what it should look like, we're saying, well, we've only got what we've got left over in the connectivity fund. So we can do 3 miles a year or 10 miles a year. That's a work order. That's not a plan.
I'd still, Madam Chair, like to hear from the CUDs, because what I'm hearing is that it's a funding issue from them. They actually, they need money to go and get their plans done. And again, it seems to me that we should at least have them at the table. We approved their work last year, and I'm not sure who best to ask. We could have the person from Bennington County, that'd be fine, or the person
I think that would be fine.
Okay, I'll check with that.
Give it number to Faith. I've got Senator Allen. Did I see you next? Yeah, and then Senator McDonald. Okay.
I'm wondering if, Ann, you could reach out to the chair of the committee in the House that's overseeing IT. Get ourselves together for a joint hearing. I agree with Senator Campion. Let's hear from the CUDs, but let's also, if we're currently feeling like we can't rely on the department to help us get a plan, then we've got to build it. And I think we will all look back 6 months from now if we don't go after this money and really feel pretty crappy about the whole situation. I don't want to feel that way. So the extent to which, let's get the right people in the room around telehealth, around schools, and let's start building the plan to get that money.
Okay, so let's talk to it's House Energy and Technology, right? Rep. Briglin. And
and Madam Chair, it is also the Joint IT Oversight Committee, and there are a few people like Senator Kitchell, for example, who's on that committee.
We'll invite everybody.
And I'm going to have the chair of the Bennington County CUD speak a little bit about his work.
Okay, would you ask him to check with the other
chairs,
CUDs, and find out, give us a report about how they are, if they're ready to go, or if somebody else wants to come in,
what their needs are. Absolutely.
We'll get somebody probably from the VNAs and the hospitals to talk about how they're doing. And I don't know which one of the school folks we have in to talk about particular needs. We'll just throw that out to all of them and tell them to pick a spokesperson. So we got
Madam Chair,
hospitals and VNAs. Okay, that should keep us busy. Senator Sirotkin.
I just want to make it unanimous. I feel similarly to the rest of the committee, and also to fully make it unanimous. I had a conversation with Senator Pearson after yesterday's hearing, or 2 days ago.
Oh yeah, where'd Senator Pearson go?
And I'm sure he would echo the sentiments to the rest of the committee.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
When we approach this situation piecemeal, such as the commissioner asking for volunteers and then suggesting that they might be reimbursed, every time we spend money to do cheap, low grade broadband, we make it more expensive to serve the everybody.
No,
And
I think
we
we've
constantly
learned-
get ourselves
yeah.
in this position where, because there's an emergency, we give everybody a you-go, and when they need a proper vehicle, and
No, we are
it makes
not
it more
gonna- yeah.
expensive for the next step. So
Yes, no, I
thank you
think we
for
have long decided. We may have to back down a little bit on 100. But I think we've decided no copper. That we're looking
and we've
at
decided symmetrical,
yes,
which
I've heard 50-50 thrown out.
Right, and then there's fiber.
Yes, there's fiber.
There's 100.
well,
So-
fiber is whatever. Once you have fiber, it goes as high as whatever.
Whatever you
Yeah.
can you
But
can get.
when you allow the privately owned, unregulated companies to gradually get out into the more of the market, you make it more and more difficult for the community groups that want to serve everybody. You make the price tag
Well,
higher for those community groups because they lose customers.
Okay, so we've got Bennington Fiber, we've got Central Vermont, we've got EC Fiber, and we've got, there's a Northeast Fiber up, or Kingdom Fiber, is it? There's one in St. J. I don't know of another one. But if we call any one of these guys, they probably do. So I'll see if Faith is listening. I've just
Senator Cummings, I am listening and taking notes, although I want to talk with you. And I also want to remind you that the Health, Energy and Technology Committee interviewed four CUDs about a week and a half ago. So it may make sense to really that you connect with Chair Briglin.
Yes.
Instead of
And Madam Chair, may I ask Faith to just email us those 4 folks? I'd just be curious who they are.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Faith.
Well, let's see. I only came up with 4, so I think you can assume that it's all of them. But unless I missed one somewhere up in the Northwest. But okay, so maybe we'll set up a conversation. Maybe we will just ask House Energy and Technology to report back to us what they learned. See if they're interested in doing this joint hearing. But I will talk to Representative Breglin and see if they're interested. And then there's scheduling. I believe next week the House is voting. First, they're voting to allow remote voting. And then I think, do you know, Becca, on a separate day, they're having a...
Can you say it again, Ann?
The House is meeting next week. I've heard Wednesday, I've heard Friday, or both.
I think we're going to get the update tomorrow in joint rules because it's not clear to me.
Okay, so we'll be working around that. I know money chairs and joint fiscal have both been trying to work around that. And I'm not sure it's even set in stone at this point. Okay, well, that will give us Monday or Tuesday or Thursday next week.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
One of the things that I think would be useful is perhaps to ask joint fiscal about how much money the state has invested over the years in broadband initiatives and what the result of those investments have been. I just have a gut feeling that we've shoveled money out to large telecom providers for years to get to the last mile, and we're not there. And we're not likely to, given what we're doing. So I'd like to see what money has been given, to whom, what the results have been. To me, that is an integral part of creating a strategy. Hearing from people that may be individual providers, telecom companies, companies that are communication union district, that's all well and good to help inform us on the one hand. but it still doesn't get to the overall problem of we can see what we're doing, but the question is, what should we be doing? And what's our strategy to link all of these various elements together in order to get where we want to get? I'm very concerned that we will spend a lot of time looking at the educational piece because it's in the COVID bill that will distract us from looking at the larger picture of which education is just one slice.
Right. If the lines are up, anything can go on.
Together. If we
And I would just say, in response to that, is we directed the CUDs to achieve the goal of universal coverage. I think they've got to be part of this conversation.
Oh yeah,
no one's leaving them out.
I agree with that.
You got two different. This is a report from Joint Fiscal.
Oh, I fully support what Senator Brock's talking about in terms of the dollars that have gone out in dealing with this issue.
That's all. This would be this will keep Graham busy for a while. Okay, Senator Ballot, you had your hand up.
Brock was trying to shut me down as usual.
It's the opposite ends of the state. Remind me to get rid of that phone. I had an irate landlord and the phone came up here last night. It's the landline. Okay, Senator Ballot.
Well, given that we have a former auditor in the committee, I'm just wondering, is there a role the auditor's office can play here in looking at what was supposed to be done and what wasn't done in conjunction with joint fiscal? I'm curious, is there a role for Hopper to play or not really?
Might be if you go into another level of depth, but it may well be that joint fiscal has the information. If they don't have the information, they don't have the ability to get it, then I think we could perhaps talk about that.
Okay. And they'd know if the auditor has done investigation, I think.
Work in this area, that I don't know.
I haven't heard anything. Okay, that'll keep us busy.
But we
won't have to talk about deficit.
One of the things that I'd add, though, to all of that is, regardless of what's been done in the past, I think it's very important that we not look backward, because we could spend a lot of time and effort doing that, but look forward. Right. It's not just what we've done, because we know that what we've done hasn't entirely worked. The question is, what should we be doing?
Right.
What's our plan to do it? And how do we go get a plan to help us do it and to do it fast enough so we can take advantage of what we have coming from the COVID money?
And I'd like someone to tell us what that money is, what we have to do to be ready to get it. All I get is nothing. Hotspots, which make me itch.
I know, it's making me feel like we all got hemorrhoids or something. Talking about the hotspots.
I know, my dog had hotspots. I used to have to put the stuff on it. All right, that's good. So I will see some of you, I think, tomorrow at 8:30. That one I do have on my calendar. I don't know how I missed this morning's. And I shall see some of you tomorrow morning, and I'll let you know. We'll get the agenda out. It's a fluid process, so any corrections, additions, subtractions, let us know and we'll get it done. Okay? All right. Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Now, day's work.
You're
Just, I want to welcome folks to the House Energy and Technology Committee hearing. We're going to be discussing today a rule that was proposed by the E911 board to LCAR. And LCAR recently adopted that rule with the exception of 2 provisions in it. And that's what essentially I wanted to use our committee hearing to discuss today. I wanted to direct members of the public and committee members and witnesses today. There were some documents that were posted on our committee's website. One was a letter issued by LCAR on April 6th to the E911 board expressing what some of the objections to that rule were. And also a letter from LCAR to our committee, to me as chair, asking us to examine some of those things. Again, those are posted on our website. I sent those to each of the members of the committee yesterday, I believe, maybe the day before. But those are certainly a matter of public record and again, give kind of an overview. Also, by way of background, the rule that we asked the E911 board to prepare and present was part of the broadband bill that we passed last year in section 25. So this was legislation that came through the House Energy and Technology Committee a year ago, almost exactly a year ago. The E911 board filed that rule earlier this year, and LCAR ruled on the E911 board proposed rule on April 6th, I believe it was. And as I'd mentioned, there were 2 objections to that rule, with the rest of the rule passing through LCAR. And our committee also has the benefit of having the chair of the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules as a member of our committee, the ranking member, Representative Chestnut Tangerman. So we'll benefit from his experience working through this rule as well. So with that as a very brief introduction, I wanted to hand it over to our first witness, Barb Neal, who's the executive director of the E911 board. And Barb, wanted to thank you for being with us today. So please take it away.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see everyone, even if just virtually. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you again. And I actually have 2 topics for today. One is, as Chairman Briglin just introduced, the status of our rule governing outage notification requirements for originating service providers. And then secondly, I would like to give you a status of our in digital next generation 911 system implementation. And I think I missed this at the very beginning, but for the record, I am Barbara Neal, Executive Director of the 911 Board. So starting with number 1, the rule, the chairman gave an overview kind of the history of how we got here with the rule. I've got a little bit more on some reminders about how we got here. So section 25 of Act 79 required that the 911 board adopt a rule establishing protocols for reporting system outages, and those protocols were to be applicable to wireless carriers and providers of facility-based fixed voice service that is not line powered, and to electric companies. Additionally, in the rule, we have incorporated an existing requirement for outage reporting by wireline telephone service providers. Section 25 also defined an outage as any loss of 911 calling capacity, whether caused by lack of function of a subscriber's backup power equipment, and that piece becomes important in a bit in this discussion, or lack of function within a telecommunication provider system or an outage in the electric power system. And finally, section 25 required that the 911 board submit that final proposed rule to LCAR by February 1st, 2020, and that submission was completed on January 31st. We did have, in the months leading up to the submission of the final proposed rule, input from a variety of stakeholders, including legislators involved in the development of that section of Act 79. Also good input from the Vermont Public Utility Commission through our participation in 2 commission workshops that were held recently. Input from Vermont Department of Public Service, electric power companies, and telephone service providers operating in Vermont, including the regulated companies and national VoIP and wireless providers. A public hearing was held as required. That was on January 10th. We received additional comments at that time from all of those stakeholders, or most of those stakeholders. And a summary of those comments and the board's response to each of those was included in our submission to LCAR and is also available on the board's website if you're interested in seeing how this conversation has kind of evolved over essentially the past year. The LCAR hearing was held or completed really on April 6th, and LCAR voted to object to 2 sections of the proposed rule and approved the remainder of the rule. So I want to just speak briefly to those objections, and Chairman Briglin mentioned that the letter to, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, is the letter with the objections on the website?
It is.
Okay, yep. So if you want to see this in more detail, you can find it there. But in short, one objection was to section 3.4.1, the definition of an originating carrier outage, and LCAR objected to the definition of an outage as including the lack of subscribers' backup power equipment during a power outage. And just as a reminder, that specific language is in section 25 of Act 79, which is why we brought it into the rule. So I just wanted to point that out. LCAR also noted that not all subscriber backup power equipment is under the carrier's operational control. And the board agrees with that in some cases. LCAR also noted that the board's response to public comments indicate that the rule is not intended to require originating carriers to monitor elements outside their operational control. But that intent, LCAR's position is, was not reflected in the language of the rule. And I think some of that comes from the requirements of Act 79, but I'll speak more on that in a minute. Secondly, there was an objection to section 6.2 on confidentiality, which include wording, and LCAR noted that it directs report submitters to mark the information in their report that they believe to be exempt from public disclosure under the Vermont Public Records Act. LCAR said or noted that this section implies that carriers will be able to determine which portions of their reported information should be kept confidential when the exemptions from the Public Records Act already apply and further confidentiality provisions were not included in Act 79. So as to the board's response to those LCAR objections, the board met on April 8th, and the board directed me to develop a response to those objections for review by the full board on April 15th. And at the April 15th meeting, I presented the response that had been developed, which included changes to the relevant sections of the proposed rule. The changes had been made in consultation with the board's legal counsel to ensure that we are meeting the requirements of Act 79 while still addressing LCAR's objections. Now, these changes, and I will review them quickly in a minute, but the changes were discussed at length by the board at the April 15th meeting. There was significant input or feedback from industry stakeholders, some of which are with us today, and some members of the public, also some are with us today during that meeting. And I'm sure that the industry stakeholders anyway will provide more detail about this, but generally their concerns they had concerns about the revisions to the rule, and also that they had very little time to respond, review, and or provide input before the board met on the 15th. So taking all of that into consideration, the board chair instructed at the April 15th meeting that all participants should submit their feedback in writing for further consideration by the board. And that feedback was to be focused on this draft response that had been developed. I anticipate receiving that feedback, by the way, on or before May 15th. I have already received some, and it's certainly possible that I will receive more. Now, quickly, and I can provide this in more detail if you need it, but I just want to give you a summary of what we did with the changes. So in section 3.4.1, where the concern was about including a reference to backup power in the definition of an outage, we removed that reference and replaced it with an outage consisting of lack of network connectivity to customer premise equipment. And then we specifically said that failure of a subscriber's backup power equipment is not excluded from that definition. But really what we were focusing on is whether or not the connectivity of the subscriber to the originating service provider's network was intact. We want to know when that connectivity is no longer there for the thresholds that we've defined in the rule. So that was what we were getting at with that. But others will speak to their concerns with that. I just wanted you to know kind of where we were coming from. And then regarding confidentiality, the intent of section 6.2 as it was written in the final proposed rule and remains now, though we added a little bit of clarification, we hope, in that draft response. The intent of that section is to allow for prompt treatment of the submissions as subject to the Vermont Public Records Law. And simply put, information that is not exempt from release under Vermont Public Records Law will be released in response to public records requests. Information that is properly exempt from disclosure pursuant to the current law will be held confidentially. So we think that when these reports come in, and we identify in the rule what information we are looking for, when these reports come in, some of the information may well be exempt from disclosure under all of those exemptions that are in the existing public records law, but not all of it. We believe firmly that the fact that an outage happened is certainly public information. Those customers are going to know about it. Generally where it happened, generally how many people it impacted, and for how long is information that should be available to the public. And we believe that information would not be considered exempt under Vermont Public Records Law. Maybe other things would, though. Specific types of equipment, exact locations of infrastructure, things along those lines may certainly be exempt. So what we are trying to do is just state, because the issue of confidentiality had been raised as a concern, what our intent was. And our intent is to treat those records in accordance with Vermont Public Records Law. So as this evolves, we will make sure that the language is clear in there. And I think that if something different is intended about how these records should be treated, I mean, I can't just overwrite the Vermont Public Records Law. So I think it would need to be addressed in a different way. So, but that is how we treat all information that comes into the board. And that's how we would intend to treat this information. So the board did advise LCAR, because a response was required by a date certain a week or so ago, that we intend to solicit this additional input from the stakeholders, and also may consider some other factors as we reevaluate what we might want to do with that rule. So we intend for next steps to review all additional public input related to the LCAR objections and or the board's proposed or draft response to those objections. And then following review of that documentation, the board may submit revisions to LCAR to address the objections to those two sections. And I'd like to note that in developing any revisions, the board may also consider impacts of the ongoing COVID-19 situation and potential legislative action moving forward. A note about COVID-19, the board has requested from industry stakeholders input about any resource constraints or concerns that they may be experiencing now or may expect to experience related to the COVID-19 situation, and how that might impact their ability to implement any of the new rule requirements that do ultimately come to be. So we think that is an important consideration too as the rule develops. We do believe that there are some things that could happen that would be beneficial to an effective rule. I think more clarity around the Act 79 requirement to include a lack of function of the subscriber's backup power as part of the definition of an outage. From our perspective, or maybe from my perspective, let me put it that way, the issue is perhaps less about the failure of a subscriber's backup power equipment and more about the loss of connectivity to the carrier's network. That loss of connectivity, whatever the cause, is the reason that a subscriber may not be able to reach 911 or make any other calls. So perhaps there's some language adjustment that could happen there. I also think, and I don't know if it needs to be anything more than an understanding or a conversation, but an understanding that access to the information in these reports or the reports submitted under this rule will be handled in accordance with Vermont public records law. And I think that really that is where we are with next steps. And I'm happy to take any questions on the rule before I go into the status of the 911 system deployment.
Great. Thank you, Barb. And thank you for pausing there. We do have one member with his hand up now. Representative Campbell, did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
I do have a question. Going back to section 3.4.1 and the last sentence in your written testimony, Barb, about this change also specifically stated that failure of subscribers' backup power equipment is not excluded from this definition. I wonder if you could explain that. I mean, is not excluded sounds like a double negative that it is included actually. And so how is it specifically stated and what does this mean?
Well, that sentence was added because we removed the language in the rule that had come directly from section 25.
Got that, yes.
Okay, but in order to incorporate the fact that the legislation says we have to consider the loss of backup power equipment as a type of outage or in the definition of outage, we felt that we needed to specifically say that circumstance is not excluded. I mean, it is included in this definition.
Okay, is there language about that we could see, or the language that you quote here is replacing lack of function of subscribers' backup equipment with lack of network connectivity to customers' premises equipment. So was there a specific phrase that you're referring to in this last sentence that you could quote?
Not in the revision to the rule, but I think you're actually you're bringing up a good point about whether or not the language that we had written in that draft, which by the way we never did send into LCAR, is as clear as it could be. I think perhaps that it is not, but it really was our intent to include the requirements of section 25 in our definition. I mean, I think we think we have to, because it's in the underlying legislation.
Right. Okay. And I don't recall, I was looking back at my notes from last year, how that phrase about backup power was included. And I don't know if anybody else can remind me how we got there, but.
I mean, just by way of history, this section of Act 79 was incorporated into the bill H513 in the Senate. It wasn't something that our committee took much, frankly, or any testimony on with regard to the bill.
Yeah,
so
I'm doing well. I'm in on a meeting right now.
Hey, Robin, you need to mute your line, Robin.
Okay.
we can listen into Robin's call.
I thought I did.
Scott, to answer your question, we didn't take direct testimony on this specific provision. This is what was in the bill from Senate Finance when it came back to our committee at the end of the session. We certainly reviewed it, but not in the context of taking testimony. Scott.
Sorry, I was nodding. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, and do we know anything about why the Senate included that language, or is that speculation at this point?
You know, again, well, I'm not sure if I can speak to I can't speak for the Senate. You know, again, I think this is one of those end of the session things where we, incorporated a broadband telecommunications bill, and that was a vehicle on which things like health issues related to 5G and the health report there and issues related to E911 service, this served as a vehicle to incorporate those things.
Right.
I think it's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you.
Robin, I had you with a hand up as well. And now you're muted. There you go.
Okay. My apologies for the confusion on that call there. And I think Barb has done a good job of overview. And I guess what it feels like to me is that the E911 worked really hard to thread the needle on the requirements of Act 79. And ultimately I think it's an impossible task. And so I guess what I would like, the productive path that I see forward for us is looking at that requirement in 79, deciding if we want to address it, and if so, how, rather than how the board is trying to respond to 79, Act 79. Just my thought on moving forward. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Representative Antotchka, I see that you have your hand up.
Yeah. My question is, are we talking about failure of power equipment? We're talking about the failure of backup power for the subscriber. Are we talking about like a homeowner whose power went out and they don't have any generator or power wall or anything like that to get them back online? Or are we talking about a failure of the carrier's backup power?
Can I address that, or what we thought we were addressing with this?
Yeah, please, Barb. I think that question was for you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Our understanding is that we were to address the lack of power in a subscriber's backup power. So non-line powered service providers are required to offer backup power now for a 24-hour backup power source to their customers. And I think that the intent of Section 25 was to incorporate those devices, which are often, though, but perhaps not always, on the customer premise equipment that is not under the control necessarily of the originating carrier. And if I can add just one thing on my understanding of why the phrase backup power equipment was added to section 25, if you think back to a year or so ago, there was a lot of public concern, legitimate public concern about a long-term power outage that had occurred in southwestern Vermont, where people discovered that their backup power was not sufficient. And I think that that part of Act 79 was perhaps meant to address those very legitimate concerns of the members of the public in those communities that had been engaged in that conversation for quite a while at that point and have continued to be. So that was my understanding of why those specific words were used.
So you said that some entity is required to provide backup power or source of backup power for a subscriber. Would that be the carrier or would that be the utility?
That refers to the providers of fixed, non-line powered residential voice service, and they're not required to provide it. They are required to offer it, in other words, typically for purchase, or make their customers aware of where they can get this device to provide backup power. And that is an FCC requirement that they make that offer. And I can assure you that the industry folks on this call will be able to better speak to those requirements and how their companies handle those. There was a workshop at the Public Utility Commission last year specifically on this. And one of the conclusions of that was that the carriers who offer this service in Vermont are in fact meeting that FCC requirement as it stands now. But this took it a step further in trying to identify when those backup services fail.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Barb, I have a question, and just as a heads up to our other witnesses, if other folks want to address this question as well, this is just kind of demonstrating my lack of technological knowledge, but I'm curious how the E911 board looked at this. I think the backup power thing often refers to VoIP customers, where they're getting their voice service through an internet service provider, and that actually refers to me as a telephone customer. Does the technological capability exist for a VoIP provider to distinguish if a customer's telecommunications connectivity is intact or not?
It's my understanding, and we operated under this assumption as we developed the rule and the revisions to it, that that the providers of that type of service, VoIP service or any other, can or should be able to know when their customers are no longer connected to the carrier's network. I don't think that I can take it a step further and say that they would specifically know at any given moment in time why, right? So they may not know that that loss of connectivity to the network was because the backup battery died. Right. At least not right off the bat. But it seemed to us that, and we know in some cases the companies can do this, they can certainly monitor when a customer is no longer connected to the network. They can provide that feedback to their customers through online tools and that kind of thing. So yeah, I think they can see that loss of connectivity, though they may not know it's because of the battery backup. Now, you may want to solicit responses from the carriers on that as well. For more
and that's why I wanted to throw that question out there as we move through our testimony today. That's something I'm interested in. And this kind of goes back to my sense as to how the E911 board is going forward on this rule, which is kind of focusing more on the actual outage or E911 capability of residents. And a layer below that seems to be this question around outages and backup power outages. And, looking at section 25, I think to me, it's clear that what we were looking for in this legislation is that the E911 board be apprised of system outages. And then there was a, kind of a, I don't want to say a defining sentence, but that an outage for purposes of this section includes, it doesn't say it's limited to, it includes these things. But at the end of the day, I think the purpose here was we want the E911 board to be apprised of outages. And, those can come from a variety of different places, but anyway. Barb, again, I know that you have to be done at 2. Did you want to give a quick, I'm sorry, Robin, did you want to jump in with a question?
Yeah, just I think an important distinction here is I think you're right that the board wants to be apprised of outages, but a key distinction is system outages, or because if you have 25 people in Shrewsbury whose backup batteries die because of an extended power outage, they no longer have connectivity, but I wouldn't think that would be a system outage. That's a number of individuals, and it's not dependent on a malfunction of the carrier. It's just a large cluster of individuals who have lost power. So I think if I'm reading this correctly, the word system outage, or how we define outage, is crucial here.
Yeah. And it is interesting that section 25 in the first sentence refers to system outages, and in the second sentence simply refers to an outage as opposed to a system outage. But anyway, now we're parsing words, which is what this is all about.
Which, exactly.
But Barb, I wanted to give you, just in the brief time you have, an update. As you'd mentioned, you wanted to give our committee. This is outside of the context of the rule, but with regard to, I think, some of the switchover.
Right, exactly. And just on that matter of me having to leave at 2 o'clock, I do intend to stay on the call and listen in until 2. That meeting is scheduled for half an hour, but may not take that long. And I'll jump back in here if that is allowed.
That's sure, that's fine.
Things are still going on. Okay, so the status of the Digital Next Generation 911 system implementation. I want to report that because of, and only because of, the evolving COVID-19 situation, the board, in partnership with both InDigital and Consolidated Communications, or in consultation with those two partners, the board has decided to postpone implementation of the new system until October 2020. You may recall that we were originally scheduled to cut over to the new InDigital system in July 2020. As the COVID situation evolved, even before the stay-at-home orders were in place, all 6 of Vermont's public safety answering points were and continue to be operating under restricted access policies, which means that only essential personnel are allowed in those facilities. As you can imagine, it's absolutely critical that those facilities and the people in them stay healthy and safe as we navigate these challenging times. So because we have an operational system with Consolidated Communications, they are allowed access if there is a problem with the existing system. But we all thought it was prudent to take a step back and evaluate the timing of putting in a new system in the midst of this public health crisis. So That's why the decision was made to push to October. So we do have in our current contract with Consolidated, there is an allowance or the possibility of an extension of the contract for the existing system. That agreement includes that it be a 3-month extension initially. So they will continue to support their fully hosted NG911 system at the current monthly recurring charge that we're paying now. So we are working through, about to finalize actually the amendments to those contracts to make this all official. And we will be carefully monitoring, of course, the COVID-19 situation as we move forward, and are hopeful and planning for an October cutover. I will note that the project itself, but for COVID-19, would be on schedule. It was on schedule, it's on budget, the work is being done that needs to be done. And InDigital will continue to do work towards the implementation that does not involve access to the PSAPs for the time being. And that's what I have on that.
Great, thank you for that update. That's helpful. And Robin, I see you have your hand up if you'd like to ask your question. You're muted, Robin.
No, I was just being silent. Thank you, Barb. A couple of questions. Is that, you said October, did you say a date, October 1st, 31st?
The cutover date is scheduled for October 22nd.
Okay. And you said initially, it was in the contract, initially a 3-month delay, postponement. Is that renewable? Should we be in another lockdown? Is there?
I'm sorry, what did you, I missed your question.
Should we be in another lockdown? Can the postponement be extended in 3-month blocks indefinitely?
Yeah, we're working on getting it so that we can extend it in shorter time periods, so that if we need another month, we can get that, and then another month with the necessary notice to Consolidated. So in general, yes, the answer is yes, it could be extended for a while. There would become concerns eventually with the age of the equipment, but that is not a concern at this point or for those first 3 months, and perhaps a bit longer than that.
Okay, and that leads into my next question, which is a larger kind of stir the hornet's nest type question, involving the fund, the Universal Service Fund shortfall and lack of funding, lack of enough funding for E911 operations. And I understand you have, fortunately, some reserves, but I'm wondering if that financial uncertainty leads at all to reconsideration of contracts, or is the contract? I guess, yeah. What's your thinking on ways to respond to that shortfall as related to the contract?
So we have had a number of conversations with the Commissioner of Public Service, June Tierney, and also with Finance and Management about the projected shortfall in the Vermont Universal Service Fund, which could impact us to the tune of $668,000 was the last projection I saw. We will finish FY20 with, on the plus side, by over $900,000 because we have carefully planned for years to have in place the funds for any system implementations that needed to happen. With the delay, though the budgetary issues or the financial issues did not come into play at all, I want to stress that, or the decision to move the implementation into October. But the result of that decision moved some of the expenses of implementation into FY21, which helped it to some extent with the cash flow management as we round out FY20. There are a number of solutions that are being discussed, none of them are final. And I really would need to wait to have additional conversations with finance and management as to what the best approach is going to be for us, specifically on, a reconsideration of contracts. I mentioned, with an extension of the current consolidated agreement, we're okay. We're fine with that. I mean, there is some additional cost to that from what we had originally budgeted, because the digital solution is less expensive on a monthly recurring charge basis. So there's that aspect of it. But as I mentioned, eventually we will get into a question of whether or not, the age of the equipment becomes a problem and becomes a risk and a liability to the system. So there would have to be substantial equipment refreshes and license refreshes and all this. And we haven't worked out any of these details or pursued any of those details, but we can spitball that cost would be upwards of $750,000 or more. And so in an effort to save 600,000, you're spending, much more than that. It's certainly not something I would recommend now. And I really don't see myself recommending that in the future.
I'm sorry. So and I'm not trying to be provocative here. I'm trying to understand this. You said that digital is cheaper on a monthly recurring charge basis, but there's a big chunk of money for equipment, right?
For the system implementation costs, correct. To build out the system itself is about $2.5 million, most of which we had in these reserves that you mentioned, that are now taking a hit because of that Vermont Universal Service Fund revenue challenge. So we've spent probably half of those implementation costs already to get to where we are with the system deployment. It's certainly something that we're going to have to figure out. But I think there's a short-term problem of figuring out this decreased revenues into the Vermont Universal Service Fund. And then there's the long-term problem of how do you fix the Vermont Universal Service Fund so that it can support the programs that it is required to support. And the bottom line there is that people simply aren't buying the kinds of services that the Vermont Universal Service Charge applies to, or they're not buying it in as great a number as they used to. So there's a longer term problem there that needs to be solved in consultation with certainly the Department of Public Service, the administration, the legislature, and all of the stakeholders, I believe, whose programs are supported by that fund. There needs to be a way to make it more effective. I don't know what that is, but certainly you always need to have a properly funded 911 system. And especially you need to have one in the midst of a pandemic. So I got on my soapbox a little bit there, but my point is there's a short-term problem that needs fixing. I don't have all the answers, but we are in consultation with the administration and the appropriate stakeholders there. And then there's that long-term problem.
Thanks. Thank you, Barb, for that. It's not a tangent. It's right in the middle of what we're talking about today, but it is outside of the rule. But that update is helpful and clearly something that this committee is going to have to dig into, particularly about the sustainability of the USF fund and how that not only supports you, but other programs as well. So that's definitely on our radar screen. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
We're going to move on to our list of other witnesses right now. The first of which is Jim White, who's the Regulatory Affairs Director for Comcast in the Northeast Division. Jim, thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you being here. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. I assume everyone can hear me. So Chairman Briglin, Vice Chair Sibilia. My name is James White, Senior Director, Regulatory Affairs for Comcast. Thank you for letting me appear today. So Comcast participated in the E911 Board's development of the proposed rules on outage reporting. That's Rule 19P-081. We appeared before LCAR, which has objected to 2 sections of the E911 Board's proposed rules. I'm going to offer comments on one of those sections, 3.4.1, that Barb discussed, and how the language in the Senate Finance Committee's bill S301 will fix a problem in the underlying statute that is carried forward. The underlying statute are referred to as Section 25 of Act 79. And the problem that was discussed, the uncertainty about what lack of function of the subscriber's backup power equipment means. And as a result of that phrase being in the statute, it was carried forward into Section 3.4.1. And we believe language in S301 will allow, will fix that problem to some degree. It's not, the language in S301 isn't as good as it might be, as clear as it might be, but it will fix the problem and allow implementation of the rule. So the statutory problem is in Section 25 of Act 79. In the first sentence, Section 25 directs the E911 Board to adopt a rule establishing protocols for the board to be apprised of system outages by providers of wireless service, providers of fixed non-line powered voice service, and electric companies, for the purpose of allowing the E911 Board to assess 911 service availability during those outages. The focus on system outages is important because a voice provider's network is the system that is under its control. Conversely, anything outside the voice provider's network is outside its control, including malfunctioning customer premise equipment or customer behavior inside the home, such as unplugging a device. Either one of these conditions could result in a consumer's inability to call 911, but the inability is not due to a limitation of the provider system. Now, Section 25 of Act 79 defines an outage as including any loss of E911 calling capacity, whether caused by lack of function of the telecommunications subscriber's backup power equipment, lack of function within a telecommunications provider system, or an outage in the electric system. Now, I would focus here that in this conversation, we've used the terms backup battery and backup power equipment have been used interchangeably, but they aren't necessarily the same thing. And I'll describe that a little later. The problem with Section 25 is that the definition of an outage, which has been carried forward into 3.4.1, does not account for the service provider's inability to control elements outside its system or network. More specifically, a voice service provider does not control a telecommunications subscriber's backup power equipment. And that backup power equipment, it could be a backup battery that VoIP providers offer for purchase. It could be a backup generator. It could be anything that the customer, could be an uninterruptible power supply, such as people plug into the laptop. It could be anything. Comcast and non-line powered voice service providers cannot and do not continuously monitor the modem located outside the network at every customer's premises. As a result, Comcast cannot know when a, quote, subscriber's backup power equipment, if it exists, is not functioning, or whether a customer simply has unplugged a modem. In addition, the term backup power is ambiguous and could include any number of customer-owned devices like backup batteries, generators, UPSs. These are all external power sources over which a voice service provider has no control and are not part of the system provider's system or network, a service provider system or network. This would make compliance with the reporting obligations, the way they're drafted, impossible. Comcast and other telecommunications providers raised this concern about the E911 Board's proposed rule and the underlying statute to LCAR in the Senate Finance Committee. In response, the Senate Finance Committee voted 7-0 to approve S-301 with amendments. The bill is currently on the Senate action calendar. As approved by the committee, Section 301 amends Section 25 of Act 79 to remove from the definition of outage the confounding phrase, lack of function of a telecommunications subscriber's backup equipment. It also adds the phrase, for purposes of this section, a network failure includes the failure of backup power equipment that is owned and controlled solely by the telecommunications provider. This language helps by clarifying that providers would not be required to report network outages and not outages of equipment in the customer home they do not control. This would be consistent with the E911 longstanding requirements for reporting network outages by regulated wireline service providers. Now, LCAR recognized the statutory dilemma here. It objected to the inclusion of, quote, subscribers backup equipment in the definition of an outage as arbitrary and contrary to the E911 board's own expressed intent. LCAR noted the E911 board itself, in response to public comments, had stated, quote, the rule is not intended to require originating carriers to monitor customer premise equipment or elements outside its network or operational control. As I indicated, the underlying statute is problematic. The language about backup power equipment is unclear and arbitrary. Section 3 of S301 attempts to fix that problem by clarifying a network failure includes, quote, the failure of backup power equipment that is owned and controlled by the telecommunications provider. That language matches the E911 board's stated intent that the rule is not intended to require originating carriers to monitor customer premise equipment or elements outside its network or operational control. The language is within service providers' capabilities to implement. As I said, it was approved by the Senate Finance Committee. That was the committee who originally, their committee, I'll say, of original jurisdiction, and therefore reflects the intent of the lawmakers that originally proposed Section 25 of Act 79. Now, I would note I was reading, so this has been submitted if anyone wants to look at it further. But I noted in the discussion by Barb and with the committee members, I think it was pretty clear that the intent of Section 25 of Act 79 is a little bit unclear, you know, that it could be improved. Comcast certainly agrees with that. Rep. Chestnut Tangeman indicated that, you know, Barb's essentially trying to thread the needle and that it's impossible. You know, we would essentially agree with that. Would note that in terms of backup, there's a difference between the words backup battery and backup equipment. The backup batteries, there are FCC rules on backup batteries. And the FCC rules require that VoIP providers like Comcast offer those for purchase. They're 24-hour, they'll last up to 24 hours depending on the talk time. They're very, very rigorous requirements that at the point of sale of voice service, the customer be offered that backup battery, that they be informed that without the backup battery, in the event of a commercial power outages, their voice service may not work. They are given annual notices. And so the part of Act 79 in Section 26 was for the Vermont PUC to conduct a workshop on backup power equipment. What they did, they had already initiated, by the time Act 79 was passed, the Vermont Public Utilities Commission had already initiated a workshop on backup batteries. And that occurred over the second half of 2019. On December 13th, they finished their report and it's out. They determined that the VoIP providers in Vermont had demonstrated compliance with the FCC rules. In addition, I would just point this out, that the Vermont PUC also identified certain best practices which had been identified by a subcommittee of the FCC. One of those requirements is that one of those best practices is that VoIP providers notify their customers when their backup batteries are near exhaustion. Comcast does that. Once a month, we email or call customers who have elected to purchase backup batteries from us, and we inform them if those batteries are exhausted or near exhaustion. Customers almost never elect to purchase a new battery. And I would just indicate that for whatever reason, it's an extremely small number of customers elect to purchase a backup battery to begin with. So there's an extremely small subset of customers that have our backup batteries. And that's not to say, they have made a consumer's choice to do that. So I think that kind of concludes my remarks, but I would just point out that right now, Comcast, the issue of connectivity, the E911 board has rewritten or kind of rewritten its proposed rule to talk about lack of connectivity. That language is not in the statute. And lack of connectivity at a person's home could be caused by many reasons. It could be as simple as the electrician isn't there. If the electrician is there, they shut off the power of the home. They shut off the modem at the light switch on the wall. That's not an outage. It's not within our control. So there is the FCC's outage reporting rules focus on system outages. The California proceeding that has been discussed not here today, but they're looking at a proceeding somewhat similar to Vermont's, but they're also talking about system outages. We're not talking about something that happens at someone's house and whether their modem is connected or not. And there are many, many reasons that a customer's modem could be offline that would not be indicative of a problem on our system. So thank you very, very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'll try to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, James. I appreciate that. We have 4 hands up. Representative Chase, Representative Campbell, Chestnut Tangerman, and Sibilia. So go ahead, Scott. Or excuse me, go ahead, Seth.
Oh, all right. Quick question. In your process, do you have a distinction between Comcast-owned equipment that customers lease and equipment that the customer purchases? You mentioned customers purchase batteries. I know Comcast has a significant percentage of the customer premise equipment that is leased from Comcast. And what's the distinction there for this purpose?
Well, the Comcast modems are the equipment that carries both internet and voice service. Okay, so you don't have a modem that would do just voice. It would do both if the customer has both of those. Most of our modems are leased to customers, but customers are allowed to purchase their own modems and install them. Many customers, not a huge number, but a significant number, do elect because they think it's economical to purchase their own modems. So we wouldn't own those. We do sell the batteries. Once we've sold something to somebody, we don't own it. So that backup battery we would not own. As I said, we do once a month look at customers who have backup batteries that they purchase from us, and we let them know either by email or telephone call that their batteries are exhausted or nearing exhaustion. So regardless of whether, exactly who owns that backup battery, would say if we sold it, we don't own it anymore. It's the customers, but we do have that vehicle to let them know that the battery is exhausted. But as was noted by Rep. Chestnut Tangerman, that backup battery under the FCC rules will last up to 24 hours, but it would not, cure the problem of an extended commercial power outage that happened in the VTEL towns, of 8 days. It's not going to solve that problem. And,
right.
It's not so. I don't know if that was responsive.
I think what I'm hearing is the modem would be owned by Comcast, but the batteries would always be owned by the customer. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think once the customer's bought it, the customer owns that battery, or provide recycle them as well. They can return them and recycle them.
Okay.
We have the FCC rules are very comprehensive. They include things like how do you recycle a battery, which is, of course, but they're very, very comprehensive. And I guess one of the things I'm getting to is the Vermont PUC did look at the backup battery issue, not as opposed to the phrase backup power equipment. And the PUC determined it did not believe that Vermont should adopt an enhanced backup battery program at this time. So the PUC looked at it, and I would just, to re-dive into that just seems repetitive.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Scott.
Barb said earlier that carriers are supposed to know when VoIP customers are offline, and in fact, they do know. Is that inaccurate?
Well, Comcast, if we look, if Comcast, if you call up and say, say a lot of people have cell phones, and I would suspect that most people who have our voice service, it comes as part of a package usually. Often they would elect not to purchase a backup battery because they have cell phones. Okay.
Sorry. You broke up there.
In terms of connectivity, in connectivity, Comcast does not currently monitor every modem in every household to see if it's connected, because for many, many reasons, modems are constantly going on and offline. We don't do that. If someone calls us and say, I've got a problem with my internet, then we will look at their modem and see, but we do not constantly monitor this modem. We cannot do that at this time, and we cannot and do not do that at this current time.
Right. No, you said that.
There are many reasons a modem would be offline.
No, but what I was asking was whether Barb's statement that carriers can tell and do tell when a VoIP customer is offline. You're saying that that's not accurate?
I think it's not automatically for every customer at every time. So let's say we're just looking at, well, we've got a national network with millions of voice subscribers, but we're not constantly monitoring every subscriber. Oh, there's a customer out in Burlington. The fact that one modem is offline in Burlington does not raise a red flag to us. It's only when you get right. And so the answer is no, we are not constantly monitoring modems to see if they're on or offline. If a customer calls, obviously, if there's a problem, we can look at that modem and see if there's a problem. It may need to be reset, what it is, and that happens continuously. For example, we may get a request from law enforcement, who wants to wiretap or something. Obviously we can do these things, but right now we do not and cannot, and we don't have the capability now to continuously monitor every modem to see if it's on or offline.
Okay. One other question then about the batteries. You said that Comcast will send a notice to people every month about basically the status of their battery, whether it's becoming exhausted. And how do you know that? Is that strictly a matter of how old the battery is, or is there some other way?
They tend to last several years. They have a useful life. They tend to last several years. I've got to be honest, technically, I'm not sure how they can tell if that battery is nearing exhaustion, but we do this once a month. We look at the battery and say, it's nearing exhaustion. Would you, call us? One of the problems we have, we email people. We also call them. This is also the world of robocalls. A lot of people, ignore, despite our best efforts, a lot of people ignore this advice, or they may say the original reason they wanted a battery, everything's been pretty good. They don't need it. We don't know the reason, but we do make our best attempt to notify people. Okay. So we feel that that's a customer education thing. you know, it's a cut. I think what happened in the storm a few years ago, the 8 hours in southeastern Vermont, there was perhaps a customer education issue with that provider not really informing people about backup batteries. You know, and I think the FCC rules try to address that.
Robin?
Thanks. Thanks. I have a couple of questions, and they're kind of digging at the same things that Representative Campbell was looking at, clarity on what you can and do. You've said several times that Comcast does not and cannot monitor continuously.
Right.
So I'm wondering if, and understood, but do you monitor on a schedule? I mean, you check somebody's service connection daily, weekly, monthly, every 12 hours, or, you know, every 2 years?
I'm not exactly sure. With respect to backup batteries, we are making that once a month.
Right.
Look at the backup batteries. We have higher up in the network, we have, you know, there's a cascading series of facilities. We have the bigger offices, and then it cascades down. Those bigger offices, there are triggers on the network that let us know immediately if there's an outage. Those typically have backup generators. But as you go further down into the system, those are not automatically alarmed. If you follow what I'm saying, you know, just like an electric company will know if the power station went out, but it's not necessarily going to know instantly if a tree falls on the line in a neighborhood.
So that automatic notification is size dependent. Is that correct?
Yes, as is somewhat logical.
And what is that size? Do you know?
I'm sorry.
What is the size that has to be triggered for you to be automatically notified? Hey, we have a problem in.
Well, right now it's higher up in the network, and the issue of the threshold is not, you know, the 25 subscriber threshold that was in the board's proposed rules that LCAR did not object to.
Mm-hmm.
That is lower than a little bit lower than, you know, Comcast current ability, but it's at least 25. Is you're getting to the system level a little bit. You know, you're approaching it. I think as time goes on, you know, the VoIP providers' capabilities may improve and get better. They have gotten better over time. Certainly, we're installing backup power equipment, you know, in our larger facilities and down into the network. So the reliability of our networks is improving vastly. You know, but at this point, we're not automatically alarming. We're having a flag raised, you know, at the granular level, at a single customer premises or something like that. And again, in terms of backup batteries, very few people, for whatever reason, opt to purchase these. So,
one more.
If a modem is offline, it's for 99% of the customers, it's due to some other reason, not due to batteries.
One more clarification question, which is, earlier in the year when the rule, 911 rule, was first being discussed, I was told that it was specifically Comcast, but I assume it would other providers, referred to other providers too, was told that they do not reach into the house, that the network interface is the end of their realm.
Yes.
But what I'm hearing is that you do on occasion reach in as a courtesy to check battery conditions, to check modems. So it's not a hard and fast either technical or policy stop. It's as a general, the network interface is where you stop, but sometimes you do reach beyond that.
Well, yeah. So actually, on the cable side, there is a definition of cable system. What a cable system is that stops does not include inside wiring. you know, for example, our lines go to the customer's house. The inside wiring, we don't own and we don't control. That's not part of our system. So if someone's modem goes down because their inside wiring is faulty, which can happen, you know, think of an old house in Vermont that the inside wiring is a little suspect, the modem goes offline. That's not part of our system. There are actually legal cases that draw a line between the network. It kind of ends at the house, the entry to the house, and what's inside. That's called customer premises equipment. Without getting too deep into it, the ability to report on system outages, which is outside the house, and something that happens inside the house, there is kind of a dividing line there. Now, we do need, obviously, to be able to help people with their service. You know, our technicians wouldn't go into a house now, but it's typically during the pandemic, but typically, you know, if we have a trouble call, we go to people's houses and we try and set their equipment up, their troubleshoot it or whatever it is. So obviously we have to, you know, part of our service is, you know, providing good equipment, good service, you know, in the house as well, but we don't regard that as part of a system, as part of our system.
Okay, thank you.
Laura?
Thank you, Jim. I have just a couple questions along this same line. And I did note your earlier comment that you might not be the person with the technical knowledge on some of these questions, which is unfortunate. I don't know if you've brought anybody with you that does have that technical knowledge.
Oh, about backup batteries?
Yeah.
Well, I do think that customer education is a difficult question on many things. My kids can do many things with computers and iPhones and things that I can't do, but it is an FCC requirement that when a VoIP provider sells voice service, that they clearly notify customers. There's information about this on the Vermont Department of Public Service website. There's information about it, I believe, on the E911 board's website, that if there's a loss of commercial power, you know, how that can impact your voice service. So I think one thing that could be fairly looked at is how do you improve customer education around backup batteries? You know, the FCC process is very robust. Is there, you know, could the state agencies, you know, perhaps play a role in providing more guidance? Could each town has a E911 coordinator that makes sure the street addresses and things like that are accurate? Is there a role, you know, something like that? But that's in the realm of customer education, I believe. And
okay, and that's so. And my questions are a little bit more technical, just from my understanding. So following up, it sounds like you have the ability. This was the question I think that you had said you weren't sure technically. You have the ability maybe to know the status of your batteries that are attached to your equipment, providing the service to folks. And I heard you say that maybe you're not clear. So it might just be that that's a, you know, we know that they last about this long, and so we just give reminders, or do you know if you're able to see the status?
Well, once a typical battery may last several years. Before, for the customers with backup batteries, we look at those once a month. And remember, again, we're talking about 1% of the customers, our customers to purchase these. So we inform them either by email, if we have a valid email address, or we call them on the phone. I got to call myself here.
But you are able to look. You are able to look.
We tell them your battery is exhausted or near exhaustion. Now, once it's exhausted, we're not going to keep calling them for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, it just doesn't happen. But we are informing them. But we're not going to look at, we tell them we're not going to look at it every day. We've told them.
Sure. And so then my other question, I have two questions, I think. My other question is, if someone brings a different battery to your system that's not a Comcast battery, what would prevent you from being able to monitor that?
Well, right now we only monitor our own batteries. You know, we couldn't be responsible for what, you know, if a person brings a different battery, we may or may not know its capabilities. Is it actually compatible? It has to have a certain wattage. You know, people can do that. It's possible to, you know, buy a 24-hour battery is a little bit harder, a little more expensive, but it's possible to buy an 8-hour battery at a Staples or the Best Buy or something like that. But, you know, for us to monitor things that we don't, was never ours, and we don't know if it was compatible or not. That seems, don't do
shut
that.
my camera off because you're slowing down, which is probably me. Am I?
I'm sorry. Oops.
We can hear you, Laura.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm sorry, my connection.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I had to turn my camera off because my connection, and Jim's face is frozen, unfortunately, on my end. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try and get this last question out. Thank you, Jim. And that was definitely, I heard you say that, you know, few customers have the battery backup. Most of your customers have the modem, and I heard you say that most of your customers have your modem. And
yes.
You talked about you cannot and you do not constantly monitor. Can you just tell me why you cannot constantly monitor?
We cannot at this present time. It would be an incredible undertaking to continuously monitor, you know, how many internet customers do we have in the country? 20 million. And use that to, you know, we don't possess that capability right now to continuously monitor all of them for
the technical challenge.
I'm sorry. I'm sure it would be a very expensive and time-consuming endeavor to do that. Typically, in order for us, let's say there's an outage. Let's say a tree falls on our line, and well, let's say a tree falls somewhere, or people start calling up. Unless there's an outage higher up in our network at one of our major hubs, the way we find out about outages is when people call us. You know, when they say, okay, we've got, you know, wow, we now have 6 calls in Burlington, Vermont from, you know, this particular area. We better go check it out. And a trouble ticket is opened, and then we go look at it. But right now, at the granular level, at the neighborhood level, things like that, we're apprised of things when people call us. You know, and then we go and investigate it. What is the issue? We've got to have, we look, then we start looking at it. Okay, what's the, okay, they're offline. Why? You know, is commercial power, what is the reason? But it's not an automatic, we're not continuously monitoring every modem, you know, for connectivity. That would be a very long, you know, complicated and expensive process. Now, I would note that, I mean, that one of the pushes here is that with the line powered networks, in the old days, that the copper lines could carry current, and we're always online even without a commercial power outage, but they couldn't do a Zoom meeting like this. So, I mean, our networks are not line powered, and the battery backup is an effort to solve that to some, you know, assuage that problem to some degree. But these networks offer so much, you know, that we're struggling really hard. You know, we're going to hear people, let's go back to the way it was, but the new networks are different. They offer so much more capability. And, you know, the reliability of our networks actually is very, very high. And if you think about it, in your home, if the power goes out, most people have cordless phones.
Yeah.
They won't work. Most people know that when the power's out, unless you have a backup battery, the modem's not going to work. People understand that. Most people understand that. So,
Okay, Jim,
a little bit, but
that's all right. Can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so just, and I appreciate all of that. I am really looking at, and I don't even need a tremendous amount of detail, but in terms of, you can access and see the routers for your customers, but you're not able to do that on a continuous basis. So is that a human problem or a technology problem or what is that?
Well,
or limitation? I should say
we have
problem.
the ability. We would have the ability to continuously monitor a single person's modem. If they're, let's say, people use their modems for all sorts of activities, some legal or illegal. We would be, if we thought there was something amiss, we could monitor one person's modem. However, we do not right now possess the capability to monitor all modems continuously. That would happen. Could it happen? Sure, I suppose that it's very, very time consuming and expensive endeavor. But again, we're getting back to control. A modem in a customer's premises can be offline for any number of reasons. And it's not necessarily not within our control. The reporting of system outages, when we get back to the concept of it, what we need to be thinking about is reporting of system outages that Comcast does have operational control over.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. We are through 2 of our 6 witnesses now. I just want to alert our committee too. And I want to welcome our next guest, Michael, and I'm afraid to pronounce your last name, so I'm going to let you do it, but I know you're representing Charter today. So I'd like to welcome you and thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mike Chwanek. I am Vice President of Government Affairs for Charter Communications. I'm based here in Connecticut. And let me just, there's been an extensive back and forth here, and let me just kind of try and summarize and kind of highlight a couple of points from our perspective. First of all, as a general matter operationally, and the distinctions are not noteworthy, our circumstances are similar to Comcast. So the back and forth that has just occurred from an operational standpoint is consistent with our wireline network as well, consistent with our customer relationships in terms of owning and in some cases leasing the modems that they use for our service, et cetera. I want to just sharpen a couple of points here that I think are important, and then I'm obviously available, for Q&A as well. First of all, I think one of the key issues here is kind of what is the legislature's policy objective, right, with this reporting requirement. And, we feel that there are some defects in the existing statute that S301 would address, and that those defects are largely connected to at what level and what are you trying to achieve by the information we're communicating to the E911 board. We would suggest respectfully that ties back to what it is that we are responsible for and what we are aware of as system providers. And so we just had the conversation about kind of individual customers. We don't feel that's really was your key goal in establishing this requirement. That there respectfully may be a difference there, but we would view this as you're trying to kind of understand what's in our control, what do we have visibility into, and things that are systemic in nature. So the E911 board is establishing a threshold of 25 customers. Obviously, that's subject to interpretation, but that's where they are defining, that issue. And we would, we had some back and forth with that, but we can certainly, operate on that basis or something close to that basis if that's where the board ends up landing. I think that there was an earlier conversation about what is it that customers expect based on their experience? And I think that Jim touched upon that, and this is relevant to my own experience. I happen to live in a more rural part of Connecticut. I have pretty good wireless service, but it's not perfect. And so I need landline service to do a call like I'm doing right now, right? And so I wouldn't want a backup battery for my landline phone, right? Because it's not something that, based on my experience, I would derive value from, right? And that's the challenge we've had in terms of the penetration rate. The numbers that Jim White described are consistent with us as well. We push out the marketing material, we push out the customer education, and as a general rule, right, customers aren't interested in acquiring the devices, in part because of what Jim alluded to, which is, even if my modem is powered, if my commercial power goes down and a few hours later my cordless phone in my house is dead, then I'm not really getting anywhere, right? And customers kind of intuitively appreciate that, right? I'm, on a personal level, more fixated with making sure that my wireless phone is charged if I have a power outage than worrying about what's happening with my landline. I know that that's not across the board, but as a general rule, I think that's the customer experience. And I think that's reflected in what we have as a take rate for backup batteries. The other thing I just wanted to touch upon very briefly is, as folks were saying, how is it that you're monitoring or managing your network? I think we're doing it basically from two different ends, and I think this is consistent with what Comcast does. One is on the network side, right? We have technical people who are checking the health of and the status of our network constantly, right? And being proactive about that, right? And having visibility into what is happening with our service. On the flip side, we are, and these two things complement each other, we are measuring or reacting to customer communications, right? And it's a very low threshold. It's as a general rule for us, it's a threshold of 3. So if on my street, 3 people call, the minute 3 people call, that gets put into a different queue, because we assume that there's something more than a problem at Mike Chwanik's house, right? That becomes a system issue. So we're very sensitive to making sure that we're being responsive to outages when our customers are experiencing those customer issues, right? Because we want to know whether or not we need to roll a truck to my house, or whether or not we have some kind of a broader, larger network issue, right? So I think, as a general rule, I think that the policy objectives behind the statute in Vermont are valid. We've done our best to work with the E911 board to kind of manage how the reporting requirement would be implemented. I don't think she's back on, but Barb Neal has, I think, made a good faith effort to try and implement the existing law. I think that S301 would make, I think, some important clarifications to the law. And so we would be supportive of those changes, and I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. I don't see any hands up, but if you'll hang in there, those hands may go up. And lo and behold, there's a hand. Representative Campbell, did you have a question for Mike?
Well, okay, sure. I don't want to let Mike go away without knowing that people have listened to him and want to ask him questions. Sure. So I'm going back to Barb's comment that carriers are supposed to know when VoIP customers have gone offline and can tell that. They do have that capacity. And I guess I'll ask you the same question I asked Jim. Is that a fair statement, or is that inaccurate?
I think it is fair to say that we would know what is going on at your premises if we elected to monitor that individual status at a particular point in time. Okay. I think the other thing, this is in and of itself somewhat problematic, but it's the nature of the reality that we manage. There is some percentage of devices that are, as a general matter, offline at any given moment. And I'm going to sound flippant in making this comment, but somebody unplugs their modem because they're vacuuming their room, or, you know, whatever is going on, right? And so we're never taking it to zero, right? And if your device was offline, as a general matter, I don't know that you would want us chasing you, right, to figure out what your experience challenge may be or not be, right? I mean, in fairness, folks are, in fact, and I say this in a very respectful way, energy conscious. And, you know, having done this for many years, there are people, and I know it's not directly analogous, but I've been lectured on many occasions by people telling me that they shut off our set-top boxes, right, when they're not watching TV, because there's a certain amount of, you know, baseline power that's drawn from that device. So again, that could in fact be how customers elect to manage their service. And we're not, as Jim suggested, managing it at that level on a constant basis. If that, hopefully that's responsive.
Well, I mean, so I don't know this, but I'm going to assume that the policy objective behind this whole conversation is to understand when people don't have access to E911 services, right? So they have an emergency, they can't access E911. In the case of landlines, of powered landlines, there can always be a situation where somebody unplugs their telephone as well. But generally, it's the landline services, the telephone companies, providers can tell somehow they hear about it or something. So I think, I mean, the policy objective is to try to bring the VoIP services somehow in line with what is possible with landline services, as far as being able to tell when people have access to emergency, E911 services. So I'm still not clear on the technical capabilities that you have. You also mentioned a second ago that you're constantly, you're on a technical level, your technical people are constantly monitoring the health of the network. And I'm not exactly clear on what that means either. But it sounds like, and then the 25 customer threshold you also mentioned was, sounds like it's a challenge, but it's something that you can live with, as far as that being the threshold of when you report a system problem. So I guess I'm just trying to sort of piece all this together and understand what the exact objections are to the policy objective of understanding when people don't have access to E911. That's what I'm trying to get at here. So anyway, that's not exactly a question, but that's where I'm coming from.
Understood.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
Robin?
Thank you. This is a question for all the providers on the call, and it might be preempting Jonathan Gibson a little bit, but I hope not stealing any thunder from you. But my question is, so I'm in VTEL territory, and when VTEL did their fiber installations, they went above and beyond and they installed backup batteries in all the houses as part of the service. We were not required to buy them. I'm wondering if any of you are in a similar situation where you provided that equipment to subscribers free of charge, as opposed to those providers purchasing their own batteries. That's across the board.
For Comcast, the answer is no. I mean, we did not. I think I'm online. Everyone can hear.
Yes.
The FCC looked at that issue and determined that backup batteries are expensive, and the costs would inevitably show up in customers' bills anyway. And essentially what you're doing is, if you give everyone a backup battery, you're then forcing people who don't want a backup battery to pay for it.
Right, and I'm not arguing that the company should or shouldn't do that. That's not my
the
objective
answer for
here.
Comcast is no, we didn't. It was this year that the FCC originally, a number of years ago, required an 8-hour backup battery.
Mm-hmm.
It was cheaper and smaller.
Yep.
Now it's to 24. There was a phase in, and the 24-hour batteries are more expensive. And we've actually seen a reduction in the number of people who buy backup batteries because the FCC, they're more expensive.
Right.
But anyway, the answer is no. We never did.
And any of the other providers?
The answer for Charter would be no as well. And I would also note, and I don't want to get into a discussion on pricing on batteries, but the reality is that, our pricing for wireline voice service is consistently declining to the point where in many circumstances, a new customer could potentially be taking voice service from us for $9.99 a month, right? I mean, well below where it was even a couple of years ago. And so you would end up in a scenario where as Jim suggested, the cost of these batteries would need to be, amortized across all of our customers. But then you also have a scenario where the cost of a battery could potentially be the equivalent of, depending on the circumstances, 7 or 8 months worth of service if our pricing is going down to $10 a month. So that, cost benefit ratio is another consideration.
And again, my posing the question is not about whether you should or shouldn't be, or the financial implications. It's more the there's nobody from here, right? But Mr. Gibson introduced a document earlier, which is his VTEL contract, and I have my own here. I dug it out of the file cabinet. And on the back of it, it clearly states that anything installed by VTEL is owned by VTEL. And we must return it in the same shape that it's in. And to me, that really muddies the water on monitoring, on responsibility, on, okay, well, if it's in my house, but it's your equipment, are you responsible for its condition? And I'm posing these as open questions to the committee, not trying to assign blame. But I think in this particular case of VTEL, the issue is muddy. The waters are muddied by that free install. So it's not a question. It's a comment.
I'm trying to figure out how to raise my hand. I do it, but it shouldn't necessarily make a difference. But one small difference is that VTEL was a line-powered network all along. And Charter never have been. So from the beginning, when Comcast launched its voice service in Vermont in 2007, the issue of backup power was there, and we informed, and this was taken up at the FCC by providers. It was really a Vonage case that goes way back in time. I mean, you have phone providers now writing on the internet that aren't covered by this rule. They're writing on the internet. We're talking Vonage, Skype, things like that. But in the very early on, there FCC rules that required VoIP providers to notify customers about the impact on 911 of a commercial power outage. But a little bit of a difference from VTEL in that they were line powered, and they may have felt an obligation to provide the backup batteries for free. In the beginning, we were trying to launch our voice service, get people to buy it. We're never line powered, and we determined that requiring the purchase of backup batteries would perhaps introduce a hurdle that an economic hurdle. So but just a little factual distinction there.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Linda. And welcome everyone to the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee meeting live on YouTube. And I'm Representative Carolyn Partridge. I chair the committee, and you can see all the folks, my good folks here on line. We are, as usual, going to be covering COVID-19 related agricultural issues. And today is go day for the farmers markets. But we want to make sure that everybody understands that there are some requirements that they have to meet in order to hold their farmers markets. And we've invited Abby Willard from the agency and Steve Collier, who's the general counsel for the agency, to join us. So Abby, welcome. And you sent out the farmers market guidance, which I've reviewed. I'm sure all of my committee members have reviewed that. And so would you like to just go over and kind of give us a narrative about what's going to be required?
Sure. Good morning, committee. Nice to see you all. So I'm Abby Willard, Agency of Agriculture. And yeah, so farmers markets are able to open today, May 1st. So rabbit, a new month. And we just held a call last night with the Vermont Farmers Market Association hosted by NOFA. And there were 30 some odd markets represented on the call, and we shared the frequently asked questions document with them. They asked lots of great questions. It felt like a really productive call. I might even just start by saying they did a quick poll of those market members that were on the call, and 68% felt that they could comfortably open under these new guidelines. 16%, which I think is about 5 markets that were represented on the call, felt like they are unsure whether they'll be able to open, and another 16%, or about 5 markets, said that they probably will not open for the season. Probably due to a result of many circumstances, but related to the guidance and the frequently asked questions interpretation.
Abby, do you think that if things change, let's say in June, that they would maybe start up, or is it just not financially worth it to them?
Yeah, I think it can go both ways. I think there are some markets that if the guidelines shift, they may be more inclined to be able to open. For other markets, they were pretty clear that they function based on vendor fees, and that if they don't have the ability for full vendor representation at the market, they may not be in a financial situation to be able to open.
Okay.
So I think it will likely be an individualized decision of each market.
And one of the guidance points was that only food and basically essential stuff was allowed. And do you potentially, I should actually just let you go through this, but just, I know that there's at least one legislator who's very interested in whether or not she does sewing and does aprons and things like that. And I know she's going to ask if you think eventually some of the crafts people will be able to open up, going by the guidelines and everything else.
Yeah. So yeah, let me start by, I wanted to just sort of give you the frame of kind of the most recent conversation we had with the community, and then maybe go through what currently exists in the guidance, as well as sort of some of the frequently asked questions. There were also questions, obviously, from the farmers market community of when we thought this might lessen and open be different than today. And I think generally the answer to that question is we don't know. But as the circumstances are today, markets are able to open as long as they're following other kind of parameters and requirements. Oh, look at those beautiful daffodils. I love it. That markets can sell food and beverage items at the market. And those food and beverage items can be raw, they can be value added, they can be prepared, prepackaged. They just need to be consumed off-site. There was clarity in the guidance that there's really looking at farmers markets as a pre-order and prepay arrangement, more like a food distribution location, as opposed to the traditional market environment that many individuals are familiar with and comfortable with. So some of the decisions that were clarified yesterday with the community and included in that FAQ document that we shared with you all yesterday as well. So far, vendors are able to sell edible plant starts that will soon be food, closed container beverages that aren't to be consumed on site. They can do bakery items, they can do raw product, they can do canned preserves and food put by, and all other food and beverage items that again are prepackaged and intended to be consumed off-site. There were a lot of questions around non-edible ag products, and so that would be fiber or fleeces, cut flowers, body care products, beeswax candles, goat's milk soap. And those items, because they're not food or beverage and aren't consumable, they're not currently allowed at the market. And that, your question, do you want me to?
How about goat's milk soap? Couldn't they pre-order that and throw it in a box or something?
Right, so that's a great point, Representative Partridge. So we're saying that those non-edible ag products and non-ag products that are jewelry, crafts, note cards, kind of sewing items would, because again, they're non-edible, would not be allowed at the market. But because farms have been deemed essential, they have been open from the very beginning of the Stay Home, Stay Safe executive order. And so vendors at the farmers market are able to arrange for those non-edible items to be picked up at the farm, to be ordered and mailed to the individual customer, or even picked up by curbside pickup at a location that's not the market. Again, the goal being not to add congregation of people for non-essential items at the farmers market.
Okay, that's helpful, Abby, thanks.
Yeah. Were there other questions about that so far?
Sharon's hands up. Sharon.
Thank you. So if I needed to buy some soap or hand sanitizer and I drove to Hannaford's to do it, how is that different? I'm pushing back a little bit because I feel like our farmers market shouldn't be held to a higher standard than our grocery stores, or a different standard, except for where the unique differences between those two settings requires it. And so I understand jewelry or really cool hats being not allowed, but I feel like soap or natural, kind of natural artisanal hand sanitizers absolutely should be allowed at the farmer's market. I can go to Hannaford right now and go there and buy nothing but soap and expose myself to a lot more than I would at a farmer's market if they're doing the social distancing practices.
Yeah, so thanks for bringing up the hand sanitizer topic. The secretary felt really strongly that he wanted there to be an exception allowable for hand sanitizers containing greater than 60% alcohol to be allowed for sale at the farmer's market. So that is the one non-edible allowance at this time to be sold at farmer's markets.
I hope they add soap soon.
Not at this time, so far. I mean, I think we appreciate the question and the concern, and I think that the overall messaging, and Steve may have some piece here that he wants to also contribute if you're open to that, is that there's still grave concern around the public health risk of bringing people together for non-essential purposes. And the farmers market gathering place is really designed to be pre-order, prepay, distribution of product that's essential to customers. And because farms are still open, if someone wanted to sell soap to their customers, they could mail it to them. They could make it available for pickup at their farm stand, at the farm, at the house. But those opportunities for engagement with customers are still allowable. So that's not being restricted. We're just saying don't come out in public and gather with other people that are here for essential food items or beverage items, and also think that there will be non-essential items available.
Thanks, Abby. John O'Brien has his hand up, and then Vicky. John?
Hi, Abby. No, I was just
Hi.
echoing Sharon's concerns too, that once again, it seems like we could sew a nasturtium into an apron and the famous nasturtium and sell it as an edible. And what about vendors who have some of both? You know, if you have, I sell eggs and chapstick, you have to keep half of that home or just instruct people to come by the farm. It just seems right compared to the box stores, the supermarkets, general stores that you buy food and you buy other stuff, and yet farmers markets are sort of unfairly being censored.
Yeah, so at this time, if you are a diverse operation and vendor, you can bring your edible items for sale to the farmers market. And those items that are non-edible, you can take orders for your aprons or for your soaps, and again, make alternative arrangements for people to pick them up or have them delivered to them in some other way at this time.
Okay, Vicky?
Thank you, Abby. I know there's a lot of thought going into all of this. I was just wondering if it's actually fluid in the sense of, my goodness, every day we're seeing states open and different types of protocols. And are you getting pushback from some of the farms at all, these folks? Because really, people are starting to get anxious and they want to get back to work and back to shop. I'm just expressing some angst from constituents. I've had numerous calls this week saying, please tell the governor. And I tell them, please email the governor yourself. But in the meantime, is this something that you see as maybe week by week, really? As far
I think
as
that's a great question. Yeah. And I, in the farmers market community last night, asked the same thing. They said, like, at what interval of time are you going to re-propose more lax kind of guidance around farmers markets to the administration? And I would say, I don't think that we as an agency have a particular time frame in mind as to how quickly and how frequently we're going to do that. But I think that's a very fair request to say that as businesses continue to open, and if the theme of Fridays being the days that new sectors and new environments are opening up in new ways continues, that we will make sure that farmers markets, being one of the first that was authorized to open to some degree, would continue to be reevaluated for what kind of fits and what's appropriate for the kind of restarting the economy efforts that are underway. So we hear that and agree that we're going to continue to have to put farmers markets back on the table, ask that there be some additional allowances considered as time goes on. I think the question is the when, which we don't know, whether that's in a week, in a month. Again, I feel like the importance of providing guidance now as of May 1st was, and actually they got it on the 24th, was for markets to be able to plan. And we felt that it was really important that they understand what vendors would be allowed to be there, what products could be sold, what layout and expectations around physical distancing and health and safety they needed to take into consideration to be able to be open, so that we were giving them some adequate time to make those decisions as an organization, as well as communicate those expectations to their vendors as well as to their customers. The world may actually look a fair bit different on June 1st when most markets start to open. And we have, 4 weeks in that time frame where all sorts of things could change.
Thanks, Abby. It also sounds like there's a little bit of wiggle room and latitude in terms of workarounds for some folks to make things happen too. So,
yeah, I think the reminder that farms are open and farms can engage in commerce with customers in a variety of ways is a really important message.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
You want to continue? And Steve, feel free to jump in if you feel like you need to. Thanks.
So let's see. So some of the other pieces that were captured in the guidance are really about the expectations of so many businesses. So I can just sort of run through those quickly, though I think these are pretty understood, and frankly, these aren't the issues that, well, that's not true. There are some markets that are struggling with the pieces of this. So, acknowledgement that each market needs to adhere to the municipal requirements and permits needed to be able to be open. Strong recommendation that markets promote their customers to wear facial coverings while at the market. So not currently a requirement, but a recommendation. Vendors, though, do need to wear a facial covering when they're engaging with others, including servicing and supporting, working with their customers. Another piece to kind of facilitate that concept of a pre-order, prepaid distribution model is that vendors must offer online or phone ordering options as an incentivization to see more pre-order, prepaid pickup occurring at the market. What the markets asked yesterday, and we hadn't actually clearly articulated this in the guidance, but I think we made the right call. They asked that if you made a pre-order for pickup at the market, did it need to be a curbside pickup? And I don't believe that it needs to. So you could pre-order product and still pick it up at the vendor's table at the market if that's what works better for you. And that may be because you haven't paid for that product yet, and so you want to pay at the vendor booth. It may be because all vendors don't have the capacity to have a runner that's managing their curbside pickup, as well as someone at the booth that's managing in-person orders. So I think markets are going to try to figure out the best way that works for them to be able to accommodate as many of those customers that have called ahead, ordered in advance, and those that are there in person to shop for the first time.
And Abby, it sounds to me like, having read the guidance, that cash, while discouraged, can be used, but exact change is really preferred. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction. So when markets couldn't have any person-to-person contact previously, that meant that you really couldn't do payment at a curbside pickup. And so that's a change to this updated guidance. So you can do payment at the site. And that also allows for EBT transactions, crop cash, double bucks to be processed for that SNAP recipient population that have to do it in person. And so that was an important addition and really important to the administration to make sure that EBT transactions could occur at farmers markets.
And Abby, we've heard about EBT cards, of course, and crop cash, although some folks might not be totally clear about it, but what are double bucks?
So double bucks, sorry, that's the same as crop cash. So the concept of crop cash and double bucks is that you can double the value of your SNAP benefits with crop cash being provided to that SNAP recipient population to be able to be spent at a farmer's market on edible food items and plant starts. So there's also restrictions around what they can buy, but
okay, thanks.
It's really doubling the value of your 3 Squares Vermont benefits.
Right, thanks.
Yeah. One piece that we heard some feedback on was the decision to have booths at a 12-foot spacing between them. Since many markets will have in-person shopping, some may elect not to, but those that do have in-person shopping need to have kind of one directional flow of kind of coming into the market area and leaving the market area, having hand sanitizer or hand washing stations at the entrance and the exit, with signs that if you're sick or been in contact with someone that's COVID positive or has symptoms, please don't enter the market. And as well as the 6-foot distancing markers so that people that are waiting to visit a booth or waiting to enter the market are not standing in groups, but kind of are following that physical distancing requirements. To be honest, I think some markets are trying to understand how they're going to do 12-foot spacing of booths. I think that's going to be a challenge for certain locations based on their size and their setup. But they are, what I appreciate about this population is they're willing to try to figure it out. I think they're taking the public health and safety responsibilities seriously. I think they are understanding a little bit more where we're all collectively coming from. And I believe that they're going to do their best to be able to accommodate the number of vendors that want to be at the market, and offering in-person shopping opportunities, and how they'll be able to configure their setup, which will be different, obviously, than how they normally are set up.
Right, right. And I think, for instance, the one I tend to go to is Londonderry because it's closest, but you know, given that the crafts people will not be able to participate, there might be an opportunity to spread people out a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, I think we're empathetic to the craft people, and we're getting emails from folks that are sell perennials and other plants that are non-edible, and feel like, there's a lot of kind of health and benefit to having that product available. And I think I would just continue to say that I think our message from the kind of state and the administration in general is that you can still make those products available, but just not at a public gathering place like a farmer's market at this time.
Thanks, Abby. Sharon's hand is up. Sharon?
Thank you. It occurred to me that if I was going to go to a farmer's market and halfway there, I realized I'd forgotten my cloth mask. I think it makes a lot of sense to allow the sale of cloth masks at farmers markets, because then I could call ahead and I could say, you know what, I want to pre-order a cloth mask. I would pull over on the side of the road. I wouldn't do that while I was driving. If I had cell phone service anywhere around here.
Lots of ifs, yeah.
And that way I could get a curbside delivery of that cloth mask, and then I could do my shopping. And I really feel like cloth masks should be added to the list of essentials allowed for sale, because they're going to be people who show up who, just like the reusable shopping bags that people always leave at home, and they get to the grocery store and realize, oh, I forgot my shopping bags. People who care and want to do the right thing, they're going to be doing the same thing with their cloth masks. And so I'm going to advocate that. I think that should be an item that is absolutely allowed at the farmers markets, so that, for the reasons I just explained.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, John O'Brien's hand is up. John.
Abby, is there any agency guidance on thinking how farmers markets are so social and social gatherings? Is there any guidance on entertainment? Like, is music discouraged, or clowns tying rubber balloons, and even bringing of children and pets to markets? Because we can use common sense, but that certainly adds an element of a not so safe situation.
Yeah, so the guidance did offer some kind of language about that. As far as music is concerned, markets need to suspend all entertainment activities, children's activities, or any, music, sampling, cooking demonstration, again, anything that's encouraging people to congregate, for the same reason that you can't kind of stop at the market, drink a cup of coffee and have a donut right now. You could buy a to-go coffee and you could buy a bag of donuts to bring home to your family, but it's really not encouraged that you're going to linger and stay at the market for any amount of time, and the sense that music may incentivize that is why it's being restricted or suspended. And the same guidance was given around shopping practices. So really encouraging you to not bring your families, but for you to come as an individual, get your essential needs and do your shopping, get it done, buy the food and beverage that you need, and then bring it home to your family. So one additional piece that came up around that particular topic is around prepared food. And so what became really clear was that you can provide prepared food in to-go containers to be consumed off-site at the farmer's market. So that prepared food could be prepared off-site and brought to the market in to-go containers and sold. That prepared food could actually be cooked on site, packaged in to-go containers, sold for consumption off-site. So there is this potential for even food vendors or food trucks to be able to presumably function at a farmer's market in alignment with the guidance, as long as, again, they're packaging material to be consumed off-site and to be taken away. Which I think that's good news. I mean, we've debated this, but food is food, and if your family is tired of cooking like mine is, you might appreciate having some to-go food from a farmer's market using local ingredients that you're going to quickly go and get your few essential things and bring home breakfast or lunch. And
fantastic, Abby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saved at least one good thing for the end for you.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like most farmers markets and vendors are pretty tuned in to what the agency and the administration has done. And I'm wondering, for folks who might be watching this YouTube presentation, or just in general want to know they're good farmers markets customers, where could folks go to find this information?
Yeah, so great question. I would say, just kind of to respond, I think there's so much activity within the farmers market community. They are so passionate about this conversation. They so want to be able to serve food and product to their communities and to their very loyal customer base. And for that reason, I think they're paying close attention. They're really engaged in asking a lot of questions. And so for that reason, they really prompted us to, in addition to the guidance, which is, a couple of pages in length, we also created the multi-page frequently asked questions document. And both of those can be found at the Agency of Agriculture. So agriculture.vermont.gov. And you can go to the COVID-19 page, and there's a FAQ section, and the frequently asked questions document is there. The guidance is actually linked right from our homepage as under agency news, I think. So both documents are very accessible. NOFA and other kind of organizations are providing lots of assisting support to farmers markets about looking at hand washing stations, thinking about how to do more volunteer recruitment to help the markets run more smoothly. So there's so much support for this community because I think there's just a lot of passion and appreciation for the contributions that they're making to making local food available.
Thanks. John Bartholomew has his hand up. John?
I kind of get the sense that the farmers markets are glad they don't want to rock the boat. They're just glad they're able to move forward in some way. And I personally don't feel the same obligation to avoid rocking the boat, and still feel kind of outraged that we are imposing on some businesses, small businesses, farmers, restrictions that other big businesses don't have. It seems to me if you can go into a grocery store, which I believe is a much more dangerous place than an open air market, and you can buy any kind of soap or any kind of flour, meaning, the ones in pots as opposed to bags, whatever is in a supermarket, or you can go into other establishments and buy stuff. Why can't you do it at the farmer's market? It's an unequal standard. It's not fair, and all it's doing is helping the big companies that don't need the help, or at least don't need it as much. There's no reason that we should be imposing different limitations of what can be sold at a farmer's market if you can go and buy the other stuff at a supermarket or at Home Depot or wherever. It makes no sense to me, and I think we ought to be pushing back on that as a committee.
Yeah, Representative, it's you share a common feeling of many others that this comparison between retail and farmers markets. And I guess the reaction that I have to that is I hear you, and I think under different circumstances, we may all be in agreement about that. I think where we are today is that farms can still sell their product. We're working hard to help farms get into retail establishments. So many vendors or many producers that had been selling to colleges, schools, and restaurants lost their markets overnight. And that was devastating to those businesses. And we've worked really hard, not just at the agency, but amongst kind of like the local food system community, to figure out how to help those businesses find new markets and expand their opportunity to sell food to customers in new and different ways. And the success of that has been outstanding. And I know that you guys have heard from Ellen Taylor, and the ability of businesses to make market shifts and pivot to new market channels has also been an outstanding example of how resilient our ag producers are and how open they are to really trying to be creative and find ways to still be viable businesses and still stay committed to serving their communities. So there's so many bright spots about how the ag community is responding at this time. There's devastating circumstances as well, but I think it's really important to acknowledge that many businesses have made the transformations that they have been able to, or been exposed to, or been guided towards, to be able to continue to sell local product. I think, and that could be doing online sales, that could be selling to retail and food co-ops in ways that they hadn't historically, or really just getting accustomed to having customers come to their home and increase their sales. Some farms, like as we've shared before and as you've heard, are seeing, doubling and tripling of their membership. So people are really wanting to buy local food, and people are feeling more comfortable connecting directly with producers. So I feel really optimistic about the possibility for local food to still be available across Vermont. And I think, being a rural community state, we're very fortunate, because that's not obviously the case in other parts of the country.
You're in a position, though, of really needing to defend the decision, which is great. But what I'm saying is, I think that we as a committee need to speak out in a different way than the administration is.
Yeah.
I don't agree with this decision. And through this entire pandemic, all we're managing to do is to help online business and to help huge businesses, and at the expense of small businesses and farmers. And I just think we need to push back. And I understand why you feel that these decisions are the right ones, but I'm just disagreeing with you that, and I think that we ought to speak out. I don't know if anyone in the committee agrees with me, but there it is.
Okay, thanks. Oops. Hold on, guys. I lost you for a second. There. So we have several questions. John O'Brien has his hand up, Vicki has her hand up, and then Terry. So, and we have about 10 minutes left for our time today. So, John, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Carolyn, were we going to talk about garden centers and nurseries today with Mother's Day coming up? And it's segues from farmers markets too. And then the other thing, this morning, for example, I heard Kinney Drug was advertising hanging flower baskets for $9. So because they're a pharmacy, have they found this sweet spot that they don't have to meet the same requirements that our local garden centers and nurseries do?
Yeah, and I think, John, what we had determined was that if farm stores and farm stands were providing vegetable starts and produce, that they probably could sell hanging baskets with, some of the stipulations. So no more than a certain number of people in greenhouses, and hopefully some kind of easy way of paying where there's little contact. And so Abby might want to clarify that, but I know that many of, and then there is the nasturtium in the hanging basket, my friends, don't forget that. And So Abby, you might want to clarify that. I'm kind of conscious of time. So, you know, if we could make these answers somewhat succinct, I want to then go to Vicky and Terry. So Abby?
Sure. And again, Steve's worked on this more recently than I have, I'd say, in the last 48 hours. But nurseries, greenhouses, and garden centers have a very different arrangement than farmers markets. So the restrictions and the guidelines for that community is very different. The only restriction outside of following physical distancing and health and safety hygiene practices would be the limitation of the number of employees and visitors in the center at one time. And so that limit is no more than one customer per 200 square feet per retail space, or a maximum of 10 people in total at one time. And that 10 people includes both employees and customers. But they can still do curbside pickup. The people waiting for curbside pickup are not included in that 10-person count. That 10-person count is for those people that are shopping and looking at hanging baskets and buying plants. And those items don't need to be just edible. Those items can be ornamental, perennial, annuals, plant starts, or just plain pretty flowers, and that's fine.
Thanks,
So,
Abby.
again, their main restriction is just number of people on the premises in the shopping retail area at one time.
Great, thank you. Vicky?
I appreciate Representative Bartholomew's pushing back, and I want to echo his concerns and think that we as a committee should really start talking a little more about this, because I feel like we're on a fine line, and a sense of urgency is building in my community and my constituents to say, you know, I really want to see my freedoms exercised. I've been in compliance, and I'm ready. It's 60 degrees out and the sun's shining. I want to get that T-shirt at that farmer's market I've been looking forward to. I think we're on the verge, and we should really feel the urgency of our constituents. So I want to echo some compassion for people, but also the sense that it's a double standard happening. And at some point, there's going to be more angst that we'll be dealing with. Abby, I'm sorry, you don't have to comment.
Yeah.
I just want to echo Representative Bartholomew's concerns, and I feel the same way.
Thanks, Vicky. Terry?
Yeah, I'm just going to say I agree with Vicky. I think it's and John. I think it's time that we, you know, if everybody's going to wear a mask, which you could require, I feel it would probably be as safe as going to Shaw's and Hannaford's, and it's important for people to start getting out and doing those kind of things. And I was just going to ask Abby, I mean, she can plead the Fifth Amendment on this, but does the agency give recommendations to the governor on these things, or does the governor tell the agency what you guys need to do to, you know, implement these things? Because I'm just curious, but I can live without an answer.
I'll share as much as I can. We have been asked to propose guidance for a variety of different market sectors, farmers markets being the first. And we have used a public engagement process of at least pulling in one sector representative. In the case of farmers markets, we worked with NOFA Vermont and the Vermont Farmers Market Association on guidance recommendations for proposed language that, you know, collectively we could all live with. That information then does go through an administrative process that includes a variety of feedback from folks. And then a final decision is being made at that level.
Yeah, because I watched part of the governor's, well, today is what, Friday? So it was Wednesday. And, you know, and there was a caller there that said, you know, when we first started this in March, the whole purpose was to level out the curve and to alleviate the big surge in hospitals and things like that. And it almost seems like that has happened, and and we have to kind of wonder, well, what is the purpose of what they're doing now? They're just keep continuing to change the criteria for what they're doing. I mean, it's going to be impossible, I believe, to eliminate everybody getting the virus. Possibly, the people that are the most susceptible are the ones that need to isolate. I mean, we all know we don't want our aunts and uncles and grandparents to be getting sick, but some people have to, live a life and move on and work, actually. I mean, our unemployment system is just a mess. It's irritates people, and we get that irritation from all the emails that we're receiving. So it's frustrating, but I know you can't help that. So, but thanks for all your efforts.
Yeah.
So the question, thanks. And Vicky, is your hand still up? Did you just not lower it? Okay. So, and I want to echo what Terry just said, that we really appreciate all the work that's been done. We have about 3 minutes, and in response to the comments of John Bartholomew and Vicky and Terry and maybe others on the committee, I'm wondering if the committee would like to ask Mike O'Grady to take another stab at a letter to hopefully, not be irritated, but just to encourage, given some of the things that other stores are allowed to do, some kind of safe way of allowing our farmers markets folks, especially people who are doing hanging baskets for Mother's Day, things like that, which may not have nasturtium planted in them. But, I know that, well, it's complicated, but is there general agreement that you all would like to do something here? And if there is, you can nod your heads if you want, or put your thumbs up. And okay, I'm seeing thumbs up from many. Okay, yep, I see thumbs up from basically everybody. Can people other than the host see the thumbs up? Yeah, okay. So so perhaps we'd like to work on that. And what I'd like to do is have you, because we've got 1 minute left to be online, to have folks maybe chime in through email directly to me, maybe copy Mike O'Grady, who is with us right now, to talk about what we would like to do in terms of just push the envelope a little bit. I mean, we're thankful for what's been done. We're thankful that the farmers markets are able to start as of today, but maybe we could make some good arguments for why some other products could be allowed. And that's just basically not us being angry or frustrated with the agency or the administration, but just representing our constituents. Does that sound good? All right. Good. Sharon's hand was up. I've got to we've got to get off of YouTube and get on the floor of the House momentarily. So Linda, would you like to take us off of YouTube? We thank everybody for joining us today, and hope that you will join us again next Tuesday at 9:30. team. We're going to move on to the other aspect of our committee, Forest Parks and Recreation. I'm going to mute myself for a second, but Michael Snyder, there you are. It's good to
Hello.
see you.
Good to see you guys. Thank you.
Yes. I want you to note the hemlock beams that are over here.
Oh, I've been taking stock. Trust me. Yes.
Yeah. They're Vermont hemlock. Anyway, would you like to give us a little bit of a report on what's going on from your end?
Sure. Happy to. And thanks for the invitation. Again, good to see you all here, even if virtually. Wish we were together in the friendly confines, and maybe we will be again before too long. Hope you're all doing well. For the record, Michael Snyder, Commissioner, Forest Parks and Recreation, along with on my lower right on the screen here is Sam Lincoln, Deputy Commissioner. Hey, Sam. We have been conducting things, remotely for several weeks now. The entire department took this quite seriously, and very proud of the way our about 140 people scattered and dealt with logistics and getting just sort of set up. I think that was kind of the first thing for us, was just to, with the goal of trying to maintain normal function as best we could during a stay home, stay safe order. So we've done that. People have rallied pretty well. Bless their hearts. We have a lot of people who really are into their work and want to get out in the woods, want to get the parks ready for the year. And we weren't allowed to. So they were kind of caged animals for a while. We have, as the governor kind of slowly turned the spigot, as he says, some of them have been able to get back to doing some field work in a limited way, following best practices and social distancing and sanitization, et cetera. And I think it's going reasonably well. And really, other than that what we've done is really been doing our best to, as I say, just sort of establish our new normal for operating and logistics and dealing with that. But at the same time, trying to be very active in compiling information, resources, assistance, and also listening to the needs and challenges faced by folks in both the recreation economy and the forest economy of Vermont. These are the two principal areas of our authority and responsibility. So, I want to make a point that it was a significant thing for us to have to regroup and do this virtual stuff. But at the same time, very proud of how our team has been availing itself to the public, answering questions on both sides of the recreation economy and the forest economy, taking input and compiling information, some of which we shared with you. I don't know how much time you've had to see it, but we compiled an assessment of the market situation on the forest side. We've developed a listserv and just trying to compile the ACCD and Department of Labor kind of small business information and guidance, just to be a place where people could come to one portal for access on these aspects of life and business in Vermont. So we've provided that stuff with you as background, but Sam and I are both prepared here to just kind of walk through and give you the high level situation from both. What's your preference, Madam Chair? Shall I just deal with parks? It's relatively straightforward, give you the update there and what we're thinking, and then pivot to the forest side of things?
I think that would be fantastic. Does it look like we're going to be able to open the parks this summer? How does that look?
Great. That's what we're wondering too. This is a very big deal for us. So let me just set the stage. Where we started was when this all came down, right? We were in what we would call the off season. That is that Vermont state parks are open as always to Vermonters and our guests. They're not staffed. The facilities are not open. They're not operating during the late fall, winter, and early spring. So that's where we were. And we would normally plan to start bringing on some 350 seasonal employees, training them, and doing provisioning and planning for the park's operating season now over the last few weeks, and we would have we have 55 developed state parks with campgrounds and all of the rest. We have a handful, maybe 8 or 9 of those that would ordinarily open up in May. This say the Jamaica State Park, because of the West River Army Corps Dam release and the races that are associated, we open up earlier. The Wilgus on the Connecticut, we open up earlier for paddlers and fisher people. So that's our norm. This year, that was one of the first casualties, if you will, was we realized we're not going to be able to open those during the stay home. So we announced that we would not be opening those otherwise traditionally early opening parks. And at that point, we were still hoping to see if we could know enough and things would resolve enough that we could plan to open the rest of the system for the normal Memorial Day opening. And now remember, we can't just flip a switch. We have wastewater systems, drinking water systems, utilities, infrastructure that all have to kind of be opened up after winter. And that takes our year-round maintenance teams to a significant amount of work. They weren't allowed to go do that kind of work because of the stay-home order. So we made the decision then to cancel all reservations through Memorial Day, which is a pretty big deal and a serious bummer. We had this is a big chunk of change. I think it was about $300,000 in reservations that we had to that we're refunding. We're offering gift cards to those people who had reservations in May through the big holiday weekend that normally kicks off the season. We're offering gift cards, hoping that they'll want to redeem them to come back later when things are better. But we're also offering credit card reimbursements or checks to reimburse people for that. So that's where we are kind of at. And with the latest addendum to the executive order and the emergency declaration allowing more field-based work, outside work in pairs first of 2, now 5, that specifically included parks maintenance, we were able to start putting our maintenance team out into the field to start doing that prep work. And so now we're working, we're kind of gearing up with this low hum in the background of doing that necessary prep work, trying to position ourselves to be ready to open the parks when it's appropriate to do so. And we are working with the health department on that. Like, what would it look like? Would we be opening day use only to start without and not overnight? Would we be opening only for Vermonters to start, given the 14-day mandatory self-isolation for folks coming from out of state? And then within the parks, do we kind of curtail certain services? For example, we're very keen on having fishing gear for kids to use and to make that available. We probably wouldn't be able to make that available this year just because of the difficulties in ensuring sanitization, et cetera. And that's just one example across many where just the contact stations, when you drive in, you're less than 6 feet away. Do we need to think about shields and how are we going to do all that? So we've been working with some key people at the health department who've been very good about helping us answer questions about what it would look like to open in the COVID situation, with a plan to give the governor everything he needs to make decisions, with his interest in trying to have the parks play a role in dealing with the response right now, and then the broader economic and wellness recovery that we hope will ensue. So that's where we stand with kind of planning contingencies for, could we open, say, in mid-June in some limited way, and then have a stepwise increase as circumstances dictate and allow, and probably admittedly in some limited fashion of opening, as I say, restricting certain services that would be just too hard to do in a healthy and safe way. And that's what we're trying to build with a couple of different scenarios. We know now that we're not going to open on time, maybe mid-June, maybe by the 4th of July. But it all is dependent on guidance from the health department and following the governor's lead, knowing that everyone wants us to gear up and get going. And we're doing our very best to figure out how to do it, what it would look like, and when would be the most appropriate time. In the meantime, we haven't been able to bring any of these seasonal employees on and we're kind of stuck in between. Like we don't have normal capacity to gear up, but we're trying to gear up nonetheless. And that's kind of where we stand. I hope that made sense, a quick overview of the state parks. I would also just say that given that in the original order, exercise was listed as an essential thing, we made a big push with our recreation partners around the state and others to at the same time we normally be closing trails for mud season concerns, we put out a joint statement indicating that while certain facilities on public lands will be closed, bathhouses, some trails, that the land itself is open. And we made a big point of that. And I'm quite proud. That was our take. That was my suggestion to the top right off was whereas I was in contact with state foresters in other states around the country, state directors of outdoor recreation. And in many states, they were just closing public lands and saying, you can't go. And we took a different approach and said facilities may be closed, including bathhouses and some trails, because we can't maintain them to an appropriate environmental standard at this time of year without our staff, but that otherwise the lands are open and we encourage people to go visit your public lands within 10 miles of home. And boy, are people doing that. We've got reports from all over the state of overuse and damage. We've had to put portalets in some places that we're now paying exorbitant fees to sanitize twice a day, just because we feel like we have to. And we have, I want to give a shout out to the game wardens at Fish and Wildlife who've agreed to do extra patrols at our trailheads and camping spots to help show people, keep track for us to know where the trouble spots are and to try to send a message to people who weren't really practicing the best protocols out there. So we've got some damage, but we're also proud to have played a role in providing an outlet for people that's healthy and safe. How are we doing there? That's the big parks and recreation overview.
No, that's fantastic, Michael. I know that $300,000 that you guys are going to miss out on is probably huge because, as we know, the Forest Parks and Recreation, to a great extent, self funds through your programs and parks and fees and all that. Right. Any thoughts about how that can, is there COVID money there to help you out?
Well, not yet. So the COVID, the CARES Act 3 does not allow, it's very clear that it's not allowed to be applied to lost revenues. So we're in a bind there. We we've made a pitch to make use of some of it to help us defray those costs of refunds, which is not the same as the lost revenue, just because, remember people booked those sites last year. We already spent that money. And so we're in a bit of a bind there. We're also proposing some public investment in public lands, kind of think CCC kind of era, public works on public lands programs with some of the federal stimulus. I hope that we made a good case for that we see it playing this important role that on state forests, state parks, WMAs, we could put small contractors to work in the short term doing timber stand improvement, invasives control, habitat enhancements, water quality improvements, and upgrading culverts to bridges, emerald ash borer, hazard tree mitigation in campgrounds, any number of projects, trailheads, parking that we could do, putting contractors to work in the short term to help with an economic recovery that has the long-term benefit of rebuilding and fortifying the infrastructure for our outdoor and forest economies. So we're hopeful that kind of federal stimulus will we'll be able to apply that way. But in the short term, the revenue concerns are significant, and we couldn't have planned for it. We think that we are well positioned to be a big part of the response and recovery, but we were taking a serious hit. In fairness, the upside is we don't have to pay any staff right now. Those 350 seasonals we're not paying. That was budgeted, so there was a few $100,000 budgeted there to pay. So it's not just a complete wash. We are in some ways having a savings because we don't have those expenses right now, the operating expenses. Don't get me wrong, we can't continue this, and in the long term, to your point, Chair Partridge, we generate in direct sales in the parks alone almost $7 million every summer. That's in direct sales. That's the gate receipts, firewood, concessions, boat rentals, all the, it's a tidy little business operation within state government to the tune of about 7 million. And then another 90 million in related spending when people come to a park and they stop at the general store and provision and buy gear or whatever. That's this significant engine for our operating. We're proud that we produce much of our own in the parks division with only a little bit of general fund support, but it's more of an economic engine locally, to say nothing of family togetherness, health and wellness, environmental connectedness. You know the story. So we're pretty concerned about it. And again, just eager to do our part in playing a positive role in the recovery, if we can get there.
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah,
do we have any questions from the committee about the parks in particular? Sorry, I swallowed wrong. I'm not seeing any. Did you? Oh, I see a hand up from Sharon and Vicky. So Sharon, and I'm going to run and take bread out of the oven. I'll be right back.
I can smell it from here.
Michael, can you maybe provide, and by the way, hi. I've missed you. Talk about the huge number of people that are making use of our public lands. You said that some trails are being overused and that some of the behavior is not necessarily ideal, and that the FPR has had to put in portalets in some locations. Is there like who? I guess you're like what's the kind of long-term goal to deal with some of these things? Do you I'm thinking, especially with trails being overused, is that because it's been mud season that they're being overused, or there are just so many darn people on them?
Well, it's both. It starts with the mud season concerns. Every year, as I say, we put out a press release with the Green Mountain Club and some other partners and say jointly, we're asking folks to, use your head up high. It's still wet. We give guidance to where to find alternatives for better hiking where you're not going to damage things. So that's always the case. And this year was no different, except that now there were a whole lot more people looking for an outlet, a place to go. And I think it's been great on the one hand that we have evidence that there are far more people out than, especially during the week. But unfortunately, we also had too many reports of people not particularly early on, just not getting it and congregating, partying in parking lots. Some of the parking lots were overwhelmed, so they were parking on soft, lawns and tearing them up. And then in pinch points, like, certain trails, it's not possible when, they're not wide enough to have 6 feet. And so there's that. And then overlooks and normal places where people congregate, we were getting reports that people really weren't taking it seriously. So we did we put an effort together to put some new signage out in the hot spots. Again, got the wardens to sort of show themselves. We didn't want them making person-to-person contact, but they were kind of being available, encouraging people to clean up their act a little. And then we did, I went on the radio and on TV and we did some social media and we just kind of put the word out. And I think, frankly, people started to help self-police and shame others into acting better. It started early with the ski areas where they shut down, but it's very common, for us at the end of a ski season, there's still snow and people want to hike up and ski down. And everyone was, staying at home and they just flooded the places. And I had that first weekend, I had 3 different ski area general managers call kind of in a panic saying they could use some help and they want to close uphill access. And these are public lands that normally I'm a fierce defender of the public's right to use. And I said, you know what, I'm with you, and close them down and you can blame me. And that was bumpy at first, but I think it was the first salvo of people realized this is serious and we're not going to put up with 400 people barbecuing and beach chairs at the bottom of the hill and carrying on. It just doesn't look right and it isn't right. And we partnered with them to say, let's tighten this up. And they shut uphill access. And again, that it was rough at first. And then I think it got people to realize, you know what, this is the right thing to do. And that's starting to spread. And we're down to just 2 at Mount Philo State Park and Niquette Bay State Park, both in Chittenden County, with so many people looking for a place to go. They're just really overwhelmed. And those are the 2 where we've kept the portalettes because we just feel like we have to. And it's not cheap, but we're having them sanitized by CDC guidelines twice a day. For the foreseeable future, the long-term plan is to try to, things will dry out. We now have field staff and our partner organizations, the trail groups and their volunteers now can get out and work on water bars and fix drainage issues and attend to the trails so that maybe we can recover from that. We are making a request for some of that federal money to fix damage that was incurred. And otherwise, we're just hoping people continue to kind of get it and clean up their act. Again, proud to have played a role in providing the outlet and putting out signs and guidance on how to do it appropriately. One of the key things early on was I got contacted by Neil Van Dyke and the search and rescue director saying, it's basically impossible for a search and rescue team to abide by social distancing when on a call rescuing somebody. And we can't be putting these people in harm's way, which is another reason why our guidance said, hey, among the other best practices is this is not the time to try extreme outdoor activities. Back it down, be safe, think about emergency responders, backcountry responders, the healthcare system. We don't want to stress it. And that was part of the messaging too. I know that's kind of an overview there, and hopefully I've addressed the question sufficiently.
So I have 2 more hands, Vicki and John Bartholomew. Vicki?
Thank you, Michael. This is
Sure.
interesting. And I can't say enough about our state parks and what they provide Vermonters and out-of-state folks. The 350 seasonal workers, could you just elaborate a bit on who those people are? And are they already hired and just on hold? Or are they within your own Parks and Recreation employees? Could you just elaborate on them and how you're going to move forward, whether you even know how and when you'll open?
Right. Thank you. Yeah, it is really an interesting story. This 350 some seasonals, they're temporary seasonal employees, which now in-law actually has a meaning. It's seasonally based, so it's appropriate. It's quite a mix in terms of the demographic of who these people are. It's an awful lot of college students because it works well for them. But it's also what our staff have referred to as lifestyle people who make a choice to maybe they're retirees, maybe they're entrepreneurs. They have a surprising number of them choose to do this, to live in a park, have this lifestyle during the summer and maybe travel or ski bum in the winter, or some of them have like a real job in the winter. And so it's a mix of young people, college age kids, through retirees, and some who are like, a surprising number of them are returning employees, which is amazing in a seasonal workforce. But we do that by cultivating it because they're the frontline retail face. They're the people who meet you when you arrive and rake out your campsite and attend to everything. We do a lot of training, and we also provide step increases and cost of living allowances so that to provide and we pay better than minimum wage. So they're actually pretty decent jobs. We provide housing for many of them, and they get a cool golf cart and they get to ride around in a state park all summer, So it's a mix of folks with different reasons for doing it. They're really important to us. That's why we've invested in them in training and compensation and benefits over the years that we don't have to because of their seasonal nature. We're not required by a bargaining unit to do so, but we do it because it helps us. And it's part of the secret sauce for our 40% increase in visitation over the last 10 years. So some of them, to your question, some of them knew we're hired basically, and we're planning to come, and we had to tell them, hold on, we're not able to bring you on. They'll be the first to come. And now, once we have a better sense of the opening plan, as you may know, there's a hiring freeze in state government and now quite a process of approval. I've been told that once we're kind of cleared to go with a plan for opening, that I'll be able to put forward a pulse of these requests to hire and that they would be approved because they're absolutely essential to operating the parks. We've communicated this with all of those people. We're asking them to hang in there, and we hope that they'll be able to join us and play this important role. We've also signaled to them that if you need to move on and get other work, or this has changed things in your life, we get it, just let us know. And we're hearing from some that they can't make it work. Many of them are still hanging in there, hoping to be able to join us this summer. Does that get at it, Representative Strong?
Yeah, thank you. I think I want to apply. This just sounds great.
You wouldn't be the first legislator to do so, I can tell you that.
All right.
Actually, we have pizza night down in West Townsend on Fridays, or we used to. And it's in conjunction with the farmers market. And we met any number of really great folks there at Jamaica State Park. You know, it's really fabulous. They come and they get to be part of the community. We get to know them.
It happens all around the state, which is really great. And there are more and more of these sort of farmers market kind of gatherings, and there's entertainment. It's for real. And we like playing that. I think it's very important that our folks realize the importance of relationships with our, what we call our host communities, the towns, you know, because we have traffic and we have incoming, and it's not all great. So we want it to be good, and we listen and we try to make them part of the local community, even though they're statewide assets, but they are really important locally.
Yeah.
So that's where we stand on the parks. Other questions there?
John Bartholomew. John.
You mentioned possibly being able to open up for overnight stays. It seems like, and you touched on the bathing toilet facilities. It seems to me that is going to be your biggest stumbling block for multiple day stays in terms of people having to be in close contact, much more so than other aspects. Any idea how you would address that?
Well, we're working on it. Everything from maybe not having full service. We're working hard on getting an understanding of what would be required for how to clean them appropriately. Are there alternatives to, like, we've been reading about, instead of like someone having to go in a couple times a day and physically touch things, more like a fogger, kind of a misting approach that can sanitize. We're doing all kinds of work on looking into how we could operate, and including maybe we won't offer the showers, or maybe it will be limited, or maybe all of this is in consideration for exactly that. How do we do it? You kind of need the bath facilities. How do you offer them in a safe way? And it may mean that we can't. If we can't figure out how to do it, that's kind of why we haven't launched yet, is because we're not quite sure how to do this. I'm in contact, our state parks director's in contact with colleagues all over the state, all over the country. Some have decided they're not going to open. It's just too hard to figure it out. And we're not giving up yet, but it's a real challenge. The bath facilities are among the most difficult of them, which is why we're likely to start, I would think, with day use, probably only in certain places where we can offer it, control it, manage it, and we'll try to grow from there. In other ways, we're lucky that the campgrounds were basically laid out consistent with social distancing, almost intending to have their family units together, but separate from others. We're thinking about the beaches and other areas where we would congregate. We would just figure out what's the area, 6 feet by 6 feet is 36 square feet per person. And we would limit the number of people that could go to a beach based on that general premise, knowing that, well, family units could actually be closer. We might limit, parking is every other parking spot. We're not, we're considering all these different approaches to kind of allow use, but do so safely. And my sense is this is all adding up to, if we're able to operate, it'll likely be at sort of diminished capacity, which then still gets to the revenues issues, that we have the same expenses but less revenue. It's going to be a challenge, but we think it's important enough to try to provide this outlet and this local economic engine, again, as part of the recovery.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
Sure.
I'm looking at the clock, and boy, this time has gone really quickly. I think John O'Brien has his hand up, so I think I'll have John be the last question. And I know we didn't really cover the forestry aspect of this, but maybe we could have you back next week at some point. I know you're not available Friday, but maybe next week we could have you back.
We're happy to, and there's quite a lot there. Maybe we could just hit the high points of it here, but happy to come back and drill in. We did provide you some background and some information. Maybe if you digested that, you'd have even more questions. So happy to do that. Question now?
So yeah, so just to be clear, Michael, you sent that to Linda, and Linda, you're putting that out on the website?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, John O'Brien, and this will have to be our last question, and because we're way over time on YouTube. It's been great.
Hi, Michael. Just to follow up on Vicky's question about the seasonal employees, if you never open it all this summer, or you open on Labor Day, would those employees be eligible for any sort of unemployment insurance? They kind of plan their budgets.
Right. We pay for it. I'm not normally, yes, but I'm not sure if they haven't begun how that works, given that it's seasonal and you know, so I'm actually not sure. And my sense is that they would not be able to if they hadn't already started with us. But otherwise, if they were with us, they would be, as I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Did you want to add something, Michael?
Well, I would just maybe, if I could, just indicate to tee it up for the next conversation that there is really quite a lot to discuss in the forest side. And what if I could, in 30 seconds, I'll just offer you this. Fair enough?
Yeah.
On the one hand, we were grateful and pleased, Sam and I and others worked very hard early on in the declaration to 24 hours in to get forestry, logging, and those who work in support of the production of certain forest products as deemed essential. That was really important, and I think for a lot of reasons, and it opened people's eyes up to the wide array of products that Vermont forests are providing now in packaging, medical supplies, animal bedding, sawdust, wood energy. There's quite a lot. It turned out
paper.
Yes, I was hoping someone would, you'd fill in the connections here. What do you know? Paper is important, it turns out, daily. So that was great, and I think it made people feel like, okay, we're recognized, we're understood to play this important role, and maybe even in ways that people didn't know. That's the good part. The bad part is it didn't extend throughout the whole supply chain. There are many disruptions. There are dominoes that have fallen, and it. For example, we were deemed essential, but our forestry staff had to stay home because and you can't out there. Businesses had to make decisions that though we're able to operate, they needed to struggle with how to do so safely and how to do so without other components of their inputs and outputs in place. And so it's just not all one, rainbows and ice cream out there just because they were deemed essential. It's significant. It was already teetering. And now we've got this explosion at a very important mill in Maine. And so Sam and I are prepared to walk you through those impacts there, likely dwarf the COVID impacts, which themselves are significant. So we got real issues, an economy here that, as you know very well, and have been very helpful with us trying to address these challenges. It's already in this precarious place, though deemed essential, which is wonderful. It's really not all set, and we got some real problems to address. And we would be happy to tee those up, explain those to you, as well as some of the successes that we're seeing. But that would be good to revisit. That was maybe 35 seconds.
That's okay. Maybe if you are available on Tuesday, we'll have our next meeting on Tuesday from 9:30 to 11:30, and we would put you right at the beginning. If that, I don't know if it works for you and Sam, but we would love to have you come back and talk to us about this.
Well, that's a priority for us. You guys are our home committee, and if you want it, we'll be there, right, Sam?
Yes, we'll be there.
Great.
Yes. Sam managed to answer that question in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah. All right. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate your time and what you've given to us, and you've heard part of this whole supply chain conversation at the beginning of this meeting with food and dairy, and it's pretty interesting, you know, new territory we've got going here. I see some clapping hands from Vicki and Sharon, so
Nice.
thank you very
you.
much. All right, so
Thank
we're going to go ahead.
Well, I just to say thanks for the time. We'll look for something from Linda to make it official for next week, but we'll plan on that. And nice to see you. Hope you all stay well.
Good. You take good care. And we're going to end this YouTube live streaming now. And again, thank you all.
All right, so I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we have the minutes of April 22nd. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 22nd.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, then we have review and approve bills for payment, and warrants 23 and 23P. And before we do that, we had a request for us to consider town employees, if because of the virus, they're not able to work their full week, would we consider paying them the balance so they get a full week's pay?
Well, would you like a motion?
I'm wondering.
So that we can discuss it? Oh, Zeke froze up.
He froze again.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go. You're there.
All right. So I'm not sure where I got frozen, but so there was a request that because of the virus, some employees are just having to work shorter work weeks. Would we go ahead and pay them for the full work week?
Would you like a motion so that we can discuss it?
Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to move that even if town employees cannot work their full hours because of COVID-19, that for the period through this fiscal year, June 30th, we agree to give them their full week's salaries or pay.
Okay. Have a second?
I guess not. So is there another motion that we'd like? Terry, do you have something else in mind?
I would change that from the rest of the fiscal year to go just for this month of May. So that way, as things are changing on the day on this stuff, as to what's being allowed and what's not being allowed and what's going to be open, should we just try it for this month of May until we can see where this is going forward?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I would say,
Yeah, so why don't you make a motion, Terry?
I'll make a motion that we, for the month of May, we will pay the town employees, officials, their full salary, and then take it up at a later meeting as to what we do past that.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I was just wondering if there is under the pandemic assistance programs, is there a mechanism that would address this issue when town employees have to miss hours? Is there anything at the state level, for example, that you're aware of? No.
I'm not. I have to do some research, I guess.
David, do you mean protocols or do you mean financial support?
I mean financial support. I mean, there's like some variation of unemployment. I mean, I'm not sure what the extent of the reduced hours are, but when I guess we don't pay unemployment insurance, right?
Yeah,
we do. Yeah. So.
But they're just working less hours. So is what you're asking that if they work less hours and we pay them for just the hours they work, there would be compensation from the state for the extra hours that they weren't able to work because of COVID-19?
Yeah, that's my question. I mean, that's just I'm wondering. I was wondering about that.
Well, I think that the scale is an important question. So when you talk to Charlotte about it, was there a sense of, are we talking 5 hours or are we talking 15 hours?
Yeah, my sense was it's closer to that 5.
Oh, okay. So it's a small
the payroll warrants that we're going to look at. The payroll warrants that we're going to look at, the entire road crew had their full 40 hours. So are we just talking the office staff? And is it because they're working from home? So obviously they're going to be more efficient at home because they're not being interrupted with phone calls and visitors and people coming into what would be normally be the office. So we're not talking a lot of hours because I don't see where the road crew is being affected by that.
Right. The road crew hasn't been affected.
Right.
I think Lee was concerned, okay, if for some reason they get 3 days of rain and he's not able to maintain the social distance or something, and he sent them home early just for their safeties, would that apply? And I would think it would, but they haven't got a problem yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to furlough the employees in order for them to get any type of benefit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
But I do agree with Maria. I think what's going on is they're not in the office, so there's not somebody coming in asking them questions. They're not taking 3 phone calls and bang, wow, you can sit down on a computer and get it all done.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of chatting that happens in the town office that's important. I'm not saying that's not important. It is important, but it's not happening right now.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So motion has been made. Are you ready to vote?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Then we'll move on to warrants 23 and the payroll 23P.
I'll make a motion to approve bill for payments warrants 23 and 23P.
Second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Warrant 23 is for a total of $9,698.75. And most of that going to Highway Department for supplies and repairs, our Rescue, Inc., monthly payment, and payroll transfers. So Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. We don't have any visitors or public comments. Maybe under the road foreman's report, we did get an email. And who'd like to bring that up? Terry, you spoke with Lee.
Right. I spoke with Lee earlier today. We got an email from concerned residents regarding Lee's work that he'd done on North Hollow Road, putting underlayment or under road drainage in, and it affected I believe this salamander area that was growing salamanders or whatever. So it's what he did actually worked, so it drained the water off, and so the question is, you know, they were upset because of what happened. Lee is very sorry that he did the work on the road when he did. He didn't even think that there was any issue because the water was in the road. It's swampy up there, and he's very apologetic. He had worked on North Hollow Road, working on that same type of drainage on a lower portion. So he was just trying to clear up. That is a class 3 road, so we do get state aid for it, so he has to do maintenance on it. But he wishes now he should have probably just waited a few more weeks and done it.
So I think that we want to respond to the person who wrote the letter, and we also would probably do well to bring the Conservation Commission into the dialogue so that in the future we can all be abreast of this kind of situation so that it's less likely to happen again.
Mhm. Yep, I agree. I'd be happy to coordinate that effort, actually.
Okay.
If you want somebody to.
That would be great. I mean, I would support that.
Sure.
You mean coordinate with the Conservation Commission?
Yeah, talk with the Conservation and with Lee, and then have a full response. And I would even go and talk with Claudia. I mean, I would call Claudia if that's what the board wants.
Everyone okay with that?
Sure. Yeah, and David, if you need more information or repeated information from Terry, don't hesitate to ask her for, more information relative to
I
Lee.
will. Absolutely.
And I would say this, if even if you can't give Claudia a full response, in the next 24 hours, at least respond in some way to say that we brought it up at this meeting, and,
we're looking into it further. We're further looking into it, and we'll get back.
So we'll respond in more detail.
Yeah.
Right, and she also did mention that the brush cutting on the side, that was done last fall too. And again, I know it was with, I can't remember, Maria could tell me what type of mower they use, and it makes a rough cut instead of like a little flail mower. Go ahead,
It's
Maria.
a flail mower, yeah.
It's a flail mower,
Yeah,
okay.
But it's actually it's a head that's on the boom of an excavator.
Okay, there we go. Well, that was done last fall. She's got a better take on that. That was done last fall, and that's for the same reason, for the maintenance, because it is a class 3. I mean, down the line, if somebody like Lee said, we could get around a table sometime, and it something to talk about is, do we want it still a class 3, or would we want it a trail? But that's for another time, and when we can get around a real table and have a good discussion with Lee, if we chose to.
Yeah.
We chose to.
I think that involves a public hearing also, I think.
Exactly, yeah. So, I
Change
mean,
the road class, yeah.
but it is a class 3, even though it's a pent road, so we are getting money for it. So it's not like you can just leave it.
Right. Mhm.
Mhm.
Right. Okay, so David's going to look and take care of that. Get that
Right.
in-
And,
Claudia?
and the other thing on if the road foreman's, besides, we know he was on North Hollow this week, but they have been installing some culverts. He's working with Sandwood Putney, and he's just finishing up or any kind of grading that needs to be in patches is what Lee's been and the boys have been working at. And they all took the tests. The boys, I don't know if you've got the email that all the highway crew took that little VOSHA test too. So they were doing that.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, great. Okay. Under correspondence for information, is there anything you'd like to discuss there?
The Mike Maricki on that provisions for the property tax, that S344 has passed the House and the Senate, and it is on the governor's desk. So we're waiting to see if he signs it. And I'm not sure if anybody really, if you guys read what 344 is. S344. That would allow us as a municipality, as the board, to alleviate or change the date of when taxes are due, for one. Two, it would allow us up till January 1st to waive the penalties and all that with taxes. And the third one would allow us to go back through the municipal budget and to reduce it, okay, without a special town meeting. So that's coming up. So when, I am assuming at some point here soon, we'll either know if the governor's going to sign it or not sign it, but then it would throw it in our ballpark if it did get signed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Let's see, under new business, you're ready for that? We have a request from the listers for an extension for filing the grand list. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve and sign the lister request for the extension to filing the grand list.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
From what I've talked to Gene, they're moving quite ahead with this. This would just give them a buffer, but you know, it's going to be close to when it's actually supposed to be due anyway. But it just to make sure she would feel better to have this week or two in her, you know. So it's not like it's going to be pushed way off. I think we have to April 15th, but they want to get this done so we can be right on target with everything.
Yeah, June 15th, I think.
No, I think is it August 15th? I've got too many dates in my head.
Right, yeah, but it's not April, okay.
No.
Okay, any other discussion? I think we've had extensions in the past.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, great. Let's see, do you want to let Jean know that, Terry?
Yes, I will, and I've got to sign, and I'll scan it in and send it out tomorrow.
Great, good. Okay, we have the VOSHA training on our agenda.
Yep, that was the mandatory training that needed to take place, and it had to be done by Monday, by the governor's order from a week ago Friday. And all the highway crews done it. All the listers have done it. All the town office personnel has done it. And I believe Geraldine, did you do it?
I did it. Yep. I didn't. Yep. I sent my certificate actually to my HR person at my office, but I could send it also to the town office if that's important.
Yeah,
get a
we're
certificate.
putting it all in the file. So that means all the select board's done it.
Okay,
Okay.
So it's all been completed.
great, good. Okay. Any other business?
Well, a little bit of unfinished business. So Zeke, you
Okay.
were gonna talk to somebody about,
Yes. And I'm going back and forth
Oh.
with the telephone calls.
Okay,
So that's a work in progress.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys all, that all just cut out. What were we discussing? I didn't hear any of it.
Oh, okay. We were discussing, I was going to get in touch with a candidate I thought would be a good animal control officer.
Okay, all right.
In process, yeah. Okay.
And while we're bringing that up, we should, it's on the town website for all the positions we need. So if anybody's interested in animal, well, I don't know if you've got somebody for animal control, but health officer, I mean, the list is all there. So, you know.
Planning Commission, DRB. Yeah. Okay. So, any other unfinished business? Or maybe I'm frozen out.